hacked down by Horus before the Emperor slew the War Master in turn. The Blood Angels were closer to their beloved Primarch than any other legion, and the psychic shockwave of his death unlocked something terrible within them. A curse fell on the sons of the Angel that day, and it has lasted ever since. A red thirst lurks within their souls, a frenzied battle lust that they must hold at bay every waking moment of every day. It is a testament to the Blood Angels' nobility that they succeed in doing so, only giving in to their wrathful urges in the most extreme of situations. Worse is the Black Rage. Where the red thirst is a physical defect, the rage is a spiritual darkness lodged like a splinter in the chapter's soul. Should a Blood Angel give in to this shadow, he is driven irrevocably mad.
Right.
He falls into raving hallucinations of the final battle for the Emperor's palace, or else believes himself sanguineous, fighting amidst the horrors of the War Master's tainted battle barge. It is possible that eventually the entire Blood Angels chapter and all of their successors will fall to the curse that haunts them. Certainly, their numbers have dwindled over the millennia, and their ranks become ever harder to replenish. Yet this only drives Sanguinis' sons onto greater deeds of heroism, for they reason that if they must face such an end, then they will depart this galaxy in a blaze of glory and excellence, not beneath a pall of shame. So do the Blood Angels hurl themselves into the Imperium's greatest and most terrible wars, fighting with a dynamism and determination that leaves even their brother Space Marines in awe. Of late, they have found themselves stretched thinner than ever, fighting simultaneously in the Third Armageddon War, in actions around the Eye of Terror, and against the onrushing horror of High Fleet Leviathan. It was on the shield worlds of Kryptos that Commander Dante and many of his finest battle brothers faced the horrors of the cryptoid tendril. This splinter fleet of Leviathan was headed straight for the Blood Angels' homeworld of Baal, and its advance had to be stopped. The Blood Angels prevailed against their Xenos foes, yet Baal was still at rest. Dante's forces made full speed through the world to return and bolster the defenses of the planet, but they were still many weeks distant from where reached from high Captain Astaroth the Great. A new threat emerged in the Diamond system, an invasion by armies of chaos that could undermine the defenses of the Cadian if it were allowed to succeed. Already, the chaplain was en route at the head of the Blood Angels' 5th Company, but greater strength will be required to defeat the traitorous foe. With a heavy heart, Commander Dante diverted much of his own force, knowing that every warrior sent away was another who could not defend Baal. Yet they were the Blood Angels. They could do no less. Dante pressed on towards Baal, with little more than an honor guard at his side, while the rest of his warriors turned their craft and made warp for the Diamor system. Chapter 1: Vengeance and Death. The tides of the warp are fickle. The warships of the Blood Angels' 1st and 2nd Companies made up considerable time on Astaroth and his 5th Company warriors, translating into the Diamor system within minutes of their brothers, almost as though some other agency was wishing to see them burst simultaneously into real space. The momentary delay proved crucial, for it was all that stood between Captain Carlane's forces and sudden damnation.
Yeah, so you guys are
What
doing
in the Emperor's name is that? Captain Carlane's voice was tinged with horror. The cavernous bridge of the strike cruiser, Sanguine Tear, was lit by flickering, dirty light that spilled from its main view screens. Its source was the unnatural storm of energies whirling around the ships of the 5th Company, Angelic Blade and Flame of Baal, barely visible amongst writhing tendrils that glowed with the livid colors of a bad bruise. "It is sorcery," murmured Librarian, as Massael, who stood at Carlane's side. "Sorcery of the darkest kind." Captain Carlane stared a moment longer at the storm cloud energies that battered and shook his brother's warships. It seemed as though the phenomena was slowly dissipating. That only served to reveal sparking rents and structural damage spread across both craft, and Carlane's concern deepened as he attended to the gilded cherubim hovering above his throne. "Speak," he gestured at the first of the creatures. The fluttering servitor's eyes flashed from red to green, and the voice of Methuselah, Carlane's master of astrogation, issued from its mouth. "Lord, Auspex reports a single enemy battleship 500 miles beyond the anomaly, currently retreating. No doubt the author of this attack," scowled Carlane. "Should we pursue, Lord?" crackled the skull-faced cherub. "No, Methuselah. First we must attend to the safety of our brothers. Pass the word to all shipmasters. I want a full defensive cordon around the ships of the Fifth."
All right.
The cherub's eyes flashed amber, and it winged away to relay Carlane's message to the Vox bed. The first captain looked to another of the drifting creatures, this one clutching a ceremonial missive. "Vox," said Carlane, "have we established contact with Astorath's ships? Are they answering our hails?" The cherub's perfect features twitched, and its jaw distended to uncover its speaker grill. "Aye, Lord. Contact with the Angelic Blade. We have Death Company Chaplain Daenor. It sounds bad, my lord." "Give him a direct link," the first captain said gruffly. The cherub twitched and jerked, and then a new voice, gravelly and strained, issued from its maw. It was accompanied by screaming, bellowing voices and terrible crashing sounds. "Captain Carlane! Captain! Do we have Vox Communion?" "We do," replied Carlane. "Speak." "Captain, we have been subjected to a severe psychic attack that has wrought havoc amongst our ranks. They struck at the curse." Carlane and Asmaciel exchanged a frowning glance. "We had only just entered the system when they hit us." In the background, something exploded in a fuzz of static. Daenor continued with forced calm. "It was warp sorcery of some kind. It engulfed our ships like a storm, but worse were its effects upon the minds of all on board. The storm inflicted visions of the sort our brothers hoped never to see." There was a moment's pause as Carlane digested this terrible news. The Black Rage. All Blood Angels dreaded its touch, but to have it forced upon them by some artifice of the foe, it was a violation of the highest order. "How many have fallen?" Carlane's voice sounded hollow in his ears as he asked the question. "Hard to be certain at this time, First Captain, but it appears to be almost the entirety of the Fifth Company." Carlane closed his one organic eye as the chaplain continued. "Lord Astorath and I, the other chaplains on board, are librarians. Those with training or psychic defenses survived. The rest, Lord, it is bedlam aboard these ships. Battle brothers have fallen by the dozen, and the crew helots have cloistered themselves in terror. Some have been slain." "We will send you our chaplains," responded Carlane immediately. "And the Sanguinary Guard. They will aid you in bringing our fallen under control and restoring your ships to order." "Understood, First Captain. I will advise Lord Astorath. We will recover from this madness. You have my oath." "And then," rumbled Captain Carlane angrily, as he watched the last of the warp energies flicker out upon his ship's screens, "then we will have vengeance." The Storm Raven juddered as it punched through Amathael's atmosphere. Death Company Chaplain Daenor pictured in his mind's eye the flames flickering across its black hull. They seemed somehow appropriate. The red-lit interior of the craft was full of muttering, moaning voices, sudden bursts of vox-amplified shouting, ringing out over the roar of atmospheric re-entry, then subsiding again. Clad in their midnight black armor, with their jump packs primed and ready, the brothers of the Death Company surrounded him. The chaplain felt a deep and abiding hatred towards the traitors as he looked around at the twitching, muttering warriors in their drop-restraining harnesses. Each was going to his final battle. Each was lost to the chaplain forever, his light smothered beneath madness and rage. All Blood Angels knew this could be their fate, and all strove against it. But to lose almost an entire company to the Black Rage in a single hour? And worse, to have it forced upon them through the warpcraft of traitors. It was a violation. It was unthinkable. "How long until drop?" He voxed a question to the gunship's pilot, sitting up ahead in the cockpit. 3 minutes 17 to hub Beta Secundus, Brother Chaplain, came the reply. Re-entry unchallenged, following flight path Chalice to drop site. Good, replied Dayanor. And the enemy's disposition? Crimson Slaughter warbands presently at all primary Mechanicus hubs, came the response. Enemy forces heavily investing north and south hemispheres of Amathal as expected, concentrated around the dig sites. Word is that Titans and other super heavies on the ground, Brother Chaplain. Dayanor nodded at this. So I had heard, brother, but we have the might of the angel. Against that, no engine or weapon of the traitor shall prevail. Dayanor believed every word he uttered, his conviction total, his faith in his chapter and its lineage unshakable. But he knew this would be a hard fight, and as his craft swept on towards its designated drop site, he led his fallen brothers in a litany of battle. Dayanor's Storm Raven was one of a small fleet of craft streaking towards Hub Beta Secundus. Storm Ravens on Thunderhawk landers, all garbed in the sable armor of the Death Company. It was an abhorrently large deployment of the damned, a whole company's worth of fallen warriors, complete with deranged dreadnoughts and swiftly repainted armored transports, led by First Chaplain Astorath, accompanied by none other than the fallen hero Lemartes. This army was a weapon of unmerciful annihilation. Having brought their fallen brethren under control and established the wider strategic situation in the system, the Blood Angels had wasted no time in launching their attack. They could not do so quickly enough, for already it seemed as though their enemy's plans were well advanced. Traitor warships harried the agri-world of Peridos, pinning the Diamore system's navy in place with a cat-and-mouse battle to protect the system's food supply. The industrial world of Ioline had fallen to the traitors, its pan-polar manufactorums now churning out demon engines to fuel the traitor war effort. And here on Amathal, the supposedly cursed jewel of the Diamore system, massive force of the Crimson Slaughter had descended to attack the Adeptus Mechanicus excavation sites scattered across the globe. What the scions of Forge World Metallica sought on this planet, the Blood Angels did not know. Clearly, though, it was important. Just as the Metallicans had deployed lines of prefab defenses around their hubs and set Skitarii, Knights, and even Titans to defend them, so the forces of Chaos had descended in great strength to seize the mysterious prize from them. Captain Carlane and Chaplain Astaroth had determined that the bulk of their forces should deploy to reinforce the buckling Mechanicus lines before the traitors broke through and seized whatever it was they sought. To this end, the aircraft of Strike Force Astorath swept low over the nameless northern forests of Amathal. They crossed the Terminator from night to day, skimming through the burning rays of a new dawn as they neared their target destination. Brothers, came Astorath's sepulchral voice over the Vox. 1 minute until deployment. Auguries suggest that former Chapter Master Cranon leads the attacks in person at Beta Secundus. Be advised, Mechanicus personnel on the ground are reporting some form of extreme malefic manifestation.
Am I alert?
Demons? Asked Dayanor, gripping the haft of his crozier as he rose and moved to the drop ramp at the rear of the craft. His wards moved to stand with him, some shambling, some raving, but all following their chaplain like Baelite dust wings around a dune lantern. "Something else," responded Astorath, static fuzzing his vox with a flurry of whispers. "Information is confused, but it seems the renegades are manifesting exceptional physical and non-corporeal powers. Possession, perhaps."
Shoulder pad.
Daenor cast his death's head gaze over the black-clad brothers at his back, each shuddering with a barely contained desire to kill every traitor in their path. "They have nothing we cannot overcome, Lord Astorath." "Just so," responded the High Chaplain. "Go with the Angel's grace, brothers." The vox echoed for a moment with affirmations from the chaplains who led the army of death. Then the channel dissolved into static-laden screams, and Daenor cut his link with a grimace. 10 seconds, called the pilot from the cockpit, and with a whine of servos, the Storm Raven's rear ramp descended.
It looks a lot better in the video on stream than it does to my eyes. Like, when I look at it on stream, I don't think it's my model. When I look at it in person, I don't like it.
A hot wind blew in through the hatch, fluttering the oath papers that clung to the Blood Angel's armor.
Like, my monitor is made for colorblindness.
Angels descending.
So, like, the way that I have it set up, when I see that, it looks
as the
better.
forest gave way to blackened no man's land and boiling smoke. Gunfire stuttered and leapt
Is this
below,
what you motherfuckers see?
and blazing defensive structures flashed by. "Now, brothers, for redemption, for revenge, attack!" With those words, Death Company Chaplain Daenor launched himself from the back of the speeding Storm Raven and into the maelstrom of war. The chaplain's jump pack flared, turning his plunge into a graceful flame-winged descent.
What a detail.
Behind Daenor, the brothers of the Death Company hurled themselves out into the sky, their own jump packs roaring. Below, a savage warscape was revealed, rushing quickly up to meet them. Chaplain Daenor's gen-enhanced senses took it all in. His post-human mind, dissecting the whirl of information and assembling a detailed tactical map in a matter of heartbeats. He saw the yawning pit of the Mechanicus excavation site, servitors and drilling rigs still labouring in its Stygian depths. He saw the rings of defence lines, factorums and data temples that surrounded it, many breached and aflame. He saw the surviving Metallican forces struggling to maintain their grip on the last few streets and buildings before the pit edge. And he saw the traitors, the Crimson Slaughter and their demon engines, rampaging through the hellish scene. Then Daenor's armoured feet slammed down upon the Ferrocrete road surface, hard enough to spread spider web cracks across its surface. To his back, the Metallican firing line, Skitarii and Electro Priests, huddled behind makeshift barricades. To his fore was a charging mass of Crimson Slaughter renegades, their warped flesh and buckled armor sure stigmata of demonic possession. As his brothers landed around him, Daenor leveled his croziers and spoke a single word across the vox to unleash the fury of the Death Company. Charge! The mad and the monstrous. At Hub Beta Secundus, the Death Company army dropped in 2 waves. Chaplain Daenor and his brothers came down well within the Mechanicus complex, landing between the advanced elements of the Crimson Slaughter and their prize. Meanwhile, Astorath and Lemates led the main force of the Death Company against the outer edge of the dig site's defenses, constricting in a ring of blades and blazing gunfire. The Crimson Slaughter suddenly found themselves trapped against the defensive lines they had so recently overrun. Bolt shells flew back and forth upon plumes of flame. They exploded against black armor and red. Warriors were punched from their feet, armor rent or limbs torn off in sprays of blood. Yet few stayed down, delusional mania and unnatural energies driving them on. To the north, Chaplain Lemates led his raving brothers in great jump-packed leaps. They slammed down amongst the Crimson Slaughter, and chainswords and power axes splashed blood into the streets as the Death Company went about their hideous business. To the south, Chaplain Astorath led the attack, ebon wings stark against the war-torn skies, The enemy were every bit as empowered as he had been warned, many writhing and twisting in the throes of some form of possession. They tore power armor open with claws and fangs, or lifted and hurled tank wrecks as though they were crack grenades. Astrath's axe did its bloody work nevertheless, every swing bringing an end to the murderous rampage of another traitor. Everywhere there was carnage, as the crimson slaughter met the fury of the Death Company. Cultists scurried from one ruin to the next, rattling volleys of autogun fire into their raging enemies. They were vermin, caught in a fight between apex predators, and they knew it. The Metallican troops did what they could to support the Blood Angels, coordinating volleys to knock out demon engines and hellbrutes. All the same, it was the Adeptus Astartes who would decide this battle. Upon the primary processional, at the head of the rampway that led down into the cockpit, Chaplain Daenor and his brothers fought a brutal hand-to-hand engagement. Black-armored brethren were punched off their feet, armor cracking under the unholy strength that drove the traitors' fists. Chainswords howled through scaled flesh and warping bone, hewing off limbs that writhed and screamed. Upon the bloody roadway, one hulking traitor emptied his bolt gun's clip into Chaplain Daenor's chest, but each shot detonated harmlessly upon the holy warrior's armor or the power field of his Rosarius. In return, Daenor boosted forwards and swung his Crozius in a tight arc, smashing his assailant's head from his shoulders in a spray of blood. The chaplain found himself battling for several moments more against the traitor's headless corpse, which burned in a bonfire of emerald flames, even as it tried to tear him limb from limb. Across the hub, the Death Company fought on furiously, and the Crimson Slaughter met them with equal ferocity. The crystal-circuited corridors of the Omnissiah's data temple rang to the sound of crashes and screams as Loyalist and traitor dueled through the sacred stacks. A trio of demon engines tore through bunker complex Gamma Hades Gamma, only to be ambushed by Lemmates and his warriors. The cursed chaplain landed atop the shoulders of a raging Mauler fiend, decapitating it with a titanic blow, even as the thunder hammers and power fists of his warriors made short work of the Forge Fiend and Defiler that had accompanied the beast. Still, the fighting raged on. Cranon the Relentless bellowed, spectral flames leaping from his vox grill. Wielding his sword one-handed, he wove the blade through a lightning-fast figure of 8, lopping both arms from his Death Company attacker. Blood jetted, and the warrior fell back. Then impossibly, the Blood Angel hurled himself forward again, helmet cracking into Cranon's faceplate. "I am Sanguinius!" screamed the deranged Space Marine as Cranon staggered back, tasting blood. In response, the Chaos Lord raised one booted foot and kicked his foe square in the chest, propelling him backwards through a Factorum wall like a cannonball. There was a rumbling crash as masonry and rubble thundered down. "I think not," growled Cranon, his voice doubling then trebling in his own ears. "But I am Amethel, and I will be free." Cranon shook his helmed head, trying to clear his thoughts. He was not Amethel, but something that claimed to be was speaking through him. Whatever that entity was, it had poured its might into his followers and used them as mouthpieces to air its demand. Had he voxed the craft in orbit? Cranon thought he had, though he could not remember what he had said. Some crucial message, an imperious demand to be passed on to Sorceress Lord Zorphus of the Black Legion, the leader of this invasion. Irrelevant now, thought Cranon, as bolt shells rang from his armor. Spinning, he raised his plasma pistol and vaporized the chest of a charging Blood Angel at point-blank range. Borne by his own momentum, the warrior slammed into Cranon, and the Chaos Lord felt agony lance through his hip as a Loyalist's power sword stabbed deep. Dropping his own blade, Cranon pistoned his fist into his assailant's unhelmed face, pulping flesh and shattering bone. He hit the Death Company warrior again, then again, his armored gauntlet crunching through cartilage, bursting eyeballs, shattering teeth. After the third blow, his enemy slumped backwards, skull all but hollowed out in a gory crater. The Chaos Lord wrenched the sword from his hip, growling in pain as green energies licked across the wound, sealing it shut. Whatever this thing calling itself Amethal was, it was powerful, he would give it that. But he and his warriors had spent long years in the grip of possession, and he knew its feel. Something demonic lurked beneath this world, something that had found easy purchase upon the Crimson Slaughter's already warp-touched souls. No matter how much power it was foisting upon them, it was not welcome. Nor was it helping them win, for though his warriors had manifested incredible abilities since the fighting had begun, Cranon could hear from the Vox that they were burning up and mutating with alarming speed. Huh? Drasnicht, snarled Cranon through his whisper choke to Vox. This fight is lost. The reply came back moments later, his champion's voice shuddering with the effort of caging the unnatural might that flowed through him. It is, my lord. They are too many, and they just won't. His words were punctuated by a savage grunt of exertion and hate. Won't stay dead. Rally at the Temple of the East, ordered Cranon. The one with the Icarus arrays atop it. We will stage a break out from that location. Yes, lord, came Drasnick's voice. And then we will be free. Cranon paused for a moment. Had those been his champion's words, or those of the Amethal thing? The sound of revving chainswords and running feet told the Chaos Lord he had no time to worry now. With a curse, he set off at a run through streets boiling with the flames of war. The Crimson Slaughter attack had lost all momentum. It was fragmenting by the second, caught from both sides by Death Company and Mechanicus forces. A pack of renegade warhound titans loped in from the north, summoned to Cranon's aid, but they were intercepted before they could join the fight. Pennants fluttering, a lance of House Raven knights barred their path. Rapid-fire battle cannons thundered, stripping away the Titans' void shields in quick succession, and Baron Dargetus de Raven led a charge to engage the enemy war engines at close range. Several red-armored knights were blown apart in the fight that followed, the ground shaking as their massive metal forms crashed onto their backs. The warriors of House Raven pushed forwards despite their casualties, binary chants ringing out as they hewed at the larger war engines with roaring chain blades. One of the warhounds was finally brought down, a direct thermal cannon blast sending it sprawling in ruins across the burning grasslands. Its packmate turned to flee, loping away with long strides, but a tight volley of fire riddled its left knee joint and sent the scout titan tumbling down to join its brother in death. Meanwhile, the devastation wrought by the Death Company was breathtaking. The Crimson Slaughter were pushed back on every front, forced to huddle amongst the wrecked defenses of Beta Secundus' outskirts. The Crimson Slaughter were pushed back on every front, forced to huddle amongst the wrecked defenses of Beta Secundus' outskirts. Many of the traitors were becoming slow and clumsy, burdened by uncontrollable mutation or shrouded with energies that were causing them to literally burst into flames. Such are the wages of heresy, bellowed Chaplain Daenor, dropping another convulsing foe with a bolt shell to the head. Such is the touch of the false gods. There is only the Emperor and the Angel. The Death Company warriors at his side roared incoherently. They had fought with magnificent strength and courage, reflecting Daenor proudly, despite their terrible affliction. Though the enemy had thrown everything at them, from brass sinew demon engines to disgusting warpcraft, still Daenor's warriors had prevailed. The Death Company were advancing along a wide ferrocrete processional, lined with crackling pylons, blue lightning leaping from one to the next in rapid sequence. Behind them came Skitarii, both vanguard and rangers, the bionic warriors struggling to keep up with the swift jog of the Death Company.
Fall asleep.
Daenor's auspex told him that the foe were concentrating their forces somewhere ahead, around the base of a forge temple. "Lord," voxed Daenor to Astorath, "I am moving up towards the temple, but my forces stretch thin. The Metallicans cannot keep pace." "Understood, Chaplain Daenor," came Astorath's response a moment later. "Lemartes reports his brothers have also become thinly spread. Dreadnought Lucian is at least a mile west of his current position." "Our attack will be staggered, Lord," stated Daenor. "Should we hold back?" "No, brother," replied Astorath, his voice cold and deadly as a blade's edge. "These traitors shall not draw breath a second longer than they must. We attack as we arrive. Do not give them a moment's respite. Kill them all." "As you will it, Lord Executioner," responded
Here, guys.
Daenor,
Give me a second.
switching Vox channels as he primed his jump pack for action. "Skitarii leader, come in," he barked, and received an immediate response. "Death Company Chaplain, this is Vanguard Alpha Decimus Rho. Please go ahead." Daenor's jump pack roared to life, propelling him in a long leap that his warriors followed without hesitation. Factorum facades rushed by on either side. Up ahead, his visual display picked out enemy silhouettes amongst the rubble. "Decimus Rho, by the Angel's grace we are launching our attack. Move to support as quickly as you can." The Skitarii response crackled back over Daenor's Vox, even as enemy bolt shells started to whoosh and boom around him. "Understood, Death Company Chaplain. Cogitate 1.24 minutes decreasing to effective fire range. Go with the Omnissire's blessing." Daenor leapt again, a lucky round striking his armored chin and exploding. The chaplain flew on through the blast, raising his voice once more in the litanies of battle as he plunged down into the enemy's midst. Then all was the crunch and slam of close combat between power-armored giants. Daenor's first swing caught a renegade under the chin, ripping his helmet loose in a spray of ichor. The chaplain's bolt pistol roared, 3 shells striking another foe and blasting his breastplate open. The wounded renegade howled and lurched forwards, only to be pulped into the floor by a descending thunder hammer as one of Daenor's Death Company crashed down into the fight. A traitor whose arms had become flame-wreathed chitinous talons lunged at Daenor, eyes bulging all across his armor. The chaplain tore away one of the abomination's limbs with a blow from his croziers, staggering as the other pincered in and cracked the armor over his chest. 2 more Death Company brothers landed hard alongside him, hurling themselves at the mutated heretic with chainswords screaming. Blood sprayed and armor sundered, and the hacked remains of Daenor's attacker splattered to the ground. Looking around, Daenor could see that his warriors were overwhelming their twisted foes. Few of these renegades could even wield a blade, they were so deformed. The thought caught in his mind, and the chaplain cursed as he saw his foe's plan. "These freaks are but a diversion," he voxed. "They're trying to slow us down. Decimus Rho, we're pushing ahead. Mop up behind us." Daenor received a vox pip of acknowledgement, the first radium rounds punching into heretic flesh and armor as the Death Company triggered their jump packs once more. Soaring along the roadway, Chaplain Daenor now saw ahead the paved courtyard before the temple. There, Crimson Slaughter warriors were piling into revving tanks, while demon engines mustered around them. They were preparing to break out and escape their fate. "No," gritted the chaplain as he plunged down for another landing. "No traitor leaves this place alive." Chaplain Daenor's warriors were the first to reach the square before the temple, and they were met by a storm of firepower. Blood-splattered traitor land raiders blasted away with lance cannons and heavy bolters, churning the ferrocrate into dust and rubble. Centauroid Ford fiends wheeled and vomited great gouts of ectoplasma into the Death Company's midst, vaporizing several warriors.
"Hey, Cassius Corner, how you doing?"
His brothers came on, tank-busting weaponry ready in their armored fists.
What's going on?
Hurling himself forward, one Death Company brother grabbed the churning track of a traitor rhino and crushed a great section of it, forcing the packed transport to slew to a halt. Another landed next to one of the enemy land raiders and swung his thunderhammer straight at its rumbling power plant. The resultant fireball blew the Blood Angel off his feet and flipped the traitor tank on its roof with a deafening crash. The traitor's side hatches slammed open, and warriors of the Crimson Slaughter scrambled groggily out, straight into the waiting blades of the Death Company. The enemy's numbers were great, however, and the Death Company small. Though they crippled several transports and neutralized 2 demon engines, Daenor's warriors were being punished for their efforts. In under a minute, more than half of his warriors were dead, and the rest looking sure to meet the same fate. "All Death Company brothers!" voxed Daenor, ducking the monstrous swing of a Hellbrute's fist. "If you're close, we need aid!" No sooner had the words left Daenor's lips than a nearby Factorum facade crashed outwards, and a trio of Death Company dreadnoughts stormed through the rubble. Melter guns hissed, boring glowing holes in the Hellbrute's torso and sending it crashing onto its back. Seconds later, the dread figure of High Chaplain Astorath leapt from the side street, another mass of Death Company at his back. Black rhinos roared in with them, one hammering headlong into a fleeing Crimson Slaughter tank and smashing it over onto its side. "Let none escape!" boomed Astorath, his amplified voice rolling like thunder across the square. "Teach them that the price of heresy is death!" Daenor leapt over the fallen Hellbrute and ran on. He threw himself aside as a Hellbrute swept low overhead, jets screaming and jaws spewing warp flame. Black-armored warriors pressed on, still fighting despite being wreathed head to toe in unholy fires, and Daenor saluted their sacrifice. As the Helldrake banked up and away from the fight, a sudden cloud of warheads streaked up to engulf it, tearing its hellish body apart and hurling the wreckage away into the ruins. Daenor glanced back to see Decimus Rose Skitarii spilling into the square, smoke still drifting from the Icarus array of their lead dune crawler. "On, brothers, on!" exhorted Daenor. "Wipe them out!" A traitor rhino ground to a halt before him, and the chaplain boosted onto its roof. As the tank's top hatch burst open, he hammered his Crozius Arcanum into the face of the first renegade to emerge, hurling him back into his accursed comrades. Daenor primed a crack grenade and sent it after the maimed traitor, leaping away upon the blazing wings of his jetpack just before the tank exploded. Sanguinius spread his wings wide, leaping high with a great shout. He soared through the smoke of battle, seeing his enemies scatter in fear as his shadow fell across them. They could not escape his vengeance, for he was the angel of Baal, and to the traitor he was death. Sanguinius plunged down into the square of contemplation, landing in the shadow of the Iron Star Bastion. Around him his children fought furiously against the vile sons of Horus. Turncoats, betrayers. The very thought made fury surge through him, and with a bellowed war cry, he swung his blade in a great arc that lopped the head from the nearest foe. Others turned their bolters towards him, daring to fire upon the angel. He grimaced as their rounds struck home, surely causing more pain than any Primarch should feel. Some artifice of the enemy, he realized. Some curse of warpcraft that lent power to their weapons. He shrugged off his hurts, ignoring the blood that spilled from rents in his black armor. Another sword stroke, and another traitor fell, clove in twain. A parry, a spin, a thrust, and a third victim was spitted. Sanguinius was brought up short as his next opponent came at him. Clad in crimson armor he could not identify and burning with green fire. What trickery was this? The moment's hesitation almost cost the Primarch his head, as a traitor swung a crackling axe at him. Sanguinius pulled his head back, the weapon nicking his helm's faceplate and crazing one lens. Angry, the angel wrenched the ridiculous thing off his head. What need had he of such a helm? Why was he even wearing it? Baring his fangs, the angel swung the helmet with all his might, caving in his enemy's face with it, before hurling the offending article away in disgust. He turned again and froze for a moment as, all around him, reality seemed to churn. Where before had been bolt-riddled statues and trampled gardens, now was the hellish interior of some vast chamber. Burning braziers that cast a baleful light hung from its vaulted ceiling, and marble steps led up to a monstrous throne crowned with an all-seeing eye. A figure stood before it, his brother, the arch-traitor, Horus Lupercal. Sanguinius's rage surged once more, as a power-bloated giant crooked one claw at him in mocking invitation. Raising his blade, Sanguinius charged. He rammed his sword through Horus's breastplate with all his might, blood spattering from his lips as he was impaled in turn upon the War Master's talon. As he tumbled slowly down the steps, his once brilliant wings bloodied and broken, Sanguinius smiled. For with his death, he had struck the killing blow. The War Master was dead. The Imperium was saved. With that last thought, Brother Gallianus rolled onto his back amidst the traitors he had slain, a serene smile spreading across his features as he knew peace at last in death. As he arced upwards, Chaplain Daenor could see that the jaws of the Death Company were closing upon the throat of the Crimson Slaughter host. Dozens of traitors had spilled from their wrecked transports, many stumbling a few paces before exploding messily or collapsing amid pyres of emerald flame. The rest fought like cornered beasts, hacking, bludgeoning, and blasting the Death Company while screaming their hatred of the Emperor's servants. But with more Imperial forces arriving every minute, the balance of the battle had tipped. It could only be a matter of time before the last of the Crimson Slaughter were cut down. And then, as Daenor landed once more amidst the bloodshed and mayhem of the battle, the western wall of the temple blew out with a mighty boom. Rubble spilled outwards in a great avalanche. Towering columns of armor glass and circuitry toppled, sparking, to shatter against the ferrocrete. Dust billowed out in a choking wave. From amid the ruin surged a trio of land raiders, cracks churning furiously as they surged across the tumbled masonry and data stacks. A handful of Death Company Marines were caught in their path, still half buried in rubble, and the tank's las cannons spat bright beams of killing energy at them as they surged past. Daenor cursed as he saw that these foes, at least,
I am shaking like a motherfucker today, guys.
The Blood Angels had nothing in the vicinity that could catch them. "Let them go," came Astrath's voice, a commanding note that cut through even the madness of the surviving Death Company. "Chase them and let more fools slip away. Finish this fight and let the cowards flee." The Army of Death. It is rare for the sons of Sanguinius to lose more than a handful of brothers to the Black Rage at a time, for only under the most extreme stress do the strong-willed Blood Angels fall. Yet that was what happened in the Daemor system, when the traitor leader Zorphas's warp-spawned storm sent almost the entire Fifth Company into the clutches of the floor. For many months, the High Chaplain of the Blood Angels had been a driving force behind the ongoing fortification of Baal, directing his brothers and the arriving warriors of the successor chapters, ensuring their world and its moons against the coming storm of High Fleet Leviathan. Yet, when the cry for aid came from the Daemor system, Astrath the Grim felt a presentiment of terrible danger creep over him, and knew that he must answer this summons. Astrath sensed something dreadful at work, something that would see all that his chapter had labored for turn to ash should they fail to stop it. Yet with a heavy heart, he heard also the song of the lost within his mind, and knew that this battle would cost many of his brothers their minds and souls. Such has always been the burden of Astorath the Grim, to sense the sorrow of his brother's fall before even they know of it, and to bear it for them unto the bitter end. Astorath gave no hint of his dire premonitions as he ordered his force assembled, drawing warriors from the fortress garrisons and picket lines of the Baal system, and readying them to strike forth into the stars. His strike force was built around the battle brothers of the Fifth Company, supported by elements from the chapter armory and the Scout Brothers of the 10th. Those warriors embarked their twin strike cruisers full of noble determination to make war upon the Imperium's foes and protect the servants of the Emperor from harm. To a man, they were ready for any battle, no matter how terrible. All had witnessed the works of heretics and knew how to destroy them. Yet for all their conviction, and for all Astorath's dread foreboding, none could have predicted the horrors that would befall the Brothers of the Fifth upon translating from the warp into the Diamor system. The strike cruisers had not even unshrouded their guns or woken the machine spirits of their augurs when the psychic storm engulfed them. The moment their Geller fields dropped, howling warp energies flowed across their hulls and raced crackling down their corridors. Kaleidoscopic lightning danced over sparking hulls, while boiling clouds of ectoplasm formed leering faces in the void. Every blood angel aboard those craft was beset by horrific visions. Perversions of the battle for the Emperor's palace, in which fire rained from the skies, and the angel lay bloodied and broken amid the rubble. Madness raced through the ranks like wildfire. Battle brothers bellowing in sudden, uncontrollable fury, or collapsing into fugue states in the corridors and cells of their ships. Some rampaged from chamber to chamber, convinced that they fought upon the battle barge of the arch-traitor himself. Crew serfs and servitors were torn apart by the Lost Brothers. Ship systems failed as the Blood Angels turned upon their own craft, and only the swift and courageous intervention of the Death Company chaplains prevented disaster from becoming all-out slaughter. Astorath and his chaplains moved solemnly amongst the Lost Brothers, restraining their fury and gathering them together. Where words of solace and calm were required, they were given. Where Lost Brothers needed to be physically restrained, the chaplains did their duty with strength and courage. It was clear that almost all of the Fifth Company had fallen to the floor. So great was their sorrow that the survivors burned to rush straight to battle and tear their enemies limb from limb. Instead, they crushed down their rage and attended to their duties to the fallen. Power armor and transport vehicles were repainted in ashen black, daubed with the red cross of the lost. Oath papers were affixed, and final benedictions spoken over shaking, muttering warriors. Jump packs and close combat weaponry were brought from storage with great ceremony and issued to the lost for their final battle. By the time the Blood Angels loosed the fury of their fallen brethren upon Lord Zorfas's forces, they were no mere rabble of lunatics, but the army of death. A weapon forged in loss and fury that would tear the heart from their enemies before finally being destroyed in turn. The Fallen and the Lost. Death Company Chaplain Daenor. From the bloody slaughter in the Catrian Heights to the hellish invasion of the Nightmare Well, Chaplain Daenor has battled his way through some of the most horrific battles in the Blood Angels' history. Never once has his composure failed him. Never once has he succumbed to the floor. And this alone is enough to have seen him elevated to the rank of Death Company Chaplain. No matter how dire the circumstances or dread the foe, Daenor's icy composure never cracks. Moreover, his deep spirituality and natural leadership qualities do much to steady the warriors around him. He is a light in the darkness, a beacon of hope and fortitude amongst the smoke-wreathed hell of the battlefield. And even the most lost of his brothers follow his lead without question. Daenor is far more than a figurehead, of course. His skill in close combat is prodigious. Even wielding his bulky Crozius Arcanum in battle, Daenor strikes and parries as quickly as any expert swordsman. It is here, in the heat of battle, that the coldly composed chaplain reveals his true zeal. Every strike is driven with a furious strength of utter conviction. Each thunderous blow that connects hurls another broken foe to the ground. Their life smote from them in the name of the Angel and the Emperor. Assault on Amathal. The Blood Angels made all speed for the Diamor system. On board their strike cruisers, They prepared to bring battle to the hated Black Legion. This enemy was a product of Horus's perfidy, and the sons of the Angel were ready to punish them for their treachery. Yet they were to emerge straight into the jaws of an insidious trap. At the time of the Blood Angel's arrival, the Diamor system had already been plunged into a savage war. Its settled worlds burned, and many millions of Imperial servants lay dead at the hands of the worshippers of the Dark Gods. It had begun with piratical attacks by Black Legion craft around the sixth planet of the Diamor system, the Agri world of Peridos. Packs of Black Legion cruisers emerged from the dense asteroid field of the Zircon Sprawl and began striking at the enormous grain barges that wallowed in Peridos's orbit. It was these craft that ferried food supplies to the rest of the Diamor system, and their survival was paramount. The planet's defenders had fought back as best they could, defense lasers spitting fire into the sky, while lightning squadrons scrambled from airfields across the oceans of gene crops. For all the heroics of those brave pilots, the numbers had been swiftly winnowed, while the Chaos cruisers continued to raid with impunity. An Imperial response had not been long in coming. The system capital was the huge half-planet of Tormalid, a strange relic of the Great Crusade that boasted an entire hemisphere of naval shipyards, grav hives and void-bound structures. Tormalid was an operational hub for the warships of Battlefleet Obscurus, and as such, it was ruled over by planetary governor Gordas, a former Lord Admiral of the Imperial Navy.
The backpack.
This heroic veteran of void warfare recognized the terrible threat to his system posed by the loss of Peridos and its barge fleet. Moreover, his infamous ire was stoked by the sheer audacity of the Chaos attack. Bellowing that it would simply not be borne, the Lord Admiral dispatched almost the entirety of his planet's naval strength to protect his system's supply lines. It was a commendably swift and decisive move, made for solid strategic reasons. It was also precisely what the Chaos forces were waiting for. Melting back into the cover of the Zircon Sprawl,
I need to do the base.
The Black Legion cruisers began a cat-and-mouse fight, forcing the Imperial Navy to spend their strength hunting for targets and defending the vulnerable convoys of Peridosian grain barges. With the enemy fleet committed elsewhere, the main Chaos Armada broke from the warp and descended upon the industrial world of Oline. Lord Admiral Gordas and his court could only watch in horror as the warriors of the Black Legion and their word-bearer allies slaughtered the defenders of Ireline's pan-polar hives. Worse was to come as, rather than launch a conventional assault against the world's southern hemisphere, the Chaos invaders simply deployed Ireline's atomic arsenal against it. One half of the old industrial world tore the other half apart in a hideous act of self-immolation, leaving billions dead, and the invaders firmly in possession of Ireline's polar manufactorums. They wasted no time in converting these through dark ritual and arcane science, creating monstrous demon engine factories that would provide a steady stream of reinforcements for the war to come. Those earlier assaults were but a preamble, the foundations upon which the true Chaos attack would be built. Now the traitors turned their attention to their real goal, the cursed paradise of Amathal. A huge and idyllic garden world with a human-compatible biosphere, Amathal should have been the jewel in the crown of the Diamor system. Instead, it had long been an enigma to be feared. Astropaths and navigators alike could say only that there was something wrong with Amathal, the sense of a vast staring eye occluded by a mysterious veil. Though numerous attempts had been made to colonize Amathal over the centuries, none had been successful. The planet's beautiful meadows, lush forests, obvious mineral wealth, and teeming oceans begged to be exploited by the rapacious Imperium. But like a starving man presented with a poisoned apple, a single bite proved lethal. Within hours of landing upon Amathal, human colonists reported nausea, dizziness, and crippling headaches. Auditory and visual hallucinations followed, accompanied by insomnia, dislocation, and paranoia. The longest that any prefab settlement had lasted on Amethal was 2 weeks. By the end of that time, every last colonist had either killed themselves or been slain by the others. Amethal had thus remained unsettled and unexplored until just months before the Chaos invasion. It was at that time that techno-archaeologist Dominus Ivasnophon arrived at the head of a huge explorator fleet from the forge world of Metallica. Though the Magos had declined to share with Lord Admiral Gordas the nature of his work, he had insisted that his forces be permitted to land upon Amethal and to excavate its surface as they saw fit. Dismissing warnings that the world was cursed, the Metallicans pressed ahead, landing prefabricated macro-temples, forged factorums, extensive defenses, and huge excavator machines. They were accompanied to the surface by hundreds of thousands of Skitarii, electro-priests and combat servitors, as well as a sizable force of knights from the Mechanicus-aligned House Raven. Ivasnophon and his followers wasted no time in establishing massive archaeotechnological digs at key sites across the northern and southern hemispheres of Amethal. It was clear that they sought something beneath the surface, perhaps some ancient technology or powerful weapon. They also seemed to expect attack, for their fortification lines were formidable, and the blackened kill zones they blasted out around each of their enclaves could be seen from space. The machine spirits of the Metallican macro-temples linked noospherically across the globe, churning through endless reams of data as they worked on some grand computational conundrum. As the Mechanicus worked, they accepted the slow but steady attrition of their biological units as a reasonable cost for continued operation on Amethal's surface. Curt missives from Ivasnophon to the office of Lord Admiral Gordas suggested that, after many months of toil, the Mechanicus were on the verge of a breakthrough that would be of paramount importance to the Imperium. And then the Black Legion and their allies struck. By the time the ships of the Blood Angels' 5th Company broke warp on the edge of the Diamor system, the Metallican forces were already firmly on the back foot. Crannon the Relentless, and a massive force of his infamous Crimson Slaughter, had executed headlong combat drops onto Amethal's surface, closing in upon the Mechanicus excavation sites and laying siege to their defenders. The Blood Angels had barely time to gather the most basic Auspex and Vox data on the system before the enemy struck. 2 strike cruisers, Angelic Blade and Flame of Baal, bore the warriors of the 5th Company. Aboard both ships, alarms howled and emergency lighting strobed madly. Machine spirits attempted to seal warp transit shutters, confused by Auspexes flooded with conflicting data. On board both craft, the cloistered navigators had time to scream in horror before a vast wave of sorcerous phantasms struck. This was no random translation catastrophe, but rather a warp-spawned psychic storm, conjured by the Black Legion sorcerer Lord Zorphas, whose flagship, the Stygian Beast, had waited in ambush within 500 miles of the Blood Angels' emergence point. Billowing thunderheads of filthy unlight flowed around the Blood Angels' ships and subjected those on board to hideous psychic assault. Crew helots wailed in terror as their craft buckled madly around them and weird phantasms whirled behind their eyes. Yet worse by far were the psychic storm's effects upon the Blood Angels. Each battle brother was transported in an instant to the darkest hours of the Siege of Terra. They witnessed screaming demons on every side, the walls of the Emperor's Palace toppling in flames, and the godlike apparition of Horus laughing triumphantly in the burning skies above. Worst of all, each of them saw Sanguinius lying broken amidst the ruin of the Emperor's dreams, slain by the traitor's hands. A few, those of exceptionally strong will or possessed of the full wisdom of their reclusium, were able to endure. Yet, dozens of noble battle brothers did not. Their sanity shattered as the black rage roared up from their souls to claim them. By the time the curse storm finally dissipated, only Astaroth the Grim, the stasis-frozen Chaplain Limbates, A handful of librarians, veterans, and Death Company chaplains remained sane. The strike cruisers themselves were paralyzed, their Helot crews stunned by the shock of what had befallen them. At that moment, the Chaos flagship might have struck and annihilated its victims while bedlam reigned upon the strike cruiser's decks. Yet, for some reason unknown, it hung back. The timely arrival of those ships dispatched by Commander Dante, strike cruisers and escorts bearing the Second Company and a large portion of the First, saw the Chaos battleship retreat, leaving madness and misery in its wake. Outraged at the horrors that had been wrought, Captains Carlane and Aphael formed a cordon of ships around their stricken brothers and dispatched their chaplains and veteran brothers to help restore order. Still, it was the best part of a day before the newly fallen Death Company, nearly 100 strong, could be gathered, armed and armoured as befitted their damned status. During that time, Carlane spoke via astropathic message with Lord Admiral Gordas and with Dominus Ivasnophon on Amathal. A plan of action was swiftly established, and Carlane swore he would see the Black Legion pay for their heinous act. After dispatching an honour guard to Tormelid to protect the Lord Admiral, the primary strength of the Blood Angels then drove straight for Amathal. It was theorized that this was the enemy's true objective, and that with their deviant sorcery, they had perhaps hoped to prevent the Blood Angels from intervening in the battle. First Captain Carlane was glad to disappoint them. The 5 excavation sites dotted across Amathal were clearly the areas of primary importance on the planet's surface, having borne the brunt of the Chaos assault, and so the Blood Angels' forces were split between them. The 3 sites in the Northern Hemisphere had been designated by the Metallicans as Hub Alpha Prime, Beta Secundus, and Cognis Tertius. To the south were hubs Daedalus Quartus and Enigmus Quintus. All were beset by Lord Zorphas's Crimson Slaughter allies, but Beta Secundus and Enigmus Quintus required the most immediate aid. The former had been all but overrun by Cranon the Relentless and his personal guard, who were reported to be exhibiting unusual levels of supernatural strength and fortitude that the Mechanicus believed were linked to a hidden power that lay beneath the planet's surface. Meanwhile, Magos Ivasnophon was in personal command of the forces fighting at Enigmus Quintus and demanded immediate audience with Captain Carlane. The Magos claimed that he was in possession of vital strategic information, but that this was so sensitive it could not be exchanged even via encrypted vox. While small Blood Angels strike forces split off to oppose the Crimson Slaughter elsewhere, Carlane led his Archangels to Enigmus Quintus, and the entire newly created Death Company descended upon Cranon and his Crimson Slaughter forces at Beta Secundus. Skimming low over woods and rivers in their black-hulled Storm Ravens, the Death Company fell upon Cranon's forces in a ferocious surprise attack. They were led by an assortment of heroes: Astrath the Grim, hefting his executioner's axe, Chaplain Lemates, shaking in the perpetual grip of the Black Rage, and the somber Death Company chaplain Daenor and his brethren of the Reclusium. It was these legendary warriors who led the way as the Death Company leapt from the assault ramps of their Storm Ravens and plunged into battle. Cranon and his followers had breached the Mechanicus' defensive lines and hurled their enemies back to the very edge of the dig site. In part, this had been due to a strange manifestation of unnatural powers amongst the Crimson Slaughter, something an order of magnitude greater than the poltergeist activity previously documented to occur in their presence. Renegade Space Marines had been witnessed lifting and hurling Onaga Dune Crawlers, shrugging off direct hits from neutron lasers and ripping open Ferrocrete bastions with their bare hands. Yet the traitor's power appeared unstable. Many of them had burned up in its fires by the time the Death Company struck. The black-armored Blood Angels dropped in 3 distinctive groups, led by Astaroth, Lemates, and Daenor respectively. The first 2 of these groups landed on the edge of the blasted kill zone outside the Mechanicus' defenses, supported by bellowing Death Company dreadnoughts. They lit their jump packs and soared swiftly into battle, making for where the Crimson Slaughter had overrun the defences so recently seized from the Metallicans. Daenor and the third group slammed down amidst the rubble-strewn streets near to the excavation site itself, and the surviving Mechanicus defenders, guided by the resolute will of the chaplain, these Death Company Marines threw back the Crimson Slaughter who were pressing in towards the excavation site, and rallied the surviving Metallicans. From a position of near victory, Crannon and his warriors suddenly found themselves beset from both sides. They were trapped amidst the defense lines they had taken, forced onto the defensive while the Death Company and their allies carved into them from both sides. It was a brutal fight. Packs of demon engines storming out to engage conclaves of Death Company dreadnoughts, while wings of Storm Raven gunships streaked back and forth overhead, strafing the traitors with heavy fire. 3 times, the Chaos Forces attempted to drive their enemies off. They were met each time with the controlled ferocity of the Death Company and its lords, and were hurled back in disarray. After the third such a defeat, with Daenor's spearhead hacking their way through his followers amidst the bunkers and trench lines, Crannon the Relentless staged a vicious breakout. The remainder of the Crimson Slaughter were not so fortunate. Death Company warriors ripped their renegade foes apart like rag dolls, hemming them in and overwhelming them through sheer brute force. Those few Crimson Slaughter who escaped the Blood Angels' encirclement fell to the waiting Metallican Skitarii, riddled with shots or vaporized by energy beams. By the time the guns fell silent around Hub Beta Secundus, many of the Death Company and great swathes of the Mechanicus garrison had been slain, but of the Crimson Slaughter, not a single cursed warrior remained alive. To know thine enemy. Imperial strategos and cryptoscripturalists have, since the opening salvos of the 13th Black Crusade, been trying to determine the true strength of Abaddon's forces. Even with the shadowy aid of the Officio Assassinorum's Varnus Temple, they have been fighting a losing battle. The swirling cauldron of war engulfing the Cadian Gate has proved nigh unquantifiable. Fresh waves of traitors and madmen flowing from the Eye of Terror by the hour. Where traitor forces had struck at neighboring systems, however, the Imperium's intelligence gatherers have proven more successful. Such attacks have typically been made by select forces, smaller invasion fleets led by trusted Black Legion lieutenants and bolstered by allied renegade warbands. The attack upon the Diamor system was no exception to this pattern, and the strategos of Tormalid had soon collated all available information on their attackers. The Sorcerer Lord Zorphas led a corps of Black Legion warriors, a sizable army of chapter comparable strength, embarked upon several Black Legion warships. Allied to this already sizable force came a second fleet, larger and more diverse, of Crimson Slaughter warships and bulk landers. Such was the main force of Lord Zorphas's fleet that it was the Crimson Slaughter shock troops who were sent first against Amathal. Other traitor elements were also present in small numbers, from the lone word-bearer's warship Cacodemon to the immense engine landers of the traitor Titan Legio Excruciatus. Each opened new strategic avenues for Lord Zorphas to exploit and presented the Imperial defenders with yet another threat to be faced. Chapter 2. Hex Infernum. The Hell Factories. The arrival of the Blood Angels had changed the tides of wars upon Amathal, and made possible a concerted counteroffensive on every front. Moreover, the attack by the Death Company upon Hub Beta Secundus had seen Crannon the Relentless and his elite guard hurled back in disarray. For a time, it looked as though the war was turning resoundingly in the Imperium's favor. When the Chaos response came, however, it was devastating. "Captain Carlane, word from Beta Secundus." A veteran battle brother held out an ornate data slate, which the captain of the Archangels took with a nod of thanks. The first captain frowned as he read the text. Carlane's Terminator Honor Guard waited close by. They burned to know what had become of the Death Company. for news had been fragmented and contradictory since the Khanate fleet had entered the system and launched a combat drop against Hub Beta Secundus. After digesting the information, Kalain spoke. "It is a report from Princeps Kadeshi of the Legio Metallica. He confirms that the attack was carried out by a Khanate horde of prodigious size. The Princeps estimates enemy numbers were many times those of the Death Company. By the time his battle group reached Beta Secundus, the majority of our lost brothers were already dead. The Princeps confirms the rumor that Khan the Betrayer led the attack. We cannot know whether his arrival is part of the enemy's plans, but given their inexplicable strategy and apparent flashes of prescience, I am tempted to believe it." Kalain was quiet for a moment, his stern gaze distant. The sergeant of his Terminator squad, Brother Alphaeus, spoke up into the silence. "First Captain, what of Astaroth, Lamates, and other chaplains?" "Some good news there at least," replied Kalain, snapping back to the present moment. "Kadeshi reports that his scout Titans engaged in a brief Vox burst with a pair of Storm Ravens that escaped the combat zone. They reported extraction of Astaroth, Lamates, and Death Company chaplain Daenor. Though the latter was severely wounded, he is believed to have fought the Betrayer." Sergeant Alphaeus shook his head in amazement. "Then his continued survival is a blessing from the Angel." "Indeed," nodded Kalain. "And we require as many of those as we can get.
All the red.
Vox reports suggest the enemy have shipped in fresh waves of demon engines from Ireline." "More?" one of the Terminators said, scowling. "The Metallican advance across the Hollow Peninsula has stalled in the face of the enemy reinforcements, and the Legio Metallica have been pulled away from Hub Beta Secundus. It is as we thought. We must stop those armored reinforcements from Ioline, or we will lose Amethal." Kalain and his honor guard stood atop a set of steep steps before the arched doorway of Hub Enigma Quintus's Temple Primus. Metallican structures rose on all sides, their smoke stacks and heavy exchangers thrusting into the sky. Servitors, Skitarii, and machine priests bustled past, ignoring the armored demigods in their midst.
There's that backpack.
The Blood Angels had
all the
come
extra red on
at the
it,
summons of
I like
techno-archaeologist Dominus Ivansnophon, the leader of the Adeptus Mechanicus on Amethal. The Magos had hinted at the dark secrets he believed the enemy sought on, or rather beneath, this world. If his guess was right, Captain Kalain dreaded to think what failure could mean. Yet the Magos' discoveries on Amethal could also herald an amazing opportunity for the Imperium. Kalain's train of thought was broken as a series of bells rang a jarring salute above the temple's door. From the gloom emerged the Magos Dominus, a hunched presence guiding at the head of a procession of chanting priests. A quartet of servitors lumbered at the Magos' back, bearing between them a bulky contraption of riveted iron, runic panels, and glowing tubes. "First, Captain," the Magos' voice buzzed from his vocal emitters, "you still intend to launch a surprise attack against the Hex Infernium on Ioline?" "After what you have told me, Magos? More than ever." "Quite," whirled the Magos. "Then have your tech marines make arrangements to transport this device aboard your chosen spacecraft. My acolytes will aid in integrating its machine spirit to that of your ship." Kalain looked dubiously at the tangle of technology before him. "What will it do?" The Magos favored him with the glare of his blue-lit eye lenses. "It will render your ship invisible, First Captain. It will give you the element of surprise." Days later, and many hundreds of thousands of miles away, diabolical factory lines churned. Pistons thumped and pounded, lubricated with steaming blood. Fang-moored furnaces roared, molten brass running from their jaws into molds of adamantium and bone. Heavy industrial armatures and bloated servitors labored ceaselessly to hammer runes of binding into spike-studded hull plates. Rivet guns whined, chains rattled. Conveyor belts of metal and flesh whirred ceaselessly on, bearing empty demon engines towards the armored summoning pens. Cultist laborers toiled beneath the crackling lashes of their overseers, shoveling fuel, dragging laden carts and hammering iron panels until their hands bled. Radioactive rain fell through the shattered roof of the half-ruined manufactorum, smashing down upon the hopeless masses that labored within. The massive building itself was just one of many. Ranks of crumbling Gothic structures clustered around the feet of the vast and terrible Hex Infernium. This was summoning and binding of an obscene scale, an abomination of twisted industry. Into this hell flashed the Blood Angels of Strikeforce Carlane. One moment, the purgatorial drudge of the engine factory ground on, as it had since Eilein's fall. The next, lightning crawled across the infernal machineries and blinding warp light strode madly through the building. An expanding sphere of energy billowed between two heavy conveyor units, scything through steam pipes and exploding rune-encrusted data stacks as it rushed onwards and outwards. Cultists staggered back in panic, blinded and deafened by the sudden blooming of the teleport flare. With a boom, the energies dissipated. In their place stood the finest warriors of the Archangels. Captain Carlane and his hand-picked Terminators, gold-held veterans, both Vanguard and Sternguard, Mephael, a grizzled sanguinary priest, the looming dreadnought brother Zoriel, his frag cannon primed and ready, and beside them, no less than 20 sanguinary guard, almost the entirety of their elite order. The Strike Force's guns lit with fury before the Chaos Forces had even grasped that there were foes in their midst. Storm bolters howled to life, drumming shells into cultists who exploded in fountains of gore. Hellfire rounds sprayed incendiary fuel across clusters of the foe, Chaos worshippers reeling and screaming as they burned. Dreadnought Zoriel's frag cannon discharged with a deafening bang, obliterating a knot of Black Legion's overseers as they rushed into view. Bolt pistols cracked, frag grenades span through the air to rip cultists to gory tatters. In under a minute, well over 100 Chaos worshippers were dead, and the Blood Angels' immediate area was completely clear. "Brothers," barked Captain Carlane, "let us not waste the element of surprise. Advance! Attack pattern Rephilim!" The Blood Angels moved out with the cool efficiency of veteran warriors, heading for the distant warding towers of the Hex Infernium. It had been unsafe to teleport any closer to that cyclone of warp energy, but the structure's mighty towers made for an unmissable point of reference. Now Carlane and his warriors were determined that nothing would stop them reaching the nearest of these. They switched magazines and charged power cells as they went, Auspex beams sweeping out to search for unseen threats amidst the industrial tangle. The Sanguinary Guard and Vanguard veterans took point as their jump packs carried them forwards in great bounding leaps. Slower than his companions, Brother Zoriel took rearguard duty, pounding unstoppably between thundering conveyor belts, with his sarcophagus torso tracking right and left in search of threats. It was not long before the Blood Angels found themselves under attack. Screaming praise to the Dark Guards, masses of cultists charged along the gangways between the production lines and clattered along gantries suspended overhead. Auto gunfire rained down on the Blood Angels from all sides, wild shots causing factory systems to short out around them in showers of sparks. As a wave of cultists closed in, a cruel voice echoed from huge biomechanical speakers strung from the manufacturum's distant ceiling. "Corpse worshippers," echoed the voice, warped by feedback and outrage into a distorted storm of sound. "I do not know how you came to invade my domain without warning, and I do not care. Just know that you stand amid the forges of Warpsmith Arthedrak, and that your trespass upon this sacred ground means death." The Blood Angels ignored the echoing voice, concentrating upon the targeting runes that scrolled across their retinal displays. Bolts and energy blasts sprayed outwards, creating a zone of death through which no enemy could pass. In the cramped confines between the industrial machineries, the tightly packed cultists stood little chance. Even those who dived into cover soon found themselves peppered with shrapnel, or engulfed in sheets of flame. Sparks flew as gunfire sighed through support cables, sending gantries tumbling down into vats of molten brass, taking gangs of screaming heretics with them. Although the enemy continued to pour forwards, Captain Carlane would not allow his advance to be stalled. With the captain at their head, assault terminators charged forwards with their lightning claws swinging in gory arcs. They ripped a path through the onrushing foe, digging through flesh and bone as though carving a tunnel. From on high, the sanguinary guard plunged down, glaives in carmine lashing out, and Angelus bolt guns hammering to reduce the cultist hordes to bloody mist. These were no angels of mercy. They were the Emperor's angels of death, and they gave no quarter to the traitors and renegades they fought. Steadily, relentlessly, like men wading through rushing floodwaters, the Blood Angels continued to forge a path forwards. Enemy corpses piled up so thick that Carlane's warriors sometimes had to barge through mounds of the slain, but still they did not stop. Here and there a veteran would stumble for a moment as a weight of fire drove him back, but then he would press on once more.
Damn it.
A few Blood Angels fell, lucky shots punching into armor joints or smashing through the eyepieces of helms. Most rose and battled on, a handful did not. No matter the cost, Strike Force Carlane slaughtered its way forwards, drawing closer to the Hex Infernium with every step. At the forefront of their advance, the wall of an alleyway crashed down in a sudden tide of rubble and twisted girders. Brother Varian leapt backwards, the sanguinary guard's jump pack boosting him through the hissing rain and out of danger. Through the tumbling ferrocrete came a massive shape, a hulking monster of iron and brass whose eyes and maw glowed with furnace fires. "Another demon engine," voxed Varian. "It has blocked this alleyway with rubble." The monster swiped with one massive claw, and Varian jumped aside, only to be struck in the chest by one of the thing's metal tentacles. He felt his black carapace crack under the force of the blow, which drove him to the very mouth of the alley. Varian raised his incarmine sword, ready to fend off the next blow, when a booming voice came from directly behind him. "Duck, brother!" Recognizing the heavy clunk of Brother Zoriel's frag cannon priming, the sanguinary guard threw himself flat. A thunderous cloud of shrapnel roared over his head, close enough to send the proximity warnings in his armor clamoring. It slammed into the demon engine's head, sending the thing reeling backwards. Another blast followed the first, pounding through the mangled wreckage of the demon engine's face and blowing its torso apart in a hail of spinning metal fragments. Varian rose, driving rain and burning iron rattling from his armor. He turned and nodded his thanks to the dreadnought looming behind him. "Another path is blocked," rumbled the massive walker. "It is," replied Varian. "Then we will find another way," boomed Zoriel, wheeling and stomping away. "We shall," muttered Varian. "But where?" The sanguinary guard shot a quick glance up and down the street. It was hemmed in on both sides by scabrous manufactorums, from within which thundered the din of continued industry. That sound was almost drowned out by the crash and rumble of the battle raging all around. Despite their best efforts, the Blood Angels had become ever more spread thin, and their momentum had slowed to a crawl. Wobsmith Arthadrak had begun sending demon engines against them some minutes earlier, and the iron-bound monsters were taking their toll. Cultists still flooded in from all sides, their numbers augmented by hardened knots of Black Legionaries, whose gunfire had claimed the lives of several Archangels already. The nearest warding tower of the Hex Infernium loomed above the streets just north of their position, so close that its crackling energies made Varian's skin crawl and his soul itch. With the foe pouring down upon them as fast as the irradiated rain, and every route blocked by fresh obstacles, it might as well have been on another planet. The Blood Angels fought on with everything they had. They would never give in, no matter the odds. It was not in their nature. "Brothers!" came Captain Carlane's shout over the vox. "Form on my position. Crack grenades at the ready. We'll bring down the wall on the north side of the street and push forwards through that manufactorum. They will not stop us." It was then that the street began to shake. rubble and dust sluiced from the Manufactorum facades, spilling into the street. The rain hissed red and bloody from armor and ferrocrete, and the roadway began to crack and splinter, vomiting molten brass and leering human skulls. "No!" breathed Varian, a moment before a towering monster of blood and brass crashed through the ruins and plunged into the roadway. As tall as the buildings that surrounded it,
like the other camera sees it how you see it on a table,
as wide as two large Land Raiders smashed together.
Think I'll be able to tell?
The Lord of Skulls were the behemoth of war. Heat rolled from the thing in waves, irradiated steam wreathed it. As the monster rumbled into battle, the cultists all around gave a mighty scream of terrified adulation. The many-barreled cannon on the demon engine's arm spun with a deafening whine, and an entire squad of Vanguard veterans simply disappeared in an unstoppable hail of massive shells. Varian cried in outrage at the sight. He triggered his jump pack and hurtled up the street towards the abomination. His brothers flew with him, closing in from all sides to battle the demon engine. The machine turned with shocking speed, its vast chain cleaver lashing out. 4 golden-armored warriors were struck from the air, smashing into a Manufactorum wall by the weapon's churned teeth and mangled to bloody ruins. Varian soared over the swing, landing on the monster's shoulder guard and lunging forward. The point of his sword rammed into the side of the demon engine's helm. Varian's cry of triumph was choked off as his masterwork blade shattered like glass against the thing's armor. With an echoing roar, the Lord of Skulls shook Varian free. The Sanguinary Guard tumbled down to the road below. Varian landed in a crouch, seeing the fire of his brothers hammering against the demon engine's armor to no avail. As it turned its cannon to let fly once again, Varian knew a moment of despair. Then the Sanguinary Guard saw a golden light plunging down through the churning clouds like a falling star, and hope soared within him. Victory or death. Captain Carlane, too, felt hope rise up in him as the Sanguinor struck from on high like the sword of Sanguinius himself. The golden angel slammed down onto the Lord of Skulls' broad shoulders and rammed his sword to the top of its helm. Where Brother Varian's blade had broken against the thing's hell-forged hide, the sword of the Sanguinor could not be stopped. It stabbed down through the war engine's head all the way to the crossguard, before ripping free again in a geyser of molten brass. The demon engine lurched,
black-armored,
trying to swat its attacker with its massive cleaver, and Carlane felt a moment of horror at the thought of that monstrous weapon striking the golden angel. Yet the Sanguinor had already leapt away, coming down atop one of the tanks of boiling blood on his enemy's back. A swift flick of the angel's sword, and the tank's armor-glass flank shattered, followed by another, then another. Scalding gore spilled in a tide across the roadway. The Lord of Skulls lashed out again, more sluggish now as it did so. Captain Carlane saw his moment. Turning his back upon the cultists who packed the street, he pounded down the roadway and swung his weapon with all his might. Carlane's thunderhammer crashed against the demon engine's nearest track, severing it in a blast of concussive force and stranding the monster amid a spray of buckling track links. The Lord of Skulls gave a bellow of pure fury, but it was cut short as the Sanguinor swooped down to finish off his crippled foe. His blade swang, metal sheared explosively. The demon engine's severed head crashed down into the roadway. The Lord of Skulls juddered and spasmed as molten metal and gore bubbled up from its neck like lava from a volcano, and then it ground to a halt. "For Sanguinius!" shouted Carlane, his battle brothers joining him in a mighty cheer. It drowned out the moans of the cultists, who stared in dismay at their butchered idol cooling to dull metal in the pouring rain. With redoubled ferocity, the surviving blood angels cut a path through the enemy ranks. Dozens of cultists were mowed down or ripped apart in a matter of moments. Traitor blood mingled with the falling rain, spreading in crimson slicks and spilling away into rubble-choked gutters and drains. Every second saw the heretic death toll rise, the cultists' panic hampering their aim and shattering their cohesion. If such a mighty engine of death as the Lord of Skulls could not bring the invaders low, ran their thoughts, then what could? When the Golden Angel swooped down from the dead engine's shoulders to join the fight, the enemy masses lost their last shred of nerve. They fled screaming into the surrounding streets, abandoning their sorely outnumbered Black Legion masters to a swift death. Their cries of terror even drowned out the furious voice of warpsmith Althedrak, still booming impotently from gargoyle-mouthed speakers that lined the corpse-heaped street. Even as his brothers were scything down the last of the surrounding foe, Carlane dropped to one knee before the Sanguinor. Rainwater sluiced down his face as he raised it to look upon the golden countenance of his chapter's guardian angel. Wordlessly, the Sanguinor bade Carlane stand, then turned his gaze towards the crackling biomechanical monstrosity of the nearby warding tower. Arcs of black lightning leapt and twined between the tower and its distant counterparts, then on around the cyclopean circumference of the Hex Infernium, forming a cage that held the whirling warp rift in check. "Yes," said Carlane resolutely. "Time is short. The enemy have been driven off, nothing more. We must get this done before they return." The Sanguinor nodded once, then took wing in a rush of air, leaving Carlane to order his surviving warriors. So many dead, thought Carlane sourly, as he watched the sanguinary priest moving between the bodies with his narthekium clicking and whirring. The traitors would pay for those deaths. He would make them mean something. "Brothers," he voxed, "to me! Watch the flanks and follow the Sanguinor. We have bought ourselves a moment's respite. Let us make the most of it."
Oh.
The Blood Angels moved quickly, their objective in sight, and the Sanguinor soaring above them as their guiding star. The surviving Sanguinary guard gravitated to him, leaping and gliding in the Angel's wake. Carlane watched his retinal display carefully, absorbing Auspic's feed, Vox intercepts, ammo counts and strategic dispositions with supernatural efficiency. The enemy was circling like vultures, fresh packs of demon engines and bands of Black Legionnaires massing, herding the cultists together before them. The circle was closing around Carlane and a small band of survivors. "This is going to be a close-run thing," voxed Carlane to Terminator Sergeant Alphaeus. "If I order it, you will lead our brothers to the extraction point. I have the vortex grenade. It only takes one of us to set it off." "Understood, First Captain," replied Alphaeus, his tone conveying his displeasure at the command, even as duty compelled him to accept it. Then the roadway turned, the manufactories ran out, and the Blood Angels found themselves standing upon the edge of an area of rubble and wreckage. Carlane looked up at the obscene immensity of the warding tower rising above him, taking in its pulsing cables, its twisted amalgam of flesh and metal, and the glowing proliferation of eldritch runes that burned across its surface. He tasted ash and metal in his throat. His mind recoiled from the seething maelstrom of warp energies, half visible through the black lightnings leaping out from the tower. "Unclean," growled Sergeant Alphaeus. "Let's kill the damn thing and be done." Carlane shot his subordinate a humorless grin and set out across the rubble, leading his men towards the base of the tower. The structure was huge, easily thrice the height of a warlord titan, and riddled with tunnel entrances that receded into darkness. Carlane glanced again at his tactical display. He watched the converging waves of the foe closing in. They had moments at most. "Brothers," began the first captain.
"What do we do? Chainsword, bolt pistol?"
"From here I go on alone. I shall trigger the vortex grenade within the base of the tower and set loose the energies to bring it low. You will fight your way to the extraction point."
And
several of the Blood Angels raised their voices in protest, but Carlane silenced them. "There is no time, and the enemy numbers are too great. Your breakout will distract the foe, providing enough time for me to trigger the grenade and complete the mission. We will not dishonor our fallen brothers by wasting their deaths." His warriors fell silent, and Carlane hefted the bulky vortex grenade, looking for a moment upon the last weapon he would ever wield. The destructive power of this rare device would be more than enough to rip the tower's base apart and bring it tumbling down. Carlane turned to do his duty and found himself face to face with the expressionless mask of the Sanguinor. Minutes later, the surviving battle brothers of Strikeforce Carlane were fighting their way along a rain-slicked street with the Hex Infernium at their backs. "These curs are slowing us down," growled Carlane, blazing shots into another Black Legionary and sending him sprawling. "The Sanguinor will have
no
the
shade on him,
by
so
now.
we're gonna shade the fuck out of him real hard, real quick.
Intoned Brother Zoriel.
There's a little bit of shade.
Catching a traitor in his power fist and crushing him.
Not enough.
The dreadnought staggered as a crack grenade burst against his shoulder, ripping through armored plates and setting broken wires to sparking. His fist seized up, still gripping the pulped wreckage of his victim. "Which means we must make haste." Carlane grunted in agreement and swung his thunder hammer, smashing aside a knot of cultists. He led the way between the mangled wrecks of a pair of demon engines, his warriors following. Stomping in Carlane's wake, the dreadnought shouldered the wrecks aside, blasting frag rounds down the street towards the next approaching band of enemies. More Blood Angels poured through in his wake, firing back at the enemy hordes that dogged their steps. "Heretic scum!" boomed Zoriel. "Do you not know you stand in the path of the righteous? Death is too good an end for such as you."
Maybe this is too heavy, maybe it's not, because the other models come out pretty black.
Carlane.
They come out pretty good.
As enemy shots rattled from his armor,
we'll see how
and his
this
brothers
turns
returned fire.
Maybe I drive Russia too.
But we must break through. Our strength is needed elsewhere.
Full fucking tell.
True, First Captain, rumbled Zoriel. And for a moment, Carlane could have sworn he had a hint of grim amusement in the dreadnought's voice.
Okay.
But according to my Auspex readings, the Golden Angel has just detonated your vortex grenade. We'll see them scatter now, will we not? The next moment, there came a vast sky-shaking roar. Looking back the way they had come, Carlane saw the top of the warding tower shudder. The Sanguinor must have succeeded. In triggering the vortex grenade, the weapon's devastating energies would now be running rampage through the tower's base, consuming everything they touched and dragging the matter of reality into the sucking abyss of the warp. The tower top shook again, and then the whole structure began to lean and, slowly, to topple. As the tower fell, it gathered pace, its structure buckling and collapsing as it was subjected to stresses it could no longer support. White fire jetted from between cracking supports, tearing sinews and bursting slime-spewing pipes. The tower fell faster, its rumbling drowning out all other sound, as thousands of tons of metal and flesh hurtled to the ground. Carlane smiled grimly as the tower came down, and a glowing golden speck hurtled up from the growing devastation to vanish amidst the swirling clouds. "The Sanguinor has done his part," rumbled the dreadnought with grim satisfaction. "Now, let us leave. Our line is about to become inhospitable." The dreadnought's words were reinforced by a series of shuddering explosions that shook the ground and lit the sky with multicolored fire. Black lightning forked madly out from the collapsing tower, lashing out to raise crackling detonations amidst the grim manufactorums. "Brothers!" roared Carlane over the catastrophic din of destruction. "On to the extraction point! Stop for nothing! Move!"
Okay.
The Blood Angels increased their pace, the jump troops maintaining a moving perimeter around their slower comrades. In their retinal displays, each warrior could see the distance to the extraction point winding slowly down, the gap closing between them and the defiled square of the Emperor's Grace, where their storm ravens waited to extract them. Absolute bedlam was erupting all around. Where before the enemy had pressed in from every side like the jaws of some monstrous beast, now there was only a disintegrating horde of fleeing figures. Cultists ran screaming for their lives, fleeing the thunderous destruction of the tower or throwing themselves to the ground and praying for salvation. Some of the Black Legion ignored the Blood Angels entirely, dashing through the streets towards their own extraction craft. Others, the most fanatical, continued to hurl themselves at the sons of Sanguinius. Their hatred of the Loyalists eclipsed even the threat of approaching doom.
Artist chewing on the brush, yep.
A pack of Black Legion raptors plunged down into the streets ahead of Carlane's warriors, blazing away with their weapons. To the captain's left, Terminator brother Taylor stumbled and fell. A glowing tunnel bored through his gut by a melter-gun shot. Carlane bellowed in anger, feeling the red thirst press close behind his eyes. He pelted headlong into the shrieking Black Legion assault troops, battering the melter-gunner into the floor with his hammer. Carlane's backswing took another foe in the helm, crushing his skull. The rest fled, screeching spitefully as they bounded away over a nearby rooftop. The Blood Angels pressed on, reaching the end of the rain-slicked roadway and bursting into the square of the Emperor's Grace. Carlane cursed as he saw their storm ravens beset by foes. Several of the craft were on the ground, guns blazing as the Black Legion tried to storm them. The other aircraft were hovering overhead, holding station despite the howling gales and arcing lightning that filled the skies. "They are not trying to destroy them," shouted Carlane. "The Black Legion are trying to steal our craft! Sons of Sanguinius! Slay them all!" Battered, wounded, scorched, and driven to the point of exhaustion, the surviving Blood Angels launched one last charge. As they hurtled forwards, the fallen warding tower gave one last convulsive boom, and its sorcerer's field collapsed completely. Feedback raced around the Hex Infernium as the unbound energies of the warp clashed with the crackling wards of the Eldritch Towers. Demonic entities shrieked through the air, mad cackling spiraling around the Blood Angels as they cut down the Black Legionaries in the square. Warriors fell on both sides, hacked, impaled, or riddled with shots. In the end, it was the Blood Angels who prevailed. Their enemies trapped between the Storm Raven's guns to the fore and Carlane's strike force to their rear. Assault ramps whined down, and thrusters fought the screaming winds as the Blood Angels piled aboard their craft. Brother Zoriel was the last to be recovered, the limping dreadnought snatched up by the magna grapples of the last Storm Raven to lift off. The Blood Angels' craft opened their thrusters and punched up through the convulsing skies, streamers of raw warp stuff streaking around them. Fighting the G-forces, Captain Carlane dragged himself up to the cockpit of his Storm Raven, hanging onto the back of the pilot's throne as he watched the destruction below. He had to know that it was done. Below, amid the ruins, the warding towers of the Hex Infernium writhed, overwhelmed by powers they could no longer contain. Failsafe wards kicked in, nullifying hexes and spells of abjuration that beat the warp rift back and crushed it down, preventing empiric overspill. The very energies that fought to close the rift also overloaded the remaining towers. Science and sorcery clashed hideously, catastrophically deforming the natural laws of the universe before imploding with the force of a dying star. The last thing Carlane saw on the surface, before the boiling clouds of the upper atmosphere spread their veil across all, was a cataclysmic shockwave hammering outwards at incredible speed. Nothing would survive its touch. "Brothers," voxed the first captain wearily, "in Sanguinius's name, victory is ours." Strike Force Carlane. For the attack on Ireline, first Captain Carlane assembled a force of Blood Angels elites. This was a daring tactical strike in which skill, speed, and resilience would far outweigh the benefit of numbers. Only the finest of the Angels' sons stood at Carlane's side, a gathering of heroes whose valor and martial might would have made Sanguinius himself proud. The first Captain Carlane is amongst the greatest strategists of his chapter. The captain sees grand patterns and logistical minutiae with equal clarity, assembling starter of information with incredible speed, engaging his enemy's moves with near prescient accuracy. This talent alone would make Captain Carlane an extremely effective military commander. But when coupled with the audacity and selfless courage of his Blood Angel's heritage, and Carlane's own tightly controlled anger at those who would threaten the Imperium of Man, these qualities combined to forge a hero of exceptional worth. Carlane's warriors follow him with absolute, unquestioning loyalty, assuring their hearts that they fight at the side of a true son of Sanguinius. It was this bond that led every single warrior under Carlane's command and all of the Sanctuary Guard present on Amathal to volunteer for the seemingly suicidal raid upon the demon engine factories of Ireline. Prudent and wise, Carlane chose only the force he believed he would need from amongst these courageous battle brothers, leaving the rest to shore up the defenses of Amathal in case his mission failed. Strikeforce Carlane had aid from the Adeptus Mechanicus for their surprise attack, ancient relics of lost technology bequeathed by Magos Dominus Evansnophon himself. The frigate aboard which Carlane's force rode to battle was augmented by a complex stealth system, an ominous-looking tangle of incomprehensible archaeotech that hid the ship's drive emissions, heat signatures, and Auspex returns, and even veiled its presence in the warp. Alongside this incredible gift, the Magus Dominus also had his servants make adjustments to the teleportarium of the Angelus Redemptor.
It's really hard to get in certain places. It pisses me off.
Carlane had believed he would have to teleport his Terminator squads into battle as the first element of his attack, who would then have to hold out long enough for the rest of his forces to reach them aboard Storm Ravens. Thanks to Evansnophon's esoteric gifts, every single Blood Angel in Strikeforce Carlane, even the towering dreadnought, Brother Zoriel, who accompanied them, was able to deploy in a single devastating teleport assault from on high. With his typical strategic skill, Captain Carlane had assembled the perfect force to fully capitalize upon such advantages. Leading from the front, Carlane and his Terminator-armored command squad headed up an Archangel's Demi company. The lightning claws and thunder hammers of that formation's Terminators were ideal for tearing apart the enemy in the close confines of this twisted city fight. Supporting these resilient close-quarters warriors strode the armored form of Brother Zoriel, a dreadnought with an arsenal of weaponry intended specifically for short-range firefights against massed foes. Around this unyielding core of his chapter's finest warriors, Carlane layered squads of Stern Guard and Vanguard veterans, hard-bitten warriors of the Archangels equipped to dispense swift death, either in the crush of melee or in brutal close-range gunfights. Knowing that he was likely to face the very demon engines whose production the Archangels were trying to stop, Carlane ensured that these squads were well equipped with weaponry to handle such ironclad monstrosities. Melter guns and plasma weaponry were much in evidence, while all who could carry melter bombs and crack charges did so. The final ace up Carlane's sleeve was the Golden Host that accompanied him, a near unprecedented gathering of Sanguinary Guard. Each of these gilded heroes was a veritable one-man army, a fearless master of combat both ranged and hand-to-hand, whose presence greatly increased Carlane's chances of success. With the unexpected leadership of the Sanguinor himself, this force of angelic heroes was the bane of every Chaos worshipper foolish enough to stand in their way. Captain Carlane. A masterful strategist, an unstoppable warrior, it is for good reason that Captain Carlane is known by the many as the Shield of Baal. He has worn the mantle of First Company Captain for 2 centuries now, and has distinguished himself over and again during that long span of years. At the Battle of Forlorn Falls, Carlane and his Terminators sundered the defenses of their Iron Warriors' foes to crush the traitors wholesale. During the cleansing of the infested Space Hulk, Solace in Sorrow, Carlane demonstrated the full breadth of his tactical brilliance, seemingly coordinating battles across 10 separate combat zones, despite the failure of the Blood Angel's Auspex web. Most recently, Captain Carlane proved the faith of his old mentor, Commander Dante, by displaying matchless heroism during the war against the cryptoid tendril of High Fleet Leviathan. Were that terrible Xenos swarm to have broken through the Cryptos shield worlds, it would have swept down upon the Blood Angel's homeworld like an all-consuming storm. Instead, Captain Carlane was instrumental in seeing the aliens reduced to drifting, void-born corpses. The Ioline Raid. All across the Diamor system, spaceships, star engines, war engines, and warriors battled to the death. Each war zone was a cog within a machine of Lord Zorfas's design. These cogs meshed to achieve a dark and diabolic whole. Yet the Chaos Plan's intricacy was also its weakness. If the Blood Angels could rip a single cog from the machine, the whole thing might fail. In the wake of the Blood Angels' arrival, the War of the Diamor system entered a new phase. The sons of Sanguinius had turned the tide upon Amethal, their engineered psyches proofed against the planet's strange curse, and their warrior strength a match for the battle-ravaged Crimson Slaughter warbands. Around several of the Mechanicus hubs, and in numerous secondary combat zones scattered across the globe, the armies of the Imperium fought resurgent. Titans of the Legio Metallica and Knights of House Raven strode across Highland wilds, weapons thumping as they exchanged blazing volleys of death with their traitor counterparts. Armies of Scutarii and Cult Mechanicus forces pushed back rampaging packs of demon engines, or coordinated their attacks with the fast-moving sons of Sanguinius to surround and eliminate Crimson Slaughter forces wherever they were found. Pristine woodlands burned, and once beautiful rivers ran with blood and ichor, but the forces of chaos were pushed back hard. Captain Carlane, meanwhile, had learned from techno-archaeologist Dominus Evansnophon what was at stake. The first captain, initially angry at the Magos' imperious summons, had become serious and engaged as Evansnophon revealed the nature of the technology he sought upon Amethal. It was an ancient prize, something made by those who ruled the galaxy long before the first Terran life forms emerged from the primordial ooze. Other examples of its sort have been found across the galaxy from time to time, hints at incredibly potent weapons against the powers of chaos. Evansnophon specialized in the location, excavation, and imitation of such archaeotechnological treasures. For centuries, he had been following a tenuous trail of clues towards this, his greatest find. Amethal was not a planet, he explained, but rather a skin of rock and biosphere, stretched as camouflage over an ancient cage. Vast beyond belief, wreathed in arcane wards and dark technologies, it was a prison eternal for demonic entities. It was the Magus Dominus's belief that the Amethal cage contained hellish beings beyond count,
the whole thing, right?
trapped for millennia behind warded bars.
Do that.
Why the ancients had sought to isolate these creatures from the warp was a mystery, lost to the mists of time, but the Magos was certain they had succeeded. Captain Carlane was horrified at this revelation, for if that were true, then the empiric inmates of this world represented a dreadful danger to the defenses around the Cadian Gate. At the same time, he was not slow to grasp Evansnophon's purpose on this world. Building upon his countless decades of study and experimentation, the Magus Dominus was at last nearly able to replicate the technologies of the demon cage. He was weeks, months at most, from creating and then mass-producing devices that could cage demons on a vast scale. Though not a permanent solution to the demonic threat, such devices might end demonic incursions as soon as they began, and thus turn the tide in the war for the Cadian Gate. The Metallican excavations around Amethal had revealed that there was a terrible danger here as well as great reward. The demon cage had a weak point, discovered beneath the excavation site at Hub Beta Secundus. Whether an intentional exit or the product of millennia of wear and tear, there was a zone in Amethal's northern hemisphere where demonic energies, whispering voices, and strange phenomena leaked through. Until this point, it had proven a localized hazard for the Metallicans, but little more. A number of their excavation servitors and Scutarii guards had mutated or engaged in murderous rampages, but these were acceptable losses considering the prize at hand. Now, however, it appeared that Lord Zorfas had learned of the weak spot as well. Magus Evansnophon theorized that the heretics had deployed their Crimson Slaughter shock troops primarily for this very purpose. The demon-haunted nature of the renegades was well documented, and it seemed that Zorfas had cynically exploited that open connection to the powers of the warp. If the planet-wide combat drops by the Crimson Slaughter had been punishing, the focused hammer blow that had fallen upon Hub Beta Secundus was little short of apocalyptic. From the skies rained wave after wave of Dreadclaw and Charybdis drop pods, interspersed with heavy drop craft, all painted in the blood red of Khorne. Landing in a great mass in and around Beta Secundus, cultists, berserkers, and war engines of the Blood God spilled from their transports with Khan the Betrayer at their head. Elements from Forge World Metallica and House Raven moved to neutralize the drop sites, while the leaders of the Death Company strove to gather their scattered and psychotic battle brothers. Initially, Khornate casualties were high. The heretics spilled from their craft with no thought for strategy or cohesion, and were mowed down
almost
in
did
their
fall
hundreds.
asleep, huh?
But what the Chaos
Like the story
Forces
going
lacked
along,
in
we're talking
tactical
about fucking
acumen,
Death Company, you
they
know, the
more
ones
than
I'm
made
painting.
up for in murderous fury and sheer weight of numbers. Worse, they had Khan. Within the first hour of battle, the Betrayer and his red armored tide of killers had overrun the Adeptus Mechanicus forces arrayed around Hub Beta Secundus. Next, they surged in a great mass towards the heart of the hub. The Khornate
Capsize. You enjoying yourself, Capsize? Just chilling? Just hanging out with me?
And spilled down Ferrocrete streets between the blazing ruins of prefab manufactorums and shrines to the Omnissiah. Lords of Skulls rumbled forwards towards the masses, the ground shaking with their advance. The surviving brothers of the Death Company met their enemies head-on. The expert leadership of Astorath and Death Company chaplain Daenor had restored some order to the Lost Brothers' ranks. Spearheaded by the furious chaplain Lemmates, the Death Company then countercharged their enemies, dictating the shape of the battle rather than waiting to be overwhelmed. It was a daring move, and one that slowed the Khornate advance, yet soon enough, the massively outnumbered Blood Angels sustained appalling casualties. Over 90% of the Death Company was slain by the time multiple engines of the Legio Metallica were able to reach the engagement area.
I'm not doing anything
the
in any
thunderous
specific
advance
order,
of
and
the
I probably
Titans
should
drove
be.
the Khornate forces back and fractured their cohesion,
Thank you
providing
for
time for Astrath and Lammates
Oh yeah, what
to
I just
extract
did,
the
guys.
last
Sorry,
remnants
I didn't
of their
show you.
forces. Chaplain Daenor was born from the battlefield by Astrath himself, hacked and mangled by Khan the Betrayer. The loss of the Death Company brothers was acceptable, for it had always been their destiny to perish in selfless battle, and they had sold themselves as dearly as they could. Astorath would not allow Daenor to perish, however, for the Death Company chaplain was amongst the most accomplished of his order. In the wake of the Titans' attack, the surviving Khornate warband scattered away from Hub Beta Secundus, roaring at will in search of blood and skulls. The surviving Legio Metallica engines also disengaged. The Titan's strength needed elsewhere to defend against the first waves of demon engines being flown in from Ioline. Neither was this danger restricted to Hub Beta Secundus. As the war raged on across Amathal, Imperial counterattacks were being driven back, ground down by huge packs of newly forged demon engines. Baron Dargetas and his Knights of House Raven came to the fore at this time, driving hard into the monstrous packs of enemy war engines, and ripping the heart from one Hellforged warpack after another. It was the Knights that retook Hub Daedalus Quartus from overwhelming traitor forces, driving out the demon engines that infested its ruins, and crushing a warband of Crimson Slaughter sheltering amidst the destruction. Yet, this was a temporary solution at best. The traitors were receiving a steady stream of powerful reinforcements. The Imperial forces were not. By the inescapable arithmetic of war, it could only be a matter of time before Chaos was victorious. Captain Carlane now knew more than ever that this could not be allowed. He thus opted for a daring solution to the problem, one that only the superhuman warriors of the Adeptus Astartes would have any hope of achieving. The Blood Angels would cut off the enemy reinforcements at their source. They would destroy the demon engine factories on Ioline. It was a dangerous gamble, but Magos Evansnaphon, was able to improve the Imperial odds. With much ceremony and binaric chanting, he and his senior acolytes vanished into the depths of their Temple Primaris at Hub Enigma Quintus and emerged some hours later with ancient and mysterious devices. Ivasnafon assured his allies that the machine spirits of these devices would conceal whatever spaceship they were installed aboard, allowing a Blood Angel's craft to reach Ireline's low orbit undetected and launch a massed teleport assault against the planet before the foe even knew it was there. Only days after the savage battle between the Death Company and Khan's Cornate hordes, the Blood Angel's frigate Angelus Redemptor ghosted into orbit over Ireline's northern continent. The industrial world had been reduced to an unrecognizable horror by the attentions of the Black Legion and their warpsmiths. Auspex scans revealed that, where once had stood teeming hives and industrial macro-complexes, now there were cannibalized ruins, bleak shrines to the dark gods, and sprawling hellscapes of demonic forge factories drenched by a constant, irradiated downpour. These vile sights churned brimstone fumes into the sky as they constructed demon engines by the hundred, depositing their brazen shells into holding areas around a vast circle of biomechanical warding towers. This was the Hex Infernum, an impossibly huge warding circle, within which whirled a gateway to hell that spat legions of demons through its meniscus to be bound into the waiting engines. Captain Carlane led the attack upon Ireline in person, at the head of his elite archangels. By the grace of the Mechanicus, squads of Terminators, Sternguard and Vanguard veterans all teleported down into the industrial hell of Ireline, alongside more than a dozen of the golden armored Sanguinary Guard. Unable to risk deployment within the swirling energies thrown off by the Hex, the Blood Angels flashed into being some way to the south, amidst the thundering industry of a demon engine factory. Their element of surprise was total. The cultists who worked the monstrous production lines died in droves beneath the Blood Angels' guns. Within moments of their deployment, Strike Force Carlane was pushing north. The Blood Angels did not waste time with localized sabotage. Destroying individual Factorum units would be like trying to bring down a cliff face with a chisel. Instead, Carlane's plan was to fell the nearest of the warding towers with a vortex grenade, and in doing so, destabilize the Hex Infernum. Such a catastrophic containment breach would cause an implosive collapse that would seal the rift and devastate Ireline. Though their teleport attack allowed the Blood Angels to swiftly advance upon their objective, resistance quickly increased. The Blood Angels had landed within the domain of warpsmith Altherdrak, a former Iron Warrior who had sworn himself to Abaddon's cause in return for great power. Altherdrak was not a subtle creature. Upon discovering that enemies had infiltrated his infernal Factorum and were clearly making for the Hex Infernum, the warpsmith flew into a rage and threw everything he had at the Blood Angels. And so it was. The Carlane's forces found themselves mired amidst a warren of thundering industrial devices, roaring furnaces, looming ruins, and narrow streets. Traitors poured in from all sides, driven by the exhortations of their warpsmith master, while demon engines flattened everything in their path to reach the interlopers. Carlane and his warriors laid down a withering hail of fire, melter blast, ripping the enemy engines apart while Sternguard veterans mowed down rank after rank of the enemy. Still, the Blood Angels could not stay where they were, for they would surely be buried in foes. Each attempt they made to press forward was stymied, Altherdrak jamming alleyways with the corpses of his underlings and bringing buildings down in avalanches to hold the Blood Angels at bay. When a bellowing Lord of Skulls loomed over the depleted strike force, it appeared as though the Blood Angels' attack was doomed to costly failure. Yet at that moment, there came a manifestation of mysterious power that has long aided Sanguinius' sons in their darkest hour. Blazing with golden light, the Sanguinor dropped from the storm-lashed heavens and drove his blade through the demon engine's skull. Led now by their chapter's avenging angel, the surviving Blood Angels rallied and carved a path to the base of the warding tower. Barely half of Strike Force Carlane still lived by the time they reached the tower's base, with massed traitor forces closing in on 3 sides and the Maelstrom screaming on the other. The Blood Angels prepared to sell their lives dearly in order to achieve their objective. But before Carlain could make the final, ultimate sacrifice, again the Sanguinor came to the fore. As the first captain and his remaining brothers watched in reverence, the Golden Warrior took the vortex grenade and soared high, plunging headlong into the tangled workings of the warding tower. The entire edifice seemed to squirm and pulse as though it fought the Sanguinor's invading presence, and then with a thunderous roar, the tower began to collapse. Carlain wasted no time in ordering a fighting retreat, with a swirling, empiric hurricane blowing at their backs and the enemy ranks collapsing into panic confusion. The Blood Angels cut a path through the encircling foe and dashed for their extraction point. They barely made it. With one warding tower fallen, the Hex Infernium raged out of control. The raw energies of change and madness swept through Ireline's tortured streets like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in their path. By the time the Blood Angels' extraction craft were burning for orbit and rendezvous with the Angelus Redemptor, the Hex had detonated altogether. In the hours that followed, a roiling blast wave swept across the planet's surface, obliterating all trace of chaotic industry on the planet and leaving nothing but blackened, glowing ash in its wake. It took 7 days before the fury of the global firestorms burned down to fume and smoke, by which time the planet was little more than a ravaged shell. The destruction was unimaginable, but the Blood Angels had their victory and had dealt Zorphus' forces a dire blow. And the Sanguinor? Carlain himself had seen him escape the explosion of the warding tower, a streak of gold soaring away into the heavens. When the hour was once again dark enough, he would return. Chapter 3. The Screaming Pit. For the Imperium. Stirred to action by the destruction of Ireline, the Black Legion had struck at Amathal. They concentrated their full force upon Hub Beta Secundus and the dark prize that lurked there. The Imperial forces had gathered to form a great noose, marshalling their strength before they struck the last blow to eradicate the Chaos threat once and for all. The plan belonged to Captain Aphael, whose forces formed the southernmost element of the offensive.
Like my other one about the other neighbor, and I do too. But that's because it's like screaming
Captain
and yelling.
Aphael took a deep breath. He smelled machine oil and old sweat rising from the hundreds of Skitarii who stood in serried ranks before
him. During the day, I don't give a shit.
He heard the hum of power-armored backpacks from the Blood Angel warriors gathered around him. Aphael began to speak, his voice amplified by his helm to a godlike boom. He knew the Vox would be carrying his words out around the perimeter of Hub Beta Secundus to every battle group of Imperial warriors assembled there. Blood Angels, Knights, Cult Mechanicus, Titan crews, all would hear his rallying cry. Sons of the Angel, servants of the Omnissiah, warriors of the Imperium. Already you have fought long and hard for Amathal. Already you have faced dangers and hardships that would have broken lesser men. Yet to you, proud sons, this is nothing more than your duty, and for that I salute you. Aphael slammed one fist against his breastplate in a warrior's salute. The Blood Angels around his command tank mirrored the gesture. But our war for this world, this system, is not over. To the north, the sternest test lies ahead. To the north, the traitors are landing their forces within the ruins of Hub Beta Secundus. These faithless cowards have renounced every oath we hold sacred and given in to weakness and fear. They make a mockery of our faith.
Makes it look like a nice dirty tabard.
Our very species.
I'm looking for is a dirty tabard.
And yet, in their arrogance, these spineless traitors think that they can sweep aside the noble warriors of the Imperium and take what they want from this world. Aphael's voice rose to an impassioned shout as he swept towards the conclusion of his speech. His audience watched, enraptured. Brothers of the Imperium, we may hail from different worlds, But within us all is the same strength. It is a strength to face temptation and evil, and to deny them. Within us all burns an unquestionable fire, and it is that fire that will bring us on to victory, even as it scours a taint of chaos from this world forevermore. All around Aphael, his blood brothers raised a rousing cheer, brandishing their weapons in salute to Aphael's words. Even amongst the ranks of the Skitarii, backs straightened, heart valves pumped faster, and binaric victory chants buzzed out from vocalizers. In response, Captain Aphael swept up his ornate blade, pointing north to where the sky was crisscrossed with the contrails of Chaos Dropcraft. For the Emperor, the Angel, and the Omnissiah, he roared. Forward, brothers, to victory! Even as he spoke, a wave of Stormraven gunships screamed low over Aphael's head, the red of the Blood Angels and the black of the Death Company stark against the hazy morning sky. His speech delivered, the captain of the Blood Angels' second company dropped through the roof hatch of his Rhino. Engines were gunning and snorting all around as the tanks of his strike force began their advance. Space Marine bikes slewed around, raising fans of dust and dirt as their riders swung their mounts towards the ruins of Beta Secundus. Skitarii maniples marched in perfect lockstep towards the distant foe, their iron striders loping out ahead of them like weird flightless birds. Motivated by Aphael's words and their detestation for the traitorous foe, the armies of the Imperium advanced on all fronts. A closing noose intended to strangle Lord Zorphus's tainted followers
hear her, by the way,
and
when
for
she actually
all.
just meowed, not me meowing.
An effective oratory, crackled Megos Evasnophon's voice across Aphael's vox. I project it will have raised the combat effectiveness of our combat forces by a variable value of between 0.7 and 4.3%. I'm glad you approved, responded Aphael wryly, as his Rhino accelerated across the churning grasslands. And did you support my plan of attack? It is the optimal response to the enemy dispositions and objectives, given the difficult variables present in the strategic equation upon this world, responded the Magos in his monotonous voice, taking into account the almost complete devastation of Hub Beta Secundus and the scattered nature of our own forces at the time of Black Legion fleet mobilization. Attempting to secure and hold the hub would have been an inefficient response. Even with the sacrifices our fleet has made to delay the traitors outside of the orbital envelope, my projections confirm that we would not have been able to invest Hub Beta Secundus with sufficient materiel to hold it against a concerted traitor drop. Instead, came a new voice, cutting into their command channel, you've gathered our strength and forced the traitors onto the defensive. Make them hold that pile of rubble and ruin if they want it so much, and see how they like spreading their forces thin on every front. Good work, brother.
All right.
Aphael's stern expression broke for a moment into a handsome grin. Ha! Captain Carlane! Inspirational work in Ireland, brother. Where are you now? On high, came Carlane's response. Moving back into orbit aboard Angelus Redemptor with what's left of the raiding party. The fleet is moving in now to draw off the Black Legion's ships. We'll punch through the blockade once it's sufficiently strung out and meet you on the ground. But brother, be advised. There's a lot of iron up here, and it's pointing in your direction. Expect heavy bombardment before you reach the hub. As though summoned by Carlane's words, the first lance beam stretched down from the clouds just seconds later, blasting a vitrified crater 100 yards across and annihilating a squadron of Baal predators. Aphael watched his auspex, the grin gone from his face, as the ordnance began to fall. The world turned to thunder and fire. There would be terrible casualties, he thought, but they must press home their attack. This was the last battle for Amathal, and it was one they could not lose. As one, the armies of the Imperium advanced across the burned-out kill zone that the Mechanicus had cleared so many weeks before. They charged into the blizzard of fire hurled from on high by the warships of the Black Legion. Barrage bombs sailed down to explode with enormous force, sending knights sprawling and turning squads of Skitarii to ash. Lance beams hammered Titan void shields or atomized squads of assault marines. Yet though the bombardment was heavy and the destruction horrific, the Imperial forces did not slacken their pace. Techno-archaeologist Dominus Evasnophon advanced unflinchingly through the barrage. Subroutines within his cerebral processors tracked the fire pattern of the enemy craft. He did what he could to direct the electro-priests, servitors, and robots that surrounded him out of the path of the enemy's fire, but Evasnophon knew that casualties were inevitable. Many of the cybernetic warriors that followed him to war this day were priceless relics, wondrous examples of the Omnissiah's beneficence. Yet they were all expendable in this war. It was the will of the Machine Guard that the foe be stopped before they could unlock the secrets of the Demon Cage, and if that cost the life of every faithful warrior on Amethal, still the equation would balance. Besides, thought Evasnophon, the Omnissiah would not let him find lasting death, while the secrets of replicating Demon Cage technology remained hidden from him. "This is not part of his design," vocalized the Magos, as barrage bombs slammed down to the south of his position. Though well over 2,000 yards distant, the pressure wave from the explosion swept across Evasnophon and his followers, raising a vast cloud of dust that engulfed them completely. Those electro-priests closest to the detonation stumbled and a number fell. The organics popped by the overpressure. The rest regained their footing and marched on, faces turned towards the ruined hub that loomed ahead. Visibility was terrible. The bombardment was raising apocalyptic clouds of dust and smoke that whirled across the battlefield, while the electromagnetic pulses of the lance strikes fouled Auspex and augurs. "Congregation is to repeat the canticle of the strengthened spirit,"
like the tavern,
ordered Evasnophon, "and focus prayers upon the abjuration of hostile energy phantasms. Never blind is he who sees, with the data frame clarity of the Omnissiah." The distance was closing rapidly. Evasnophon calculated his forces would be leaving the bombardment zone and entering the fire fields of the Black Legion within the next 25 seconds. He performed a cognitive scan and learned that he now led a force of precisely 817 combat-capable warriors. Casualties from the bombardment had been significant, standing at 56% of his force. "This is techno-archaeologist Dominus Evasnophon," announced the Magos across the Blood Angels command channel. "Advisory. My force has suffered significant casualties. Enemy bombardment heavier than calculated. Projections for success at breaching hub defenses now at 42%. The Vox channel crackled with static. Even the hardened comms of the Adeptus Astartes struggling to cope with the disruption of the bombardment. Evasnophon could see from the noospheric net that his allies were pressing forwards with their own attacks, and it seemed unlikely that any were aware of his predicament. He received no response to his hails. With sudden fury, the Black Legion guns opened up. Heavy weapons thumped and howled, hurling fire from concealed positions amongst the rubble. Bolters hammered scything shells through the Cult Mechanicus ranks, and the Magos triangulated multiple battle cannons firing as demon engines rained explosive death upon their foes. Calmly, Evasnophon sent noospheric commands flitting through his forces, compelling them to attack. Cataphon destroyers hurled searing orbs of plasma into enemy defenses, vaporizing power-armored foes. Phosphor blasters sprayed the fringes of the hub, Castellan robots lighting the battlefield with the harsh glare of their weapons. Crackling with power, the bands of Fulgurite and Corpuscarii electro-priests charged headlong, weathering the Black Legion's firepower in their determination to bring the foe to battle. It took Evasnophon less than 5 minutes of all-out battle to assess his forces had been rendered insufficient to carry the enemy's defenses. He and his followers were expendable, but there was no sense wasting their lives inefficiently. Better to pull back, try to lure the enemy from their defenses, then probe for weak spots and strike there instead. With that thought, The Magos sent out the commands to pull his surviving followers, now some 400 strong, back from the battle. It was then that Evasnofon's static-fouled augers detected movement in the rear, closing rapidly. The Magos' cerebral cogitators whirred, projecting possible threat scenarios and responses. Was this reinforcement? The lie was put to that faint hope when, from amidst the murk, a bestial war cry rang out. "Blood for the blood god! Kill! Maim! Burn!" The next moment, red armored figures charged into the attack. They brought with them vast black clouds, a natural meteorological phenomena that caused Evasnofon's logic circuits to rebel. But there could be no denying that red-lit storm clouds were rolling overhead, nor that blood was falling from them in a hissing deluge. Caught between the Black Legion to their fore and a sudden charge of Khan and his berserkers to their rear, the Cult Mechanicus fought desperately. Electrostatic gauntlets spat coruscating bolts of power that electrocuted berserkers and hurled them from their feet. Chain axes screamed as they carved through flesh and metal. Crack missiles and battle cannon shells continued to fall amidst the mayhem, obliterating loyalist and traitor alike. Gliding through the madness, Evasnofon lashed out at the traitors surrounding him. With each swing of his power axe or shot from his Volkite blaster, he sent another Chaos worshipper sprawling into the bloody mud. His only thought now was to weaken the foe enough that he could break out with the last of his warriors and withdraw. The numbers had been against his force from the beginning, and now defeat was inevitable. And then came Khan. The betrayer's axe swept out of nowhere, faster even than Evastofon's optics could follow. The first blow severed his caliver from its mechadendrite and carved deep into the flesh and metal of his body. As Khan raised his weapon for a second strike, the Magos diverted all power to his savior protocols, watching data spooling out in his mind's eye, flowing away through the noosphere. "You cannot kill me," he began, his voice still flat and calm despite his horrific wounds. "The Omnissiah has not the might of Khorne," roared Khan, bringing his screaming axe around again and hacking Evasnofon's head from his shoulders. The master of the metallic and exploratory force felt one last roaring burst of neural feedback, and then he knew no more. Captain Aphael's rhino rang like a struck bell. The speeding vehicle lurched with the impact, then skidded to a halt. Smoke drifted from somewhere in the vehicle's workings, and the hull rattled as more enemy fire struck it. Aphael didn't hesitate. He shot a glance around at the battle brothers of his command squad and slammed a palm against the activation rune to lower the tank's rear ramp. The Blood Angels emerged into a scene of furious battle. Second Company battle brothers and red-hulled battle tanks streamed past on both sides, guns blazing. Enemy fire lashed
the blood
them,
thing on the top.
shredding tank tracks and punching space marines off their feet. "Forward, brothers, for the Angel!" Aphael rounded his stalled rhino and ran hard for the enemy lines. He could see the Black Legion ahead through the whirling dust and smoke. They were dug in amidst the rubble and ruins of Beta Secundus' southern fringes, pouring everything they had into stopping the Blood Angels' assault. The Black Legion fire overlapped with lethal efficiency, hulking flesh-metal warriors and horned-helmed traitors, making the Blood Angels pay for every yard they advanced. A battle brother ahead of Aphael was smashed into the floor,
only difference between
his
today
arm blown off by a shot fired from the sagging ruin of a factorum.
5 years ago.
To Aphael's right, a band of assault marines soared down on tails of fire to slam into the Black Legion lines.
And I didn't know what streaming was. It
Librarian
didn't exist yet.
Asmasael led his Librarius brethren into battle, lashing the enemy with psychic lightnings and thunderous shockwaves of force. Then the captain was in amongst his foes, plasma pistol blasting and power sword swinging. He stabbed his blade through the throat of a nearby traitor, spinning away from a point-blank bolter blast, before scything down the weapon's wielder. Storm ravens screamed overhead, assault cannons howling. Aphael's command squad locked blades with the enemy all around him, power-armored figures wrestling, hacking and blasting amidst the ruins. "Keep up the pressure, brothers!" foxed Aphael, plasma pistol boring a shot through the chest of a monstrous obliterator. "All tanks, Suppress any enemies attempting to reinforce the foe. Assault squads, gather on me. We will break their line here. Raphael had fought his way into the shadows of the crumbling Factorum, his mind intent upon the developing tactical picture as his warriors pushed the foe back. The next second, a Chaos Space Marine plunged down upon him from the balcony above. Raphael just got his blade up in time to block his attacker's own. The Blood Angel's captain parried a series of lightning-fast cuts, backpedaling before the ferocity of his enemy. The Black Legionary was clad in ornate armor that lent him the appearance of a demon. It fought like one too. Raphael weaved around the next swing and attempted to run his enemy through, but before he could, a terrible blast of sonic energy exploded from the traitor's Vox grill. It was like being struck by a speeding tank. Raphael was smashed onto his back, senses screaming with overload. Through a haze of pain, he registered his company champion, Amadeo, blocking the enemy's killing stroke and driving the traitor back into the press of battle. Gradually, as though in slow motion, Raphael's superhuman biology overcame the cracked bones and ruptured blood vessels he had suffered, dumping pain blockers into his bloodstream and helping the captain propel himself back to his feet. Raphael was just in time to see the Chaos Champion ram its blade through Champion Amadeo's head, splitting the valiant warrior's skull in two. Red tinged the edge of Raphael's vision as rage and guilt sought to overwhelm him. Yet he was a captain of the Blood Angels, and he would not give in to the flaw. Raphael surged through the combat, coldly cutting down every enemy that barred his path. The captain followed his quarry through the hollow doorway of the ruined Factorum, where he found the Chaos Space Marine lurking, its back to the entrance. "I must hold them back," he heard them hiss, and felt nothing but contempt as he raised his plasma pistol. "No, traitor!" spat Captain Raphael, pulling his trigger and unleashing his weapon's killing power. "All you must do is die." Into the pit. While battle raged on the planet below, vast warships dueled in the void high above Hub Beta Secundus. Salvos of explosive ordnance bursting against shuddering void shields and lance beams cutting the darkness. Fighters and bombers swarmed around capital ships, darting in to sting their prey before flitting away.
That's really good.
Through the midst of the battle plunged the Angelus Redemptor, really slipping between the large craft like a knife between an enemy's ribs.
Perfect. Like everything
within the Redemptor's teleportarium chamber, Captain Carlane.
I don't give a fuck what anybody says either. I'm gonna fucking toot my own horn, fucking bust my own mouth. I don't give a shit.
We're a smaller force than when we hit Ireline, the captain voxed privately to Sergeant Alphaeus. So many lost. Smaller, but not lesser, Captain, responded Alphaeus proudly. This force can still win the war. I wouldn't doubt it for a moment, replied Carlane proudly, before switching his address to the warriors gathered amidst the machineries of the teleport chamber. We shall honor the fallen through victory in battle. Every brother who fell upon Ireline will be repaid tenfold upon our return to Amethal. A rumble of assent stirred through the chamber. These brothers still bore the scars of Ireline, and Carlane expected no wild cheers from them. But he could see it in his warriors' eyes. Every last one of them was ready. Moments later, the electro-sconces of the chamber pulsed, and the timbre of the thrumming engines deepened. The attendant tech marines looked up expectantly from their consoles. It is time, declared Carlane. Prepare yourself, my brothers, for the Angel and the Emperor. The Blood Angels gathered upon the broad, rune-going platform of the teleporter. Arcane energies whirled into a crackling storm, and an etheric gale howled through the chamber. With an explosive rush of kaleidoscopic light, Carlane and his warriors teleported into the midst of the battle for Hub Beta Secundus. The moment he remanifested, Carlane assessed and analyzed the situation. The Archangels and Sanguinary Guard have flashed into being near the edge of a vast pit, clearly the Mechanicus excavation site. Nearby, a broad ramp of packed earth wound down the pit's inner wall. From the pit came a terrible soaring scream, a distorted cacophony that tore at the mind and soul. The sound filled Carlane with dread. Perhaps the Imperial forces were already too late. The captain burned with urgency to find the source of that twisted symphony and silence it. Carlane and his warriors stood upon cracked ferrocrete, surrounded by the blasted ruins of what had once been prefab Mechanicus structures. The ordered enclave had been reduced to a vast sprawl of slumped architecture, scattered wrecks and heaped, mangled corpses. Titans, both loyalist and traitor, loomed over the ruins in the distance, hurling torrents of firepower at one another, while unnatural storm clouds seethed overhead, sluicing bloody rain down upon the field of war. Carlane's auspex was distorted by electrostatic, but he could make out Imperial battlefronts pressing in from the north, east and south. He did not need his auspex, however, to see that all around his immediate position were dozens of hostile contacts. Chaos Space Marines, cultists, demon engines, it was a sizable enemy force. But the Archangels had the element of surprise. Swiftly, the first captain leapt into action. "Open fire!" he roared. "Expanding fire pattern! Kill priority on their armor! Hold until reinforced!" As one, Strikeforce Carlane let fly. Bands of Black Legionaries span with superhuman speed, trying to bring their weapons to bear. They were smashed off their feet by bolt rounds and plasma blasts. The foe had evidently been massing its Hellforged warpacks here for a counterattack, as a clanking, roaring wave of the ironclad beasts burst from the ruins of a nearby manufactorum. Storming from amid the collapsing architecture of the factory came huge, loping horrors and scuttling monstrosities of brass and spiked iron. Metal tendrils lashed. Glowing cannons whined as they powered up. Hellbrutes bellowed their madness as their huge claws flexed. "On our left!" barked Carlane. His stern guard squads leveled their weapons and sent hissing melter beams out to meet the ironclad beasts. Forge fiends detonated in mountains of gouting ectoplasma. A defiler crashed sideways as two of its legs were seared off. The hideous contraption tried to scramble upright, resembling a wounded spider for a moment before a crack grenade blew off its head. Still the warp pack came on, their fire chewing through the Blood Angels and felling several. One Mauler fiend, its hull ornately decorated and its eyes blazing with power, lunged in and ripped 3 stern guard open. For a moment, the Archangel's line buckled, but then Carlane charged in at the head of his Terminators. Like knights of legend, the Blood Angels' elite battled the monsters hand to hand, feet braced amidst rubble and ruin as they smashed and battered at their foes. Energy fields flashed as lashing tentacles and massive claws crashed against storm shields. One Terminator was snatched off his feet by a defiler and crushed like a ration tin, blood and pulped flesh squirting through the thing's brass talons as it squeezed. In return, Carlane and his brothers wrought mayhem. Crackling hammers and lightning-wreathed claws swung, connecting with deafening bangs that crumpled armor plate and sprayed molten gore across the ruins. Iron skulls were staved in, hull plates and weapon limbs torn to scrap. The demon engines and hellbrutes pressed forward despite their losses, their fury carrying them on even as their numbers thinned. Wherever their guns roared and their talons swung, they left red and gold armored corpses strewn across the rubble. Yet Carlane's warriors were undaunted, and within moments, the last few demon engines were surrounded by vengeful Blood Angels. At the same moment, the last of the Sangori Guard leapt high, streaking across the battlefield to fall upon the iron-tentacled warpsmiths at the warpack's rear. Energized halberds flashed, clashing with black-bladed axes. Warriors fell on both sides before the Sangori Guard managed to surround and cut down the last warpsmith. Carlane took a moment, hearts pumping from the exertion of battle. His auspex showed more enemy contacts moving in from the south, but they were coming fast and erratic. "They're not advancing," he smiled grimly. "They're fleeing." Carlane changed vox channels and called out a greeting. "Captain Aphael, I see you sent us a gift, brother." The cultists burst from amidst the ruins in a packed mass, skidding to a halt with expressions of horror as they saw the heaped demon engine wrecks blocking their path. Before the heretics could turn and try to flee again, Captain Aphael's warriors smashed into their rear. The Blood Angels of the Second didn't waste ammunition, clubbing and smashing with bolter stocks or carving through their terrified victims with bloody chainswords. The Archangels joined the massacre, charging in from the front and ripping apart the degenerate slaves of the Dark Gods. Within moments it was done. Aphael and Carlane meeting over a sea of broken cultist corpses. "Well met, Captain Carlane," grinned Aphael. "You and your men have laid the enemy reserves low, I see. That explains why their southern lines collapsed so suddenly." "Glad you joined us when you did, brother," replied Carlane. "What's the situation? And what is that angel-forsaken cacophony?"
I can see it, but it's not very prevalent.
"Nothing good," replied Aphael,
I
suddenly
like
serious.
It that dark. Like it's just like it's part of the armor. Like if it was red
from the east,
on a blue helmet, you could probably really see it. From the black, it's like really hard to see. It's a little upsetting, but whatever.
Our death company Storm Raven was knocked from the air north of here.
Tesseract Glow,
Astrat and Chaplain Daenor have led the survivors from the wreck and are fighting their way towards our position. Reports across the hub suggest the Black Legion lines are collapsing. It is as though their morale broke on all fronts at once, or as though the order to retreat has been given," finished Carlane. "And if that is the case, then we may already be too late." "Not while we still draw breath, brother," replied Captain Aphael, checking the charge on his plasma pistol and signaling Librarian Asmasael and his brothers to move up and join them. "Let us put an end to this." "As you say," nodded Carlane, turning towards the excavation site and the terrible cacophony still rising from its depths. "Into the pit." Carlane, Aphael, and Librarian Asmasael led their warriors to the edge of the screaming pit. The Archangels, Terminators, and the survivors of Aphael's Battle Demi company standing at the heroes' backs. Dirty, bruise-colored light pulsed up from below, throwing the rocky walls of the vast hall into flickering relief. From their vantage point, the Blood Angels could see a massive shard of crystal jabbed like a dagger into a distant floor of the pit. It was from this madly vibrating shard that the light and soaring screams undoubtedly emanated, and Carlane and Aphael exchanged a look of dismay as they saw the shuddering cracks that irradiated out across the ground from the wailing stone. "The cage!" shouted Carlane over the cacophony. "They don't seek its secrets! The lunatics are trying to open it!" "We must stop them before they throw wide the gates of hell," replied Asmasael, power flickering in his eyes. He gripped his forestaff in both hands. "My brothers and I shall crush the power of that cursed stone." "Then let's move," ordered Carlane. "We're not getting down there without a fight." The dirt ramp wound down and away into the depths, wide enough for a squadron of land raiders to drive two abreast. As the Blood Angels jogged down it, they could see an opposing force rising up to meet them. Black Legion Terminators were storming up the ramp, accompanying a band of weirdly attired cultists and sorcerers.
How's that for a plasma?
At their head came a darkly regal figure clad in Baroque armor, with dark psychic lightning playing around him. There could be little doubt that this was the leader of the Black Legion on Amathal, the vile sorcerer lord Zorphus. It was he that had unleashed the psychic storm upon the ships of the Fifth Company, and Captain Carlane's blood ran hot at the thought of excavating vengeance for his fallen brothers. The two forces opened fire upon one another as they closed the range, hammering gunfire joined by lashing, psychic powers unleashed by the psychos on both sides. Even as the air screamed with the energies of the Chaos Crystal, it twisted and crackled at the manipulations of the powerful battle psychos on the ramp. Carlane saw Librarian Asmasael stab one hand forward, fingers working a mystical sign as his eyes flashed blue. Arcs of lightning shot from the Librarian's outstretched hand, crashing into a knot of Black Legion Terminators. Two of the late warriors danced and twitched as they burned, while another was blown from the edge of the ramp and plunged into the darkness below. Kinetic bolts and black lightning flew back and forth in a storm, hammering against Terminator armor with a sound like some infernal forge. Carlane shrugged off a string of bolt gun hits, the shots exploding against his adamantium breastplate, before he swung his hammer into the shooter's face.
Bottom is blue
the
and
Black
white.
Legionnaire's helm shattered in a cloud of metal and blood, and his heavy body crashed backwards and slid away down the slope. "Traitors! Heretics! Now the Angel's justice!" roared Carlane, ripping off another volley of shots from his stormbolter. He cursed as the rounds exploded in mid-air, stopped by a rippling field of energy projected by Lord Zorphus. Carlane started forward through the fight, but the Sorcerer Lord was not done yet. The sorcerer sucked demonic power from the air around him and hurled a geomantic shockwave up the ramp. The packed soil exploded with a series of loud thumps, a racing wall of energy hurling rock and dirt into the air before ripping away the ground beneath the Angel's feet. Veteran warriors who had survived days of harrowing battle yelled in alarm as they were pitched from the ramp and sent plummeting into the pit. Carlane felt the ground torn out from under him, crashing onto his side with a snarled oath. The next moment, everything was engulfed in a thunderous roar as the sorcerer's powers leapt on, hammering the rock wall of the pit and spreading yawning cracks through its surface. Boulders the size of drop pods were torn loose, tumbling down onto the sons of Sanguinius with killing force. A roaring tide of earth and rubble followed, sweeping over the Blood Angels and burying those it did not smash from the ramp. For a split second, Captain Carlane lost consciousness beneath the pounding avalanche of rubble. As light and sound returned, he realized that he was all but buried in tumbled rocks, and that many of his brother's predicaments were as bad, if not worse, than his own. With a surge of anger, he realized that the surviving traitors had seized their chance. They were scrambling over the rock fall as fast as they could, breaking through the Blood Angels' lines while their enemies were stunned. Using every iota of his superhuman might, Carlane ripped his way free of the tons of soil and stone that buried him, servos screaming in his armor as detritus sluiced from its blood-red plates. With a roar of fury, the first captain charged after the escaping Chaos worshippers. He blasted the legs from under the rearmost Terminator, before smashing a pair of Zorphus's acolytes from his path with his hammer. He easily swung back his arm to smite the free form of Lord Zorphus.
Gary, what's up, bub?
Warp light.
Thanks for the
and Captain Carlane's hammer swept through thin air.
Going.
The last handful of traitors had been teleported away to safety.
What are you up to?
Their leader amongst them. Captain Carlane looked up to where Black Legion Thunderhawks and Landers were even now rising into the sky, guns hammering as they lifted off. Breathing heavily in his fury, he clenched his fist tight round the haft of his hammer. "Cursed traitors!" he roared. "Damned cowards! You will not escape the vengeance of the Blood Angels!" Carlane felt a hand grasp his arm firmly. He looked up into the face of Captain Aphael, his ire cooling at his comrade's dire expression. "They're gone, brother. Let the fleet deal with them. We must stop the Chaos Stone." So began a desperate race to the bottom of the pit, the surviving Blood Angels ripping themselves free of the rockfall and rushing down into the depths. The closer they got to the madly screaming crystal, the more their senses reeled. Noses bled, eyes ached and swam with hallucinations, ears rang, while the Vox network choked on the gibber and cackle of demonic voices. As the Blood Angels reached the cracked floor of the pit, their librarians moved to the fore, deploying their powers in a bid to still the furiously shaking ground. Blood was pouring from the bedrock around them, streaming into the yawning moors that flowed and screamed across the surface of the howling crystal. More cracks opened in the ground, infernal light glowing up from the depths of Abathal. Carlane watched as Asmasael and his brothers pushed through the obscene cacophony towards the stone, hands outstretched and force weapons glowing. One librarian dropped to his knees, hands clutched to his bleeding eyes as his mind was overcome. Another screamed as ethereal flames engulfed him, turning him into a living torch. Still the librarians pushed forward, their chanting voices rolling and echoing around the pit, even as the rest of the Blood Angels were driven back by the stone's
I like looking at
screams.
games sometimes too.
Finally,
just in general,
with a whip crack of force, as Maciel channeled the energies of his Liberius brethren and smote the terrible crystal with his glowing force staff. A sound rolled forth like the breaking of every mirror in creation, and then a blissful silence fell.
Missing a color right now?
Gradually, Carlane's hearing returned to him,
likes to get knocked over.
Bringing with it the crackle of triumphant Imperial voices across the Vox network. The enemy were in full rout. The Chaos Crystal had been shattered and stained. Lord Zorphus had fled. "They are calling it victory," said Captain Aphel, eyes blazing with triumph. "In this battle, perhaps," replied Carlane, his grim gaze fixed upon the shattered stone and the glowing cracks spreading from its base. "But in the war, I feel this may be just another of the sorcerer's tricks." The Blooded. The heroic warriors of the battle companies are the heart and soul of the Blood Angels chapter. Of these august brotherhoods, none has garnered more renown than the Second Company, known as the Blooded. The warriors of the glorious Second have fought and won time and again, from the Valvardir crawl cities to the gas refineries of Helios. In recent years, the star of Captain Aphel has been very much on the rise. The master of the watch and commander of the Blood Angel Second Company, Aphel has won himself countless commendations for victories against seemingly impossible odds. The captain is possessed of boundless strength, energy, and dynamism. He values the life of every single servant of the Emperor, be they Space Marine, Mechanicus Cyborg, or unaugmented human soldier, and will fight with everything he has to preserve and defend them.
It's really hard.
Aphel is charismatic in the extreme, for his angelic features and noble humility to his exceptional skills as an orator.
You gotta think, you're not looking at it up close like I'm doing a single model at a time. Like, I'm overdoing my models compared to most people is what I've actually been learning.
To do the Emperor's
most people just do, hey, it's a Blood Angel, so it's going to be red and black and white.
And hope, as much as
or
the words
red
he
and
speaks,
gold and black,
arouse his followers
white.
to new heights of heroism.
Like, red, gold, white,
More
black,
than one
bronze,
seemingly doomed fight has been won at the last by the
red,
impassioned rhetoric and heroic deeds
grass,
of Captain Aphel.
the
captain's skills in combat are every bit as great as his words. Aphel is a skilled swordsman and an excellent shot, but if his century and a half of battlefield experience has taught him anything,
like I know a bunch about like
heroics,
GW
while
rules,
grand
so if
and
I'm
often
looking at
crucial
this,
to victory, cannot match the might of an army of exceptionally trained and equipped warriors acting as one.
Talk about what I got.
Aphel has drilled his battle company to perfection. The captain watches over every aspect of his battle brothers' lives, ensuring that not only are they exceptionally well drilled for combat, but that their spiritual focus is absolute and their command theoreticals are of the highest standard. Every single Marine battle company is highly trained and elite, but the Bloods stand out as exceptional, even by these standards.
Maybe I need to overdrive.
Aphel claims with confidence that, should he and his lieutenants fall in battle, any given warrior from amongst his ranks could rise to take command of the company at a moment's notice.
Maybe it's too white for me. Maybe I need to like
it is
not go so white.
An undeniable fact that the Second Company suffers the fewest instances of both the Red Thirst and the Black Rage of any Blood Angels company save the first.
Great.
All of these qualities stood the Blooded in good stead upon the battlefields
of
Amatha,
the color I want. I want it
allowing
to be
them to shrug off the pernicious influence of chaos and discharge their duties with flawless skill and heroism. At the heart of the Second Company force stood its tactical squads, each equipped to deal with a variety of enemies and capable of facing any strategic challenge without hesitation. Each battle brother amongst these squads was a warrior seasoned by many decades of battle in the Emperor's name. They were versatile and deadly sons of the Angel, whose dedication to obliterating the Chaos threat was total. Supported by a fleet of transport vehicles, as well as heavier armor assets from the chapter armory, this formidable corps of warriors was in itself powerful enough to conquer an entire world. Though their numbers were comparatively few, every single Blood Angel was worth many times their number of human warriors, and their valor and skill was such that even the traitors of the Black Legion would struggle to fight them toe-to-toe. The company's might and strategic versatility were further enhanced by the Assault and Devastator squads who marched alongside their tactical brothers, the former adding speed and close-quarters lethality, while the latter slaughtered the foe from afar with their heavy weapons. This potent force was rounded off by the addition of the Chapter Ancients, a trio of dreadnoughts who wielded their veritable arsenal of weaponry with the skill and wisdom of those who had seen entire millennia of war. Bolstered by the sage experience and armored might of these warriors of old, Raphael's Blooded were a force fit to seize victory upon Amethal, no matter the dangers they faced. Battle for Amethal. In the wake of the Archangel's destruction of Ioline, the war for the Diamor system entered its finale. Within hours of the Hex Infernum's destruction, word reached the Imperial leadership of combat escalating across the system. Meanwhile, Chaos ground forces moved to strike the killing blow. The time had come for victory or death. Captain Carlane's battered raiding party made it back to Amethal, only to find their foes already engaged in orbit. Until now, the compact Black Legion fleet had lurked in the void beyond Ioline. With that planet lost, the Black Legion had moved fast to seize victory before the Imperial forces could regain control of Amethal. Lord Admiral Gordus and his strategos had furiously attempted to discern why the Black Legion had been holding back in this way, but they could not establish what the traitor's master was up to. Why drip-feed forces into the Amethal war zone over days of costly battle, only to see each attack wave slowly picked apart? Some of Gordus's advisors scoffed that the enemy were fools, but the Lord Admiral had seen the machinations of chaos before. He understood how nonsensical the schemes of the ruinous power could seem, until the very moment it was too late. However, with the majority of his ships tied up defending Peridos, Gordus barely had enough left to maintain skeleton patrols around Tourmalid, let alone hunt enemy battleships. Yet as the Chaos Armada fell upon Amethal, Gordus prepared desperate orders to mobilize what reserves he had left. Before the orders could even be sent, more bad news reached Tourmalid's astropathic choir. Anticipating the Imperial strategy once again, Lord Zorphus had ordered his piratical raiders to break from the Zircon sprawl and launch an all-out attack against Perisodian High Anchorage. It was a fight that the Chaos cruisers were unlikely to win, but with glory-hungry veteran captains at their helms and prodigious firepower and resilience on their side, they would not die quickly. With a heavy heart, Gordus commanded all convoy ships to turn and consolidate on Peridos once again. Even should they triumph over the Black Legion's pirate craft, the Diamor system's navy would play no part in the battle for Amethal. At the same time, Tourmalid itself came under attack as hidden cells of Chaos cultists rose up against the populace. The fighting that followed was brutal and confused, with Terminators of the Word-Bearers teleporting in from points unknown to make an attempt upon the life of Lord Admiral Gordus himself. The Word-Bearer insurgency was comparatively small, a suicidal mission by fanatics doomed to destruction, but it served its purpose. Tourmalid's naval yards were thrown into chaos. Multiple warships, dry docked for repairs, were destroyed completely. The Tourmalid muster was shattered and, before the Word-Bearer's Terminators could finally be slain, every last one of the Blood Angel's honor guard, sent by Carlane to protect the planetary governor, sold their lives dearly to save that of Lord Admiral Gordus. With destruction and confusion rife, no reserve would be sent from Tourmalid in time to aid the defenders of Amethal. They were on their own. Thus, as the Black Legion swept down upon the cursed world, they were opposed by only a handful of spacecraft. Still, the flotilla of Blood Angels and Mechanicus warships fought hard, unwilling to cede orbital dominance of Amethal so easily. Gathering the tattered remnants of the Crimson Slaughter and Cornate warships in their wake, the Black Legion spread out and pounced upon their enemies from all sides. The Imperial warships did what they could. Metallican Explorators deployed ancient superweapons that split Chaos warships from prow to stern, while the sleek Blood Angel strike cruisers danced like blades to cut and kill. Soon enough, though, the wealth of traitor gun decks and lance batteries began to tell. 2 explorator ships had been reduced to drifting wreckage, and the flame of Baal torn in half by tainted torpedoes by the time the surviving Imperial ships fought their way clear and disengaged. With the battle in orbit lost, it was left to the Imperial forces on the ground to stop the attack. Originally, the Imperial commanders had intended to follow the fall of Ireline with an offensive on all fronts. With the enemy reinforcements curtailed, the plan had been to drive the outnumbered invaders from their last enclaves around the Mechanicus hubs before consolidating their defensive strength around Beta Secundus. The speed of the Chaos response made that plan impossible. Imperial forces were scattered across the surface of Amathal or, in the case of Carlane and his returning strike force, even further afield. Yet the Black Legion attack was focused solely upon Hub Beta Secundus. If that site fell, the traitors would have their victory, and with all that was at stake, that could not be allowed to happen. Matters were desperate. Khan's horde had been scattered during the previous engagement, but they had torn the Imperial defenders of Beta Secundus apart. It would take time to mass sufficient forces at the site to bolster its wrecked barricades and reconsecrate the machine spirits of its orbital guns. Time they did not have. Magos Ivasnophon
that'll be his uniqueness.
By the time the Black Legion landed, those loyalist forces that could reach Beta Secundus would be singularly insufficient. They would do some damage to the heretics, even slow them a little. Then they would all die. Instead, Captain Aphael advocated a daring solution, one supported by Astaroth himself. The Black Legion could not be stopped, so the Blood Angels would not attempt to do so. Instead, all available Imperial forces made haste to staging areas surrounding the hub, ready to pounce the moment the traitors landed. From the north came the surviving knights of House Raven. The remaining Titans from Legio Metallica gathered to the east. From the west came a grand procession of the Cult Mechanicus, led by Magos Ivasnophon, while to the south the Blood Angels' 2nd Company, bolstered by elements of the Armory and the 10th, mustered their strength. On all fronts, maniples of Skitarii marched into position. Scattered elements of countless war cohorts gathered once more into coherent forces, their binaric control signals allowing them to muster with a seamless ease that no other army could have matched. Ivasnophon had calculated the precise amount of time that the traitor forces would be delayed in orbit, and how long it would take them to land, based upon stolen data on their force strengths and dispositions. The numbers were tight, with many Imperial forces racing desperately through foe-haunted territory or burning wilderness to reach the staging points before the signal to attack was sent. Even so, as the countdown chron in Captain Aphael's retinal display reached 0, it was clear that the armies of the Imperium had mustered a huge force of infantry, tanks, aircraft, and super-heavy war engines with which to crush the Chaos invaders. Standing atop his command rhino, the 2nd Company captain drew upon every iota of his skill as an orator to deliver a speech across the Vox networks that stirred even the cold metal hearts of the Skitarii. He spoke of duty. He spoke of vengeance. He warned of the consequences of defeat, and then of how the despoiler's evil plans would never come to fruition. Aphael raised his blade to point north, to where the blazing jets of Chaos dropcraft and the shadows of low-orbiting spaceships turned the skies to darkness and flame. With a single bellowed order, he began the attack. The thunder of the Imperial advance rolled across the burning plains. Tank engines roared as squadrons sped forward, bouncing through craters and raising plumes of dust and smoke behind them. Titans and Imperial Knights shook the ground with their footfalls, sounding out long, booming notes from their war horns. Skitarii advanced doubled time in perfect lockstep, tracked servitors grinding along beside them. Overhead, flights of Storm-Raven gunships settled into attack vectors, shrieking out across no man's land towards the Black Legion lines. Quickly the noose closed, the Imperial forces moving at top speed. Then the shooting began. The Chaos warships in orbit were first to launch their attacks. Fire rained down from the heavens as barrage bombs and lance strikes pounded the kill zone, hurling great spumes of rock and dirt into the air. Metallican soldiers were blasted to ash in a heartbeat. The Reaver Titan, Divine Fury, crashed to its knees as its void shields imploded and its bridge was vaporized. Battered but unbowed, the Imperial forces pressed forwards. Moments later, the orbital bombardment slackened, as defying the orders of Captain Raphael, the last of the Imperial space fleet swept back into the fight. Seeing their enemies wallowing in low orbit, the Blood Angel and Mechanicus captains seized their chance. Sweeping in high, they rigged the larger enemy fleet with firepower. The Chaos ship captains were forced to choose between staying on station and thus remaining exposed to Imperial torpedo and lance fire from above, or breaking off their bombardment in order to fight back.
We're going to do this one first.
Most chose the latter. As lance fire flashed back and forth between the dueling ships, a single smaller craft arrowed through the midst of the fight. This was the Angelus Redemptor, carrying Carlane and his surviving Archangels. On the first captain's orders, it made straight for the orbital engagement zone above Hub Beta Secundus. Having braved the bombardment, the lead Imperial elements were closing on the Black Legion defenses. The traitors had deployed in a ring around the excavation site, Chaos Space Marines drawn up behind ruined defenses, alongside rumbling tanks and snarling demon engines. In the split second before the Chaos lines opened fire, Storm Ravens streaked overhead in tight formations, missiles stabbing down from their wings to hurl traitors off their feet amidst blooming explosions. Then the Black Legion let fly with everything they had, and the kill zone became a hellish cauldron of flame. Tanks exploded and rolled to a stop, billowing thick black smoke. Iron Striders toppled or strode aimlessly on with their pilots slumped dead in the saddle. To the north, the Knights of House Raven hunkered behind their flickering ion shields, wading into the enemy fire like men striving against gale force winds. Imperial warriors died by the 100, but, firing back furiously, the Emperor's servants pressed their charge home. On some fronts, it was not enough. To the west, Magos Ivasnophon and his sprawling Cult Mechanicus procession found themselves being cut to pieces by the hammering fire of demon engines and the Black Legion heavy weapons. Calculating that his forces would be obliterated before they could conclude their attack, the Magos began a sudden retreat, only to meet enemy forces at his rear. Khan had returned from the western plains at the head of a maelstrom of gore. It was Ivasnophon's great misfortune to find himself caught between the guns to his fore and the berserkers to his rear. Electro-priests dueled with frothing corn worshippers amidst the indiscriminate explosions of the continued bombardment, but the mauled Mechanicus forces were outmatched. Ivasnophon's followers were hacked and mangled. The Magos himself dispatched precisely 13 power-armored enemies before Khan fell upon him with a roar of hate. Gorechild swung once, twice, and Ivasnophon's severed head thumped into the gore-slicked mud. Though the Imperial attack from the west collapsed, to the east, the Legio Metallica was unstoppable. Titan Princeps snarled with the fury of war gods as they blitzed fire into the foe. The world exploded before them, and even the twisted engines of the Legio Excruciatus could not stay their wrath. Meanwhile, to the south, atop the packed earth ramp that led down into the dig site, crackling energies burst to life as Carlane and his surviving warriors teleported into battle. Their armor still scorched and battered from the fighting on Eyeline, the Archangels opened fire, their guns punching shocked Black Legionaries off their feet and blasting tanks apart. Carlane and Raphael had coordinated their strikes to perfection, for even as the Archangels and Sanguinary Guard appeared amidst the Chaos rear lines, the second company hit their enemies from the front in a speeding armored column. The Archangels ripped their way through a huge Hell-forged warp pack, despite the savage casualties inflicted by the massed Chaos war machines. As the Blood Angels' battle tanks continued to fire, their transports slewed around and spilled red armored warriors into the fray. Meanwhile, the last battle brothers of the Death Company were borne into the fight by Storm Ravens, led, against all odds, by the still limping Death Company chaplain Daenor. The Black Legion had been forced to spread their defenders to every side, facing an attack on all fronts by a foe who were now numerically superior, thanks to early victories in the Southern Hemisphere. Captain Aphael's tactical now showed, as the central might of the Blood Angels tore through the foe. A gap was smashed in the Chaos defenses as the two Blood Angels' forces linked up, the captains of the 1st and 2nd companies clasping gauntlets upon the very edge of the excavation pit. With Scutarii pushing in to widen the breach and supporting fire raining down from the Legio Metallica, the Blood Angels prepared to press down into the depths of the excavation site, from which rose a hellish cacophony of soaring screams. With their heroes at the fore, Sanguinius' sons advanced onto the packed earth ramp that wound down around the pit's edge to its depths far below. As they did so, they saw a force of Black Legion warriors pressing up towards them, and became aware of the terrible howling din growing louder by the moment. The pit was lit by weird, multi-hued light that spilled up from a massive crystal shard driven into its heart. The rock walls gushed blood. It was from the strange crystal that the awful sound emanated, and cracks shuddered through the bedrock all around it. Yet the sons of Sanguinius did not have long to stare at this terrible sight, for Lord Zorphus and his elite guard were upon them. The Chaos leader hit the Blood Angels headlong, he and his sorceress acolytes hurling dark lightnings and tearing up the ground with geomantic spells. Around them marched the elite of the Black Legion, clad in Baroque Terminator armor. The clash that followed was bloody and brutal, and saw many veteran warriors fall on both sides. Before the Blood Angels could strike Lord Zorphus down, shimmering teleport energies swathed their hated enemies and whisked them from the battlefield. Zorphus and his elites had not been looking to fight, but to flee, and as the sorcerer and his acolytes vanished, so the entire Chaos army began to disintegrate. Clearly the order to retreat had been given, and the Imperial warriors cursed as the traitors made a break for any craft that could carry them to safety. It looked like victory, but the heroes of the Blood Angels felt a terrible sense that they had been outmaneuvered into attacking too late. With their foes gone, the red armored warriors pushed down the earth ramp into the flickering depths of the excavation site. There they faced the screaming horror of the Chaos artifact, a twisted crystal the size of a boarding torpedo, around which blood was welling through the cracked bedrock in lapping tides. It was warpcraft of the darkest sort, surely the weapon the Black Legion were using to break the bars of the cage, and as the Archangels and Blooded alike were driven to their knees by its energies, it seemed as though Zorphus might still be triumphant. At the last, it was the Librarians who ended the threat, as Maciel, channeling his powers through his Force staff, to turn the crystal's disharmonic barrage back upon itself and shear the evil stone into fragments. With that last heroic effort, the Blood Angels ended the war on Amathal. It would be hours before the last of the traitor forces at Beta Secundus was slain, and weeks before the rest of the planet was pacified, yet Zorphus and the great bulk of his followers had fled, taking the betrayer with them. The Chaos warships took in as many fleeing craft as they could before turning and breaking away, vanishing into the warp upon the system's edge and leaving the Diamore system reeling in their wake. The war had been costly and desperate, but victory belonged to the Imperium, or so it seemed, until Librarian Asmaciel and his brothers reported their findings to Captain Carlane. The Blood Angels had hoped that Zorphus had simply fled at the very moment of his triumph, choosing to save his own skin rather than complete whatever diabolical ritual he was engaged in. Yet, the otherworldly senses of the Librarians told a different story. They reported empiric emanations shimmering from the site of Beta Secundus in greater quantity than ever before, and a fluctuation of warp currents as though the Immaterium pressed close to the surface. Yet, perhaps, suggested Asmaciel grimly, their enemy had done more damage to the demon cage than the Blood Angels had first realized. Perhaps defeat here had not been avoided, only delayed. It was a sobering thought, especially when coupled with the loss of Magos Evasnophon and his knowledge of the technologies he had so nearly unlocked. As they gathered their forces to depart the system and return to Baal, the Blood Angels left behind Librarian Asmaciel and a squad of 10th Company scouts. They would remain on Amathal, attempting to gauge the true extent of the damage done, and stand watch in case the bars of the demon cage should ever threaten to break asunder. Meanwhile, many light years distant, arcane systems churned to life. Nemo-schematic units hummed and biometric feeds spooled up in a hidden laboratory deep below the surface of Forge World Metallica. Magos Ivasnophon began the laborious task of inloading his personality and mental algorithms to his backup body. Only in death does duty end, and the Magos' work for the Omnissiah was still not done.
Ah, my hands are shaking. Really bad. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab a drink. Bottle up close. Not done with the red, but can't keep my hands. Left hand. Yeah, left hand. See? Left hand is the issue. Like, all the way up to my shoulder feels pretty strained right now. I just need... That's... Oh. Oh. Excuse me. Thank you, Voldemort. Warhammer.
The False Angel. The Blood Angel Civil War. A tale of two brothers. In the annals of the chapters of Space Marines, there are moments of sacrifice, deeds so brave that they are recorded for posterity, to inspire, to encourage, to remind the reader that within even the most seemingly unlikely or unlucky, there can reside the seeds of greatness. Yet amongst those glittering pages, those almost innumerable legends of heroics, there are a smattering of other entries. Moments of calamity, times of direst loss. Yet even fewer still are the moments of dishonor, of purity of purpose discarded, of treachery and even kinslaying, where Astartes fought Astartes. All will think immediately of the heresy unleashed by Horus, yet these are the dark days of the legions, not the chapters. For even after that, even after the horror of the first heresy, still there are times when this has occurred, where the chapter has been tested and sorely failed, shattered so badly that bolt of fire and blade were exchanged in the doleful din of self-destruction, where brother slew brother. Few are the chapters who have survived such a sundering. Fewer still are those who have learned from one. And one might think that this bane, this curse, could never fall on the purest of the pure, the first founding chapters, those who continued the line of the Legion. Yet, even amongst these, the paragons of their kind, the twisted head of betrayal has been raised. And so, today, I shall reveal to you a terrible and tragic moment, a time when the soul of the progeny of the Emperor's most holy son near fell to the wiles of the Lord of Lies. A tale of those who should have been above corruption, an Ordo Inquisitor, an arrogant priest, and two brothers, not just of the blood, but of the same human mother and father. Today, I shall tell you of the false angel and the Blood Angel Civil War. Belief. Story continued from Blood Angel's playlist. Captain Rubio Massaro walked with a heavy heart. He was not alone, of course. Constantly, the golden armored warriors of his attached guard were ever present. At least two marched with him, never more than a few paces away, even here, even at the midst of his own battle barge. And Rubio could not help but feel like a fraud. For they were the sanguinary guard, the very best of his chapter, heroes of legend, even amongst the Astartes. Most would find it a boon, a blessing, a verification of their own ability, that men such as these would be willing to treat his life as more important than their own. Yet, to Captain Massaro, he just felt the weight of his calling, for he was so content before to be a brother of the line. He had never, ever wanted to be promoted. He had never wished to be moved from the place where he felt his abilities ran the deepest. In the thick of it, amongst the bolters and blasts, transported by the Land Raider he had come to love like a companion. He had never wanted this. Yet, when the blood ran so thin, when there were so few Blood Angels left, how could he refuse the call? How could he refuse promotion from the regent of an entire half of the Imperium? For it had been Chapter Master Dante himself who had asked. He could not refuse. And he had lost everything in that one moment. At least, that is what he had thought for decades now. It had cost him his closest companion. He still blamed himself for her death. Perhaps if another had led the forces, perhaps if another had been elevated to captain, perhaps that warrior would have been able to turn the tide without this terrible sacrifice. Perhaps. A never-ending trail of cause and effect, all reaching back to his actions. He had lost the camaraderie of his battle brothers, for a captain must never show the depth of their misgivings, and he had lost said brothers in the last campaign. He was now all that remained of Squad Justice Era, hundreds of years of experience, wiped out in the blink of an eye. His brothers, gone. Because of one stray bombardment shot from an enemy he should have spotted. A segment of a battlefield he believed he had overlooked. It was not true, of course. War is death and carnage. He knew this. Yet, he felt their loss so gravely. And now he understood. At least, he thought he did. He understood how the ancients he was about to meet must have felt. The trudge of time was cruelest to those who were left behind, those who had somehow survived, such as he, and of course, the four he was about to consult with. Captain Massaro had ordered their awakening when they made warp translation into the system, previously a little noted backwater containing unremarkable worlds in an altogether unremarkable region of the Imperium. Far from the front, it had been an idyll that was blessed in its distance from the constant wars, but strategic prognostication had sent alarms so loud, so forceful, that when the auspex of the battle barge cleared, they were surrounded by the pride of the Imperium. So many ships, so many chapters represented here, let alone the massive build-up of naval and militarum regiments. Some said that there were night houses and even the god engines of the Legio Titanicus en route. It would be a campaign like few others. No, it was not the size of an Indomitus crusade, but few things had ever been that large, not since the Great Crusade itself. And it was the thought of this that brought Rubio back out of his reverie. For one he was about to meet had existed since that time. If the thought of the Sanctuary Guard was bad, then stepping into this room was even more so. If alone, Rubio would have stalled at the portal to this room. He would have taken a moment to breathe and to center himself before pressing the door chime and walking in. Yet, he could not. The Sanctuary Guard looked on. He could display no sign of weakness, not before them. Yet, surely they would see it immediately, thought Rubio. Their ancient eyes would see through his rigid exterior. They would see the weakling within. The man who cried over a lump of metal. The man who had led his old squad brothers to ruin. The man who did not believe he should bear his armor, let alone the chevrons of command. And Rubio would have mouthed his one refrain, his deepest, most secret thought, one that hounded him every second of every day since Baal. It should have been his genetic brother, Luca Massaro, who stood here. It should always have been Luca. Yet he could not. Hence, his arm shot out, economical in its motions, and the door opened to one of the most sacred places on the entire battle barge, the stasis room, the Hall of Ancients, where the dreadnoughts now silently stood, waiting for him. Of course, one was still in deep slumber, Brother Calamax. He was now painted all in black with red saltires. He had fallen to the Black Rage, and would not be awoken until the Death Company were deployed. Thankfully, there were few such at present, but as the war raged on, Rubio was almost certain more of his brothers would fall. Yet the other dreadnoughts were active, though not in motion. Brother Cassiel, entombed within a Furioso, Brother Rickwell, a Primaris Marine, within a painful Redemptor, then Brother Argento, one of the rare librarians who had been entombed. But above them all, at the head of their collective, there he stood, the legendary Brother Borobiel the Unbowed. Among his kind, he was almost silent, but always led, for he was a thing from another time, a different age. One of the few contemptor dreadnoughts left, and Rubio's heart sank and swelled at the same time. Brother Barobiel could not be roused from his slumber but once in a score of attempts. Sometimes not for centuries did he wake. An ancient of the early Imperium, a contemptor dreadnought, one who had actually seen the angel with his own eyes, one who had witnessed the power and passion of the Emperor himself, the master of mankind, when he walked amongst his people still, And here, in this place, Rubio wanted to both sing anthems to his sire, that such a warrior would be amongst his host. Yet also, Captain Massaro wanted to hide. For how could he hold the gaze of one who had fought shoulder to shoulder with their Primarch? It should have been Luca. Yet the captain slowly took off his helm and looked up at this paragon of war, one who had helped conquer the galaxy. And he spoke. "Most honored ancients, most loyal sons of Sanguinius, I am Captain Rubio Massaro. I come before battle to gain your counsel. Wilt thou grant me thy wisdom?" The silence that followed was deafening, until cut by the whirring of gears by the Redemptor. Then each slowly dipped their body forward in a clear sign of assent, as they had no heads to nod or shake. Done in order of seniority, until, at the last, only Barobiel was left. All waited, for he did not bow. He moved forward, the one step that covered the distance between himself and the captain, and slowly raised his right arm, and even the Sangre guard fidgeted in blatant shock. The arm came down carefully, and was placed on the pauldron of the captain on his right shoulder.
"Massaro, Captain Rubio, you possess a proud name. My last consul was named thus. Perhaps this is why I heard the song of waking this time. Son of Baal, I will guide thee. I will show thy warriors the way. Report, then ask your questions, and together we shall see this war won. Together we shall see this deed done."
Long hours passed, and Rubio now marched from the room with new purpose. Yet there was also a deep and challenging confusion. For his most ancient brothers had mentioned something again and again. Trust not to the sororitas. Never deploy with Templars or fanatics on his flanks. Belief. They cautioned against those who held it, those who wielded it like a chainsword, held it as central to their core. Rubio had always seen it as a strength, had always been envious of those who possessed it. Yet, if Barobiel still had a faith, then it would have contained a marked sneer. Belief is brittle, he had said time and again. His mantra had seemed to be, "No. No, you are right. No, you are just. No, you are fighting the right way at the right time. Do not believe, but know you are a son of the angel." Barobiel had been staunch. No faith, no belief. Belief could be shattered. Belief could be broken. Belief was the crutch of the weak, those who could be turned to evil. He recited it again and again. Belief could be twisted, belief could cloud the mind. Belief made an Astartes brittle. Belief was the enemy. Brother Cassiel and Requiel were mostly silent in the face of their seniors. Brother Barobiel had held court. Yet it was Brother Argento who had shook Rubio to his very core.
I'm down,
spoken of a time
and
when he had relied on belief.
I don't know.
He recounted how he had been blinded.
I'm going to be up early morning like normal, probably
and not
anywhere
only
between
he, but a full company of brothers had nearly fallen to evil.
9.
How their belief had been turned on them.
Still here, capsize.
He told Rubiel a tale he had never heard before, and how their faith, their belief, had near damned not only the Blood Angel's chapter, but threatened every last Astartes of the blood. He told the captain of the fallen angel. Welcome, gentle listener. I am Voldemort, your faithful servant. And I wish to introduce you to the forces, factions, and faces of the Warhammer 40k setting. The grim darkness of the far future, where there is no time for peace. There is only time for war. This video will have a simple but, I hope, compelling arrangement. There will be description, discourse, and analysis, interspersed with immersively quoted segments from the books covered. So, as we begin in earnest, we must first understand the elements that precede the story to encompass its impact. And so, let us discuss the weaponry of the most powerful, pure, and holy of all of the sons of the Emperor, the Primarch of the 9th Legion, Blood Angels. The Angel, Sanguinius. The Angel was ever one of the most potent of all those genetic and spiritual titans, the Primarchs. Yet, in the darkest days of the Siege of Terror, when the forces of the traitors bayed at the very wall of the Imperial Palace, only then did his brothers and their champions understand the true depths of his courage, his conviction, and his raw power.
I got his sister Sororitas fleshlight.
As the enemy assaulted the walls again and again, it was often only the vision of the Angel above the battlefield that held the defenders together.
Nuns, so there's like a bunch of porn about him anyway.
He landed like a lightning bolt, a being of pure wrath. His panoply of war was no less impressive than their wielder. For Sanguinius used 4 weapons of such might that none could stand before them. His least impressive weapons were the pistol Infernus, which could penetrate any armor, the Moon Silver Blade, some said gifted by Dawn. This was his supplementary or backup weapon. Yet the other 2 were by far the more potent. The blade in Carmine, whose edge saw the banishment of the greater bloodthirster Cabander, and the weapon we are most interested in today, the storied Spear of Telesto. For this was no normal weapon, even for the legendary days of the Crusade and subsequent heresy. The spear had been forged by the hand of the Lord of Humanity, the Emperor of Mankind. A shaft of exquisite design, topped with a teardrop spear.
Yeah, it's an automatic one. It's like a sucker.
Center.
Good.
It had such power that it possessed an animus of its own. It could pierce any metal, defeat any guard. Was so swift, it beggared belief. And, well, let's hear from the text directly concerning its most impressive ability in war. To quote, "The Spear of Telesto worked, and Archeo felt as if it were merely a vessel for the weapon, like the igniter for an explosive power so far beyond him to be unimaginable. And yet, every second the weapon sang in his grip, and the teardrop blade brought ruin to hundreds of traitor marines. He felt himself changing. Power the likes of which he had never dared imagine coursed through Archeo, and his mind struggled to grasp it. The closest thing he could approximate it with was his rebirth when he left the sarcophagus on Baal for the first time. But even that was a pale shadow compared to the majestic force running through him now. He was 100 feet tall. He could see the passage of bolts and laser blasts, as if they were suspended in the air. He was invincible. By the Lords, he was godlike. Archeo counted the word-bearers in an eye blink. There were too many, the spear told him. Their numbers must be thinned, and not in the sluggish pace of gun and chainsword. The Blood Angel saw it clearly. Action and reaction surfaced in his mind, as if he had always known precisely how to wield this weapon. Archeo swung the spear around him, and drew in energies untouched since the heresy. He gathered them effortlessly at the tip of his teardrop blade. In the golden backwash of light, he felt the bones of his face altering, becoming the mask of someone else, someone unaccountably older and wiser. Now, mellifluent flame spilled forth from the holy lance in a wide fan and washed over the battle like a flood. Every word-bearer it touched caught fire and burned alive, and ahead of the wave rode a psychic storm of absolute terror. Those Chaos Space Marines, not kindled into powder, ran screaming in fear. Iskevan himself pushed his own men into the fire's path and broke. All sign of his unstoppable resolve shattered before the might of the spear. The firestorm lapped over the corpses of the dead and engulfed the Blood Angels. Refen saw it coming. His body froze at the sight of it. He was unable to even throw up his hands and cover his face. He saw himself dying, along with the rest of his brethren, as his siblings' uncontrolled release of the Lance's power killed enemy and ally alike. But the gold flames crashed over them, leaving nothing but a surge of adrenaline as their Primarch's legacy brushed past. The uncanny sophistication of the Telesto weapon saw the markers of Sanguinius' own bloodline in all of the Blood Angels and turned its power from them. Silence fell across the Ikari fortress as the last flickers of light died out around the spear. Slowly, Archeo removed his golden helmet to drink in the destruction he had wrought. Across the carnage his gaze met Refen's, and the smile on the younger man's face was a warped mirror of the Sanguine Angel himself. But instead of nobility and purity dancing there, Refen saw an aspect as cruel as a razor's edge, and his heart froze in his chest. End quote. The spear was made specifically for the angel by his own father, the Emperor, and with the two combined, none but a warp-engorged and augmented Horus could stand. Alas, the angel was slain in that dread encounter. He gave his life for his father, details I should cover in far more detail very soon. Since his fall, his sons, the Blood Angels, have held these weapons as sacred, yet the march of the millennia has not always been kind to the Sons of the Blood, for they lost the Blading Carmine, only regaining it at great cost, and so too was true of the Spear of Telesto. Now one might say, how could this happen? The war to defend the Imperium with all its vicissitudes can take a hard toll on those who fight it, and when a battle is won, then the Marines must immediately go on to the next, then the next, and then the next. In these times, enemies may move or hide, be slain by others, or trade the rewards that they have reaped from the battlefield. And even the mighty sons of Sanguinius, the Blood Angels, are not without their losses. Thus it was that an Orc hoarding took the spear into the dust of time. But it was discovered again.
Yeah, I'll try to get everybody for like
the location of the spear was discerned by an inquisitor.
If I could have Trans talk in the chat, I could ask him live. It would be fucking easier, but somebody's off fucking playing with himself.
He led a campaign of the Blood Angels to regain the spear, and he was successful. Yet, this was not his true goal at all. For the Inquisitor, as is so often the case amongst those who can be questioned or commanded by none, he became that which he swore to defeat. He fell to the blandishments of chaos. And he conspired to bring the Blood Angels chapter and legion entire over to the worship of Tzeentch, the dark god of lies. So, we now know the importance and symbolism of the artifact in question and the twisted traitor who found it. Now, let us discuss the other players of the piece. Satchel, the arrogant, sanguinary priest. To quote, Satchel pressed on through the corridors of the Bellas, his stride never slowing as chapter serfs scrambled amongst themselves to get out of his way. The news boiled inside him. The sanguinary high priest was wound so tight with the message he carried that he thought he would blurt it out at any second. Space Marines came to parade ground attention as he passed, mailed fists tapping their chest plates in salute, while servitors and serfs bowed low.
You don't have to start an event, by the way.
There had been a time when Satchel would have chastised himself for enjoying the veneration of the faithful. In the Credo Vitae, there were edicts and oaths the sanguinary priests were required to vow, dedicating themselves to the sacred blood of the chapter, forswearing any glory for themselves. But those old, weak words seemed so distant and removed now. Satchel's heart swelled at the notion. Since Archeo's ascendance, a moment had not passed when the priest did not think himself blessed to bear witness to such a miracle, and more, to be called by the reborn angel to serve as his adjutant and loyal commander. A smile crept across Sachiel's face as he entered the cavernous cathedral, making his way through the cloisters towards the inner sanctums. Since his youth, he had never doubted that he was touched by greatness. Many of his contemporaries had called him arrogant for daring to voice such notions. Let them have their petty jealousies, he thought, because he had been proven right. Great Sanguinius, to whom Sachiel had dedicated his life, had rewarded the priest beyond his wildest dreams. To be present at an event of such magnitude showed the lie to all of those who had upbraided him. Sachiel was no mere priest now. He was the hand of the blessed, and it was glorious. His fingers felt to the velvet bag at his belt, and the replica of the blood angel's chalice he carried there. Not for the first time, Sachiel imagined the moment he would take the true red grail in his hands and accept the role of high priest over the entire chapter. The thought of it made his blood rush. Power, naked and beautiful, was within his reach. End quote. Alas, the fall of the priest was almost signalled in its coming, is what many would believe. For Sachiel, the canker in his heart was the ultimate of the original sin. Pride. How could this not be discerned earlier? It is more complicated than that. For Space Marines must be ardent in all things, must be proud, must be disciplined and utterly directed. A Marine that wavers in battle is lost. Those who waver off the battlefield will inexorably fall to ennui or evil. Thus a mighty opinion of oneself is almost obligatory. Yet most remain humble in their bearing, if not in their heart. And Sachiel was away on the 10-year-long quest on the battle barge Bellas, attached to the sojourn led by the tainted Inquisitor. He rose through the ranks to be given his standing. Who could say if the subtle corruption of the Inquisitor had not egged him on in all of that time, prepared the ground, one might say? Of course, he should have been immune to such corruption, such blatant egotism. But who could gainsay him, when out there in the void of space on the holy hunt for the spear? Power corrupts, it seems, even the most pure. And this Sachiel did not like nor respect one of those also centered in the tale, the hero of the piece, one might say, the brother Refen. So, let us discuss the two who lost the most in this tragedy. For one lost his brother, and the other lost his soul. Refen and Archeo. Now the lore has altered over time, for originally Refen the Ready is what he had been called in his period of training. The older brother, he had been sworn by his father to look after his younger brother Archeo. Despite being 2 years his junior, the Blood Angels do not recruit annually. Thus the two were deemed worthy candidates for the same intake, and they trained in the same cohort of supplicants. Refen was forthright and brave, as an angel should be, but he bumped heads with Sachiel often. Refen was a true son of the angel, as it is in him that the salvation of the chapter came, as we shall see. Archeo, the younger, always lived under his brother's shadow. Despite being able and swift, he was always seen as the junior. Hence, he leapt at the chance to come out from under his brother's shadow when the call for veteran Marines was given to take up arms on this decade-long quest for the spear. Archeo could not be talked out of it by Refen. Despite his lack of experience, the ardor of his demand to join was not rebuffed. Archeo went with the battle barge Bellas. And it was indeed a 10-year quest. But one must remember that the longevity of the Marine is far in excess of normal humans. Where we burn out before the end of even one, the Astartes can live many centuries. Although long enough to mould and change a Marine, this length of posting would be tantamount to a normal tour of duty, or even less to a normal soldier. Yet, the lore has altered somewhat. For now it is writ that Refen was the arrogant one, who challenged one of the recruiting Marines and failed in his venture, and so he was left behind as a failure, and Archeo was elect in his place amongst the blood. But it transpired that the transport taking the supplicants, the Blood Angel hopefuls, was taken out of the skies by a storm, and it was Rafen who then came to the crash site and assisted those present. When they were taken to safety by Rafen, Archeo pointed out his valor and demanded that his big brother be admitted to the ranks of the Blood Angels also. Thus, the Marine did bend to this request, and agreed to his initiation, and Rafen was taken into the chapter at Archeo's behest. Sidebar. Alas, it seems my library needs to be updated, so I will hope that this is the only anomaly in lore from the original compendium, plus do forgive an old codger if this is not the case. But do know, I shall cover the later exploits of Rafen when I have the time to read his own collected works. But let us push on. Sidebar over. Thus the players arranged and the scene set. Now, let us get to the meat of the matter. How did the sons of Sanguinius fall so far, so fast? Well, let me explain. For it came in a moment that was seen as revelation, a sign from the Emperor himself. They were led to believe that the son of Sanguinius had returned. And this was the deepest hope of any of his sons. The enemy knew exactly where to strike the noble Marines of the blood. Their longing for the return of their father. After its long quest, the battle barge bearers came out of warp near to a world called Sybil. Hearing a call for aid, they swept towards the world just in the nick of time. For elements of the 5th Company had been sent to the world of Sybil to cast back an assault from the vile word bearers.
Here you go.
Traitor Space Marine sons of the demon Primarch Lorgar, the first heretic. They targeted a world precious to the blood. The Imperium is so huge, so vast, that they have entire worlds set aside for the burial of the honored dead.
4 out of 5 of them.
And Sybil was such a world. And there were the graves of many a blood angel who had died on a previous campaign. Yet, to the word bearers, the war between Chaos and the Imperium is not truly about fleets, forces, and formations, but the soul of humanity. Far more deep than just morale, yet this was a facet of their shadow war. So they struck the very graveyards of the Blood Angels on Sybil, and a response was sent, but it was not enough. They had been transported by a ship that was targeted by the enemy and eradicated before their first landing. The Blood Angels were beset on all sides by a far more numerically powerful force of the hated scum. Their captain and officers mostly dead, their armor and transports annihilated. They hung on for dear life. And amongst their number was Brother Rafen. The battle barge bearers tore towards the planet and took orbit, chasing off the Chaos ships above the planet, then dropped down reinforcements as swiftly as possible. The word bearers were threshed from above, the reinforcements and the renewed vigor of the Blood Angels of the 5th punishing them. The word bearers broke and melted away, yet in these events they were not beaten. For their lord was secretly working in tandem with his Inquisitor Stale, and they played their part, even when they did not understand the cost it meant. For behind the both Inquisitor and word-bearers was the greater demon Malphalax, a servant of Tzeentch. Not knowing that they were destined for defeat, the Chaos ships returned, and in great number, in turn chasing the Bellas from orbit and dropping down waves of their foul warriors, both marine and cultist scum. The tables were utterly turned. Outmaneuvered and outnumbered, the Blood Angels attempted to withdraw, yet the foul sorceries of Chaos had left traps in mortal form, and chains of human psychers were activated, so they expired in a messy psionic explosion. The Blood Angels caught in the blast were thrown into the Red Thirst, and fell on one another. The Red Thirst, the fear of all Blood Angels, even more terrible than the Black Rage, some say, for the Red Thirst is a curse built into their very genetic building blocks by their sire's sire. Yes, the Emperor intended them to bear this weight, an all-consuming hunger for battle and, most especially, for blood. Where a Marine fell to this curse, they would drop their weapons and attempt to tear all around them, and to get to their blessed vitae, their very life's blood. A curse that the sons of Sanguinius must face every second of every day to master and control. And this was seen as the most disgusting attack upon them, to strip them of their humanity and leave them as ravening vampires. The Blood Angels were beaten back, and even more diminished, their greatest weakness revealed and used against them. Morale was shattered. Yet, in this dire moment, at night, before the next dawn, not unlike that of Henry V in the Shakespearean play, a moment occurred. One from the most unlikely of origins, and it came from the young Archeo. To quote, "By nightfall, the last of the Space Marines that had escaped the Psyblast had stumbled back to the rally point. Refen's heart turned cold and heavy in his chest as the weak warmth of the day faded. As light drew out of the landscape around him, so hope seemed to follow it. In the dank shadows cast by the reservoir's dome, injured men and battle-weary survivors sat in somber silence. Refen walked amongst them, sparing a nod or a gesture of solidarity to those he knew personally. Outwardly, his manner was neutral, but within it was burdened with grim malaise. There were hardly a handful of them now, not a single man above sergeant's rank or armoured with more than a bolter. He passed Chorus, as a veteran spoke in low, angry tones to Satchel. His first order had been to tally up the ammunition and weapons held by the survivors, and Refen could tell just by his expression that the numbers were poor. Refen sat by Tertio as he worked to patch his armour with glutinous sealant. Nearby, a watchful Archeo cleaned his bolter. Refen's brother had returned from a patrol with Alactus to report the terrible sights of the traitors' victory revels only an hour earlier. The wind brought the sounds of distant shrieks for all of them to hear. Some of them belonged to voices that Refen recognized. "Once again we wait for death." Tertia's voice was a hollow echo. "Not for the first time," Refen agreed, forcing the doubts from his words. "But we will prevail. We are Blood Angels." Perhaps on another occasion the sentiment might have been enough. But here and now Tertio met Refen's gaze, and he saw the spectre of dread there. "I pray that is enough, brother, or else we will join the men on whose graves we trampled today. We will not die here," Refen said without heat. Tertio saw the lie and looked away.
And we're going to do the last.
"You know that we will. And it shames us all that these animals will dance upon the bones blessed by the throne." Archeo came to his feet in a rush, startling Refen. "No," he said, exasperated. His voice carried iron within it. "What shames us is that any Blood Angel would countenance defeat at the hands of the corrupted." He advanced on Tertio and pressed a fist into the other Space Marine's chest. "The blood of Sanguinius courses through us all. It is the very stuff of defiance and honor. But you speak as if your heart pumps water in its place." The low murmur of speech in the camp was suddenly gone. Every man was listening to Archeo's words. They were caught up by the abrupt passion that surged from him. "I face my fate with clear eyes," Tertio managed. "That makes me no less a battle brother." Archeo's expression was a mix of concern and sadness. "My poor friend, you have lost your faith, and yet you do not see it. Here," he handed Tertio his knife. "If you are so sure of death, take this now and slit your throat." "Archeo," Refen began, but his sibling held him at bay with a hand. Something in the younger Space Marine's manner made him stop and fall silent. "Take it," he repeated. "You mock me," Tertio snapped, his color rising. Without warning, the Space Marine's dispirited mane broke, and in its place was a hot rage. "I will take 1,000 word-bearers with me before I go to the Emperor's side. I will not end my own life like some mewling, broken imbecile." The words flowed out of him in an angry rush. "There!" Archeo's face split into a savage grin. Inexplicably, Tertio did the same, baring his teeth. "You see, my brother, there is the fire of our Primarch. There is the fire of our Lord Primogenitor. Look within. See it. It still burns in your heart. I merely had to remind you of it." The younger Space Marine turned to face the rest of them, the knife glistening in his hand. "Look at us, brothers. Have we escaped the enemy only to let them win without a shot? Did our comrades die today just so we might wallow in despair?" "No!" a dozen men shouted out in answer, and Rafen was one of them, speaking without thinking. Something bright and powerful flashed in his brother's eyes, and he was roused by it. Arceo's every word was crystal clear, each sentence resonating with righteous energy. "The traitors think we are broken, beaten, defeated," he growled. "By Lamates, I say this is not so. I say we will yet bleed them white and send them running." Rafen's gaze locked with his younger brothers for a second. Arceo looked about him, taking in the faces of all the assembled Blood Angels. In the dimness, the Space Marine's sharp-angled face and his cut of golden hair made him seem like one of the renditions of the honored warriors of antiquity in portraits of the Fortress Monastery. In a moment of strange disconnection, Rafen saw Arceo as if he were a Blood Angel from the time of the heresy, an ancient face of all the chapter's most glorious past. Then the image passed, and Arceo was speaking again. "The traitors do not have the honor to meet us in open battle. They nip and strike at our numbers, wear us down. The word-bearers do not just wish us dead. They desire the destruction of our souls as much as our flesh. But to the last man, we can defy them." A chorus of assent greeted his words, but then one voice sounded above them all. "Your ardor does you credit, lad," said Chorus carefully. "But rhetoric is never a substitute for gun and blade." Sachiel's face set in pious indignation, but before he could censure Chorus for his interruption, Arceo nodded respectfully to the veteran. "The honored brother sergeant is right, of course, but I have more than just words to offer." "Explain yourself," Rafen demanded. He fixed his eyes on his sibling, part of him marveling at a facet of his brother he had never seen before. The young Space Marine stopped and pulled at something concealed in the long grass. With the grinding of hinges, a hidden maintenance hatch came open in his hands. "If it pleases my brother to hear it, I dare to have a strategy, a way we can take the fight to the foe, even when numbers are small as this, and still cut their hearts from them." End quote. And it did not end there, for there was more to come from young Arceo that night. He did not just come up with a plan for a counterattack. He performed what many considered a miracle. To quote, "The creature sensed the white and red shape in its peripheral vision and spun in a tight circle. As it did so, it whipped out its barbed tail to knock down a dozen more Blood Angels with callous relish. The shock of the strike pushed Chorus reeling against a tilted headstone, so that his fire was directed away from the creature's head. Rafen saw the beast move, coming a split second before Arceo, and he dropped, snapping out a kick at his brother's ankle. His sibling fell just as the spiny club of meat at the end of the creature's tail thrummed over their heads. "Watch it," he added. Arceo's eyes were elsewhere. "Sachiel, guard yourself!" The priest went off balance. The beast was far faster than he had thought. Its huge legs belied the thing's nimble movement. He slashed the chattering chainsword at one of the meaty limbs, but his cut was shallow and did nothing but anger the demon beast more. With its hindmost claws, it tore into the Space Marine who stood to Sachiel's right, then threw his corpse into the priest. The impact tossed Sachiel into a shallow crater, and the lanyard connecting his sword to his gauntlet snapped. The blade buried itself upright in the mud, teeth growling. Dark malice glittered in the creature's myriad eyes, and it flicked at the dirt. It resembled a house cat with a rodent, unwilling to bring the kill too quickly for all the sport it would lose. It ignored the bolt rounds that bit into it from the other Space Marines. It wanted to play. Rafen squinted into the target sight of his gun and saw Sachiel's face behind his half-mask. With unfocused eyes, he was winding up his flank where the beast had casually cut him. Rafen's finger froze on the trigger. If he had to, he would grant the priest the Emperor's peace rather than let him be a meal for this monster. Then, like a razing rocket, Archeo burst from his cover and crossed the distance to the beast in a dozen loping steps. The demon gave him a desultory swipe, angry to be interrupted in his game, but the young Blood Angel dodged easily. He swooped to snare Sachiel's fallen chainsword. He brought the buzzing blade around in a flickering arc and cut cleanly through a knee joint. A leg as thick as two men fell away in a gout of thick blood, and the creature let out a thunderous shriek. With one splayed claw, it pinned Sachiel to the ground and snapped at Archeo with the others, probing and shifting in place. "He's going to kill it," Rafen heard Tertio's comment over his ear bead. The Space Marine was unable to keep the awe at Archeo's daring from his voice. Rafen fired into the beast, doing his best to cover his brother's actions. Archeo darted back and forth beneath the animal, slashing at soft parts that lay between iron-hard pads of chitin. Gushes of black fluid spurted from the wounds with ropes of slick, slime-covered intestines drooping from their open mouths. Sachiel made some sort of strangled yelp, possibly a call for aid or a warning to Archeo, and his hand flapped feebly at the creature's claw. The sanguinary priest attempted to stab the beast with the Acus Placidus on his wrist guard, but the steel needle could not penetrate the hard, bony spines. A shiver ran through the demon, and for a second, Rafen saw a shimmer of pain in its eyes. The agony of its wounds was at last making its way to the thing's tiny feral brain, enraging it even further. Before he could react, the monster coiled all its movement into one lightning-fast spin, lashing out at the irritant beneath it. Archeo did not cry out when one of the creature's blade quills rammed through his armor. The yellow cartilage emerged from his shoulder, with a mist of bright blood above it. Rafen felt his stomach fill with ice. Such a wound would surely be mortal, and his sibling's life was measured now only in seconds. Rafen's vision blurred crimson with a haze of hate, and he bounded from cover, heedlessly racing at the creature. From the edge of his rational mind, something hot and black began to uncoil. The dark shadow of the gene curse boiled up inside him, desperate for release. He bellowed an incoherent war cry, his bolter running red-hot as he emptied it into the beast. Rafen saw Archeo dead, cast aside in the mud, with whirring chainsword still ticking over in his mailed grip. As lucidity threatened to flee from him, Rafen had a mirror-bright flash of memory of his father on the day that he and Archeo had set off for Angel's Fall and the place of challenge. "Watch over the boy, Rafen. I ask nothing else of you." His father's face seemed to flow and merge, like mercury, shifting into that of the Primarch and Archeo. Then the impossible became real before his eyes. Archeo rose in one swift motion from a puddle of rainwater and his own blood, apparently ignorant of the vital fluids that streaked his war gear or the black tear in his chest. With a single stab, he drove the sputtering, buzzing teeth of Sachiel's weapon into the throat of the demon predator and buried the weapon to its hilt. The gnashing blade severed the thing's vocal cords and cut off its cries in mid-scream. Archeo rolled the weapon back through the beast's gut, and it came apart with a noise like ripping cloth. Organs and undigested pieces of men emptied onto the grass in wet heaps. The beast wheezed and died. End quote. Archeo's plan worked, and they took back the controls of the massive planetary-scale weaponry. They fired up and blew one of the Chaos warships to smithereens, and the tide turned above as below, and the Chaos rabble fled again. The Angels were victorious. The other Dark Ones, both Demon and Wordbearer, were either slain or put to flight. Back on the Belus, the only ship in orbit now, there was a ceremony, one for victory. And in this meeting, the Inquisitor stated he had tortured one of the Wordbearers taken in battle. He now knew where they hailed from, where they were hidden, and he declared that he and the Blood Angels, should smash this site of evil. Now some of the blood were not comfortable with this, for Dante, the chapter master of the Blood Angels, had given them instructions to return to Baal, their home world. Yet, Stell proclaimed that they should strike out immediately, that if the Lord of the Angels knew what they did, that he would be in utter agreement of such swift and violent revenge. And to cover Stell's deeds, another miracle suddenly occurred. To quote, "Lord Inquisitor," Satchel said quietly, his voice barely audible beyond the confines of the pulpit, "I would of course endorse you in this action, but the matter is unresolved. If we were to leave Sybil without sanction from Lord Dante..." Estelle smiled thinly. "The commander will see the merit in my order, Satchel. You know that to be true." Before the priest could answer, the Inquisitor raised his hands to call for silence. "Blood Angels, there is no doubt that your Primarch turns his beneficent gaze toward us. We are the soldiers of the Bearers, and we bear the very weapon that Sanguinius was granted by the God Emperor himself." There was a movement behind the pulpit, and a gaggle of shrouded servitors from Stell's retinue came forward. They carried a lengthy case, cast from solid titanium, the surface intricately worked with symbols of the chapter, the Imperium, and Order Hereticus. Rafen felt a physical shock as he realized what the container was for. By the throne. The spear. "Our victory on Sybil was our sacred duty." The Inquisitor glanced down at the assembled Space Marines before him. "But there is one among you who excelled, who showed the true power of the birthright that sings in your blood, even when defeat was upon us." Stell's eyes locked on Rafen's sibling. "Brother Archeo, come forward." Archeo did as he was ordered and stood up, climbing into the pulpit. Stell's servitors halted before the young Blood Angel and presented him with the metal case. "Open it," Stell ordered him. "In recognition of your daring, yours shall be the honor of presenting the spear of Telesto." Archeo reached out and with trembling hands turned the latches that sealed the container closed. Behind him, Satchel gripped his grail and uttered the words of the Liturgus Integratus. A joyful warmth infused the metal as Archeo laid his hands upon it. When he slid the clamshell container open, he saw inside an object as bright as a shard of the sun. The radiance from the weapon swept across the lengths of the grand chamber in a wave of pale golden light. Below the pulpit, Rafen stifled a gasp as the glow caressed the bare skin of his face. From the corner of his eye, he saw Tertio avert his gaze. He was overcome by emotion, but Rafen could not look away from it. There, before him, was the spear of Telesto in all its malevolent glory. The Riga tapestries did not even come close to the majesty of the sacred lance. The blade itself, an elongated tear cut with a hollow in the center, represented the single drop of blood that Sanguinius shed when he swore fealty to the Emperor. Glittering with an inner light, it rested atop a sculpted haft that showed the Angel of Blood, clad in the monastic vestments of a sanguinary high priest. His perfect face was lost in a voluminous hood, and his mighty angel wings spread against the air, and below that, a single purity seal that bore the personal mark of the Emperor himself. It was the most incredible sight Rafen had ever seen, and his heart ached with it. Once more the words rang out across the hall, this time from Archeo's lips. "For the Emperor and Sanguinius!" Rafen's brother felt the nerves in his arm tingling as his blood surged with adrenaline. The gene template of the spear's ancient technology could sense his closeness, and the fragmentary elements of the Sanguinius' stock that sang through his veins. Unbidden, Archeo broke protocol and touched the Angel's lance. "No," Satchel blurted, starting forward to grab the Blood Angel's hand. He advanced barely a half-step before Stell snared him and held him back. The Inquisitor shook his head once, eyes cold with menace, and the priest was suddenly cowed. Archeo's limbs seemed to work mechanically, and he removed the weapon from the case, raising it in his left hand in a mirror image of the Riga artwork's last panel, Sanguinius victorious over the corpse of Morogar. The spear vibrated in his grip like a living thing, a streak of amber lightning frozen into physical form. Uncanny energy lit the teardrop blade from within, and, like a supernova, a pulse of white light flared. Refen saw the colour wash across his brother's body, and Arceo's flesh seemed to melt into the features of his liege lord. His crimson battle armour turned gold, and white wings flared from his shoulders. Then, just as quickly, the spear grew quiescent again, and the vision was gone. End quote. And from here, the course downwards was swift indeed. For the angels believed. They so wanted, so needed to believe, that Arceo was in fact the angel reborn. All the while, the last senior sergeant of the element of the 5th, who had been Refen's mentor, could not be convinced. He was the only one who doubted this young angel. Chorus was his name, and he also questioned the intentions of the Inquisitor. He alone voiced his concerns that the angels should obey their lord Dante and stay at Sibyl or head directly back to Baal. He did not trust the Ordo member, did not think the angels should be under his directive any longer. He also thought the further quest foolhardy. When they had lost so many of the blood already, why not return to Baal for reinforcements? Yet Satchel pushed Arceo, and Chorus was overruled, and the Bellas set course for the enemy base on the planet Shenlong. Of course, this rebellion could not be borne by the false Stel, and he tainted a drink meant for Chorus with chaos. On the eve of battle, the sergeant fell to the black rage. His life was over. When the Bellas arrived at Shenlong, he was sent in with the Death Company. In this way, Stel silenced him. Yet this, among others, began a question in the mind of his protégé, Refen. And soon, Refen was caught in the tides of doubt. As things progressed, the feeling got stronger. The Blood Angel struck the word-bearers on Shenlong like a lance of judgment, and during the battle, Arceo, who bore the spear of Telesto into combat, fought the traitor lord Iskavan the Hated, slaying him only after his backpack had burst off, and 2 pure white wings had erupted from his back. To all who viewed Arceo, his was not just a facial image of the angel. He was indisputably his reincarnation, the Deus Sanguinius. To all others this was obvious, but not to his true brother, not to Refen. And he was right to think so, for things moved swiftly, unveiled themselves to his eyes. In an event where Arceo addressed the remaining people of Shenlong, trying to find out where the word-bearers may still be hidden, they rushed at him. Arceo's bodyguard, afeared for their reincarnated Primarch, they did the unthinkable. They opened fire on the crowd. They blew them to bits. And due to the guilt of the remaining people, they thought this was holy. Only one saw through this to the horror that it was. Only Refen. To quote. Someone jostled Refen, and his temper flared. "Get out of my way!" he snapped, turning a stern face on the man who had touched him. "Forgive me, Lord. I wanted to thank you." He was thick with dirt and a patina of brick dust, but through it, Refen could still clearly make out the pattern of a tattered Planetary Defense Force uniform, an officer by the look of the sigils on his sleeve. "For what? I do not know you." "Oh no, it is not for myself, Lord, but for my sister. Not only did your chapter release us from the grip of chaos, but your kinsman granted her the murder gift." He bowed his head as he spoke. "Murder gift?" The strange word left a foul taste in Refen's mouth. "You thank me because your sister was shot dead by the honor guard?" "No. No! Please!" The PDF soldier pressed closer to him. "You must understand. We were so close to cracking. If another day had passed without an answer to our prayers, many of us would have been sure that the Emperor had turned from Shenlong. His voice dropped to a confessional hiss. Some of us. We were almost ready to submit to the word of Lorgar. Then he beamed at Rafen. But you saved us from that. My sister gladly gave herself in payment. Madness! Rafen tore his arm away from the man and drew his combat knife in a bright arc of fractal-edged steel. Tell me, if I told you to plunge this into your heart, would you do it? The officer tore open his tunic without hesitation and exposed his pale chest. My life has value only by your command, Lord. He seemed ecstatic at the possibility that Rafen might kill him there and then. The Blood Angel's face twisted in disdain, and he backhanded the man with the pommel of his blade. Begone, craven fool! Rafen stalked down the corridor, furious. Was this the state of the people he took an oath to protect? Were the men and women of the Imperium so weak of mind that they would spring on any edict, no matter how loathsome, and claim it to be the divine word of the God Emperor? End quote. Archeo was proclaimed as Sanguinius Reborn, yet only his brother doubted. Rafen was troubled. He would stalk off to his own place to contemplate, a burned and destroyed, dilapidated place, and there, in prayer, he was touched by the divine. For he was given a vision, one that he believed came from the Emperor himself. His God had told him all was not well, and that his brother was a false messiah. And worse, that it would be Rafen's own hand that would end this infamy. Thus, while the Blood Angels on Shenlong basked in the beauty of the Primarch Reborn, they followed whatever he and his puppet master said. Archeo declared that he would take the very best of the normal men of Shenlong and forge them into a force that would support the Blood Angels. A total breach of the Codex Astartes and 10,000 years of tradition. Yet, he decried these practices as the past. He, the Angel Reborn, was the future. He stated that he was destined to unify and take the lordship of all Blood Angels, not only of the chapter, but of all the lineage across the Imperium. He would unleash a crusade of such force that they would sweep the evil from the galaxy. But Rafen did not believe in him, and he sent a secret message to Baal, the home world of the Blood Angels, and Dante responded. He sent a protégé of Mephiston, Epistolary Vode, and Captain Gallo, who sped towards Shenlong. When they arrived, Vode, with his psychic powers, almost immediately detected the evil within Archeo and attempted to slay him. The enraged faithful of Archeo leapt to his defense and butchered both Vode, Captain Gallo, and all of their men. And Archeo, believing them traitors and unclean, ordered their vessel, the strike cruiser Amareo, blasted from the skies. So the Blood Angels lost a mighty ship of the line and all hands on board, a travesty beyond measure. Archeo, egged on by the ego-stroking of Sachiel, who gained authority through him, now declared that Dante was to be replaced, by force if need be, and thus, in their hubris, they sent their own message to Baal. To quote, Calistarius, Dante said gently as he approached a clearing. Before him, a man in simple prayer robes knelt on one knee, tracing his fingers across the petals of a bed of white flowers. My lord, said Mephiston, glancing up at him. I have not heard that name spoken in many years. The chief librarian of the Blood Angels gazed at Dante with hooded eyes, the burning gaze that so transfixed the mind of his enemies at rest. I have not been Brother Calistarius for an age. The commander studied the face of his friend and comrade. Dante had been there on planet Armageddon on a night that he had emerged from the rubble of Hades' hive, reborn as Mephiston, Lord of Death. Calistarius had been lost to the Red Thirst and buried alive, thought dead until a vision of their Primarch had guided him back to life.
My favorite thing about Mephiston,
said Dante.
That like Brother Caligari
For a moment, my mind
and
took
turned
me
into
back to days
because he's
past,
so fucking badass.
to simpler times. In this place,
he died and came back.
it is easy to lose oneself in ancient
Black
history. In this place, it is easy to lose oneself in ancient history. Others may doubt the merit of this garden, but not I. Dante gave a slight nod. The psycho had picked up on his thoughts. You sent word you wished to speak with me. Yes, Lord. I thought it best we talk alone, lest incautious ears or minds catch wind of what I must tell you. He gestured around. I often come here to meditate, Commander. The tranquility of Baal's past soothes the path into the Empyrean. Dante's face became grave. He could tell from his old cohort's tone that Mephiston's news would not be good. What have you to tell me? Vode's mind was silenced, Great One. Even as I rested here and projected my thoughts into the void, I felt the edge of a ripple from his psychic shriek. Killed? Aye, Mephiston said grimly. And Galio along with him. Every man we sent to Shenlong ended in a blink of fire. You are certain of that? Dante asked. The ways of the warp are never fixed, replied Mephiston. Like desert sand, the reel slips through my fingers. But on my sword I tell you, those men are dead. A cold, sickening familiarity touched Dante, one he had known a million times over since his first command as a Blood Angel's warrior. He felt the death of each battle brother as keenly as he had the very first to die under his stewardship. How? I can only guess, the psychic added. But if this Archeo is touched by the ways of chaos, there must be another explanation, snapped the commander. An accident, perhaps. An attack by enemy forces. Dante's old comrade gave a slow shake of his head. No, Lord, he said with grim finality. You would suggest that our kind have drawn blood against us, Dante growled. I pray you are mistaken. As do I, Mephiston agreed. He was silent for a moment before he spoke again. The Amareo's mission will not remain concealed from our brothers forever, Commander. Despite my best efforts, word of it spreads amongst the men. Soon, questions will be asked. Dante shook his head. I will not reveal news of this transformation until we know the truth behind it. If talk of a second coming of the great angel grows, dissension in the ranks will follow, and a schism is something we cannot risk. He met Dante's gaze. My doubts are gone, Lord. I believe this boy Archeo is a false messiah. Only out of fear would he have killed Gallo's party. But you said that you cannot be sure that this is what took place. Mephiston frowned. Dark threads gather out there. They knit together in a web of deceit, and we are caught in them. Shrouded forces. Hatreds incarnate are at work manipulating events. This Archeo is at the hub of them, Commander. We can only be sure by facing him in person, said Dante. Until then, he remains an unknown, a tarot card unturned. The psycho fell silent again, studying the delicate plants at his feet. You know this flower, Commander? Redkin, Dante replied. It has not existed on this planet in the wild since the 38th millennium. Mephiston ran a bare finger over the tough, rubbery petals of the white flower, the serrated edge of it drawing blood. Instantly, capillaries in the petiole began to absorb the fluid, turning the plant scarlet. The flower's roots mesh with those of the others that surround it, the librarian said. It shares the bounty it gathers. In a bloom of crimson, the coloration spread across each of the plants in the cluster. Mephiston's finger closed around the flower in his hand and crushed it, spilling a trickle of his own vitae on the rusty soil. Like us, one gives strength to all. But if that unity is broken... He paused, cocking his head. We have company. Dante turned at the sound of the airlock opening. A spindly messenger servitor ambled over on clanking mechanical feet. Once it had been a human being. Now it was a device in service to the Imperium. mind wiped of any personality, a featureless automaton made of flesh and implanted steel. Its blank face swung left and right, finally locating the Blood Angel's commander. "With your permission, Lord Dante, a message from Shenlong arrives. Your attention only." "Speak," he demanded. "Via the astropathic duct Ulan aboard the battle barge Belus, Brother Captain Ideon commanding. Protocol Omnis Octo," it recited, relaying the trance speech from the monastery's own psychic communicators. "The Sanguinary High Priest Brother Sachiel, chosen of the Blessed Archeo, requests an audience with the Lord Commander Dante on the shrine world of Sabian in 9 solar days on behalf of the Reborn Angel." "The Reborn Angel," Mephiston repeated the title with a sneer on his lips. "This whelp has no need for modesty, it seems." Dante was lost in thought for a moment. "Sabian. I know it well. There was a Blood Angel's garrison there in the worst days of the Phaedra campaign." He frowned. "Many of our kindred shed blood for every meter of that blighted planet." "An abandoned monument world," said the Psyker. "An ideal location for an ambush." He got to his feet, fire dancing in his eyes. "Lord, this is so transparent a trap." "Of that we may be certain," Dante agreed. "But this priest Sachiel, if he truly speaks for Archeo, knows only too well that I am forced to agree to the meeting." Mephiston's eyes narrowed. "Commander, you cannot think to accept this so-called request. If Archeo wishes to meet, he should come here to Baal." "He will not," Dante retorted, "and I will not risk more lives to bring him under force of arms. No, we must seek the truth about Archeo and determine if he truly is Sanguinius Reborn or an impostor. To do that, I would need to turn my gaze upon him, Lord." Dante nodded. "And so you will. You will attend me at Sabian, and I will have this Archeo answer for his deeds." Mephiston shook his head. "I cannot allow that." The Blood Angel gave the librarian a sharp look. "Do you defy me now as well? Forgive me, great Dante, but you are the sworn commander of this chapter. Your place is here at the throne of Baal. I shall meet this Archeo alone. As your second, I cannot allow you to place yourself in such danger." Dante went red with annoyance. "In 1100 years I have led my men from the front. Now some child presumes to the godhead over my chapter, and you demand I stay behind?" Mephiston's iron, hard gaze never wavered. "If it pleases the Lord Commander, I am best suited for this endeavor. For all your greatness, you do not possess the warp sight as I do. My vision will see the heart of this pretender as plainly as day, and I will not flinch from his execution when the moment comes." He placed a hand on Dante's shoulder, a gesture of familiarity that no other Blood Angel alive would have ever dared to make. "My lord, when the men learn of this Archeo, there will be questions. They will look to you for guidance. And so I must be here to answer those questions." Dante frowned. After a long moment he spoke again. "Very well. Your counsel has never failed me yet, Mephiston, and I will accept it now. On my orders, assemble a force of your most senior brothers and take command of the battle barge Europae. I grant you full power to speak on my behalf and that of the Blood Angels." The Lord of Death tapped his balled fist to his chest and bowed his head in salute. "For Sanguinius and the Emperor," he said. "For Sanguinius and the Emperor," repeated Dante. End quote. Rafen was detected as the source of the earlier treachery and was forced to run. Hiding amongst the wrecked city of Shenlong, he eluded them for a long time. When finally found by hunting cadre of Archeo's elite guard, he led them into a munitions hold, blowing it, them and everything for 6 blocks around, to smithereens. All thought Rafen slain, and Sachiel and the Inquisitor secretly rejoiced. that the only traitor had been the actual brother of the Blessed One? It was not comfortable, not at all. But now, it was over. Yet, it was not long before the time came, and they went to meet Dante, or so they thought. Who they met there instead brought an entirely new complexion to the encounter, for, as we have heard, Dante did not attend. In his stead was the Lord of Death, Mephiston, chief librarian of the chapter, and arguably one of the strongest Astartes psychers who has ever lived. In all of this, Inquisitor Stell had used his cunning and warp trickery to hide the true nature of the change, for he had long ago placed a warp-tainted kernel into the young Archeo. This was a secret. This was the genesis and wellspring of the power, the might, and the mimicry of the Angel. The chaos infection that had changed Archeo slowly at start, hidden only by the wiles of Stell. Archeo did not know of any of this, believed in himself and his metamorphosis with all of his heart. Yet, could he, inadvertently, fool even the chief librarian? To quote, "The gaze was a lens that opened up the hidden world to Mephiston's perception. The power burning inside him shone through the gates of his vision like the beam of a devout searchlight, pinning the weak and the unhallowed as it fell upon them. His sight beyond sight stripped away the illusions of reality and bared souls so that the Lord of Death could examine their pale, naked truths. He saw Archeo as if he were an anatomical sketch drawn from some textbook of the Magus Biologus, layers of skin, bone, muscle, and nerve visible to him. The boy was glass, and Mephiston's gaze shone into him, illuminating every corner of his spirit, as searing sunlight falling through a prism. There. It was concealed well, buried beneath the levels of wards and mind baffles. The matter of it worked into the bone and meat of the Space Marine's body, but the taint could not hide from the unblinking eye of Mephiston's powers. The black ellipse floated among the perfection of Archeos Astartes' physiology, ruining the sacred organic design of the Blood Angel. The seed of chaos glinted and pulsed. In a faint way, Mephiston was slightly disappointed. Perhaps there was a part of him, however tiny, that had hoped Archeo's story might be true. But instead, Mephiston found himself confronted by a dupe, a mutant ignorant of his own poisoned nature. Other men might have felt pity then, but not he. The Lord of Death marveled at the perfection of the ingenuity of the taint. It was truly a work of psionic art, the construction of a maker both genius and madman. It bore the unmistakable fingertips of the changer of ways across every aspect of its form. He traced thin thought filaments from the infection, tracking the lines of their mutation, the recording of fleshy matter that had altered the boy from a marine to the simulacra he was now. Faint glints of contact danced in Archeo's aura, bending like flowers seeking the sun, all of them turning toward one man. Stell. Mephiston could smell his emotions like spilled blood, a cocktail of arrogance, warring with controlled fear, desire, and avarice raging beneath the thin veneer of his icy civility. But the Inquisitor was not the puppet master here. Like a mirror within a mirror, Stell in turn was being directed by some other intelligence. He let his vision slip over the woman. She was like oil on water, repelling it instantly. Mephiston's sight could not hold purchase on her. "Tell me, Lord," said Archeo, "now you have looked into my soul, what do you see?" The tension in the square came to a knife edge on his words. "Will you deny the work of the great angel upon me, or will you accept that I am the incarnation of the Deus Sanguinius?" Mephiston drew back with a grim sneer on his lips. "If only your divinity matched the scope of your arrogance, lad, you might be what you appear." "How dare you!" blurted Satchel, stepping forward. "He is the reborn angel, the light of—" "Silence, priest!" The psyker stilled him with a single glance, and Satchel clasped at his throat, coughing. The gracious expression on Archeo's face faded into a blank mask of neutrality. "Mephiston, tread carefully. I offer you the chance to join my blood crusade. Do not be so quick to judge me. Come to my side, and I will welcome you as my battle brother." He arched his eyebrow, gauging the moment. "And if I do not? It will go poorly for you, Lord of Death. The sands of your life have already run thin on borrowed time. If you test them again, you will not be so blessed as you were on Armageddon." A soft laugh escaped the psyker's lips. He decided to allow the boy to talk. "Your presumption amuses me, Archeo. Tell me, this crusade of yours, what gives you the right to dictate such a thing? You speak as if it is your voice that leads our chapter." "And so it will be," Archeo replied. "Your master Dante has lingered too long in the command of the Blood Angels. He will step aside for me." The cold humor vanished from Mephiston's face in an instant. "He will do no such thing for a pretender whelp like you." The librarian's voice was iron-hard and full of threat. Archeo watched him carefully. "Perhaps not. If he cannot release his petty fear of me, then we will absolve him of his office, with all the due effort that may be required to do so." The golden-armored figure summoned a trio of Sachiel's honor guard, and the men arrived with a titanium cylinder between them. Archeo opened the case and let the radiance of the Holy Lance light the darkening landscape. With a single swift motion, Archeo drew the ancient weapon and swept it up in a brilliant arc of light. "The Spear of Telesto!" The words fell from the lips of the tech marine in a humbled gasp. Archeo pointed the spear at Mephiston, sighting down the length of its haft at him. "I swear this by the blood of the Primarch in my veins. Know me, librarian. I am the Blood Angels incarnate. I am Sanguinius reborn." Golden light arced around the teardrop blade at the tip of the spear. "Give me your fealty or perish. The choice is yours." For one dizzying, horrible moment, Mephiston felt his world lurch around him as the lance hove into view. "How can this be? He wields the sacred weapon." A storm of chattering doubts engulfed the Lord of Death. It was impossible to think that some debased impostor could ever be able to lay hands on the spear, and yet Archeo held the holy lance like he was born to it. Have I been mistaken? Could he really be the reborn angel? Who else could know the might of the Telesto artifact? Mephiston shook the churn of thought away with a shake of his head, tiny darts of blue fire crackling along his crystalline psi hood. "No," he growled. There was some magic at work here, a bewitchery so subtle and insidious that even a weapon forged by holy terror could be deceived by it. "I am not cozened, pretender. Your parlor tricks mean nothing against my faith." The Blood Angel's hand dropped to the hilt of his arcane force sword, the ancient mind blade, Vitaris. "No true son of Sanguinius will ever bend his knee to you, charlatan. You are false." A surge of anger thundered through the warriors of the Reborn, and cries of violence burst forth from Archeo's loyalists. Rafen let them jostle him forward. Archeo shook his head in annoyance. "Poor old fool. You were infected with Dante's fear, just as Vode and Gallio before you, just as every misguided man who sits under Baal's sun and believes himself a true blood angel. I am the way," he shouted, brandishing the spear. "I am the truth reborn. Your blindness sickens me, mind witch. I pity you." Mephiston's troops knotted together, breachers clattering on their bolters in a rush of noise. The librarian drew himself up to his full height, towering over Archeo's golden form and brilliant white wings. "Save it for yourself, fool. You and your Ordos accomplice. All of you are black with the stain of chaos. It reeks from you." He stabbed a copper-covered finger at the Inquisitor, who met his accusation with a sneer. "This weakling is a lackey of the ruinous powers, and those who heed his words are equally disgraced with the stigma of heresy." The Psyker's words drew a chorus of denials and vicious retorts. "Ramir Steele, I name you traitor. You conspire with dark powers and revel in corruption. You are the architect of this apostasy." "No," roared the Inquisitor. the shout slamming into the distant ruins like a thunderclap. "The Blessed is right. You decry all that you fear. Your words are lies, Mephiston, lies. Archeo is Sanguinius." "Then he shall prove it," the Lord of Death spat. "In the Book of Lords, the Pure One has said to be the match of any warrior that lived. If this is so, then perhaps your so-called Blessed would be willing to face a true Blood Angel in single combat." Mephiston bared his fangs. "If he is the vessel for the will of the angelic sovereign, he will be victorious. If he is a mere pretender, he will die." He watched the consequence of his dare as it spread out amongst Archeo's loyalists, sensing the merge of anger and fear it engendered. He nodded to himself, exactly the reaction he had wanted. Playing the young fool into his hands, Mephiston had brought him to this moment, and now he would butcher the impostor like a prey beast. Such a brutal and very visible destruction of this golden figurehead was necessary. When Archeo died on the tip of Mephiston's foresword, his disciples and helots would break. Their confusion would make it easier for the Lord of Death to execute them. This insurrection had to be smashed in the most public and bloody way possible. Men on both sides began to draw back, granting room for the coming duel, and Sachiel had found his voice once more. "It's a trick!" he sputtered, the veins on his neck corded and tight with anger bordering on madness. "You cannot accept, Blessed. The Psyche is goading you." Archeo gave the priest a brief, beneficent smile. "Sachiel, my friend, your concern for my well-being is touching, but misplaced. I will not dismiss this challenge. If Mephiston wishes to see the might of the Red Angel enraged, then by the Grail, I shall show it to him." He stepped forward in a grim-faced swagger, the holy lance at rest beneath the curl of his wing. "I will face any man here," Archeo told the librarian, "and I will send him to the Emperor's grace knowing the truth of my divinity." He made a show of opening his arms wide to the assembled men, Blood Angels, loyalists, slave soldiers alike. "Who here would take up arms to fight me? Which of you will shed your blood to prove the righteousness of my decree?" The sword Vitaris whispered as it drew free of its scabbard. "Archeo," growled Mephiston. "It will be I will face him!" The cry cut through the air and set heads turning, hands frozen on weapons. "Who?" said the sergeant on Mephiston's flank. "It came from over there." The veteran indicated the mob of Archeo's men with the barrel of his bolter. The Psyker's perplexity increased as the crowd of ragged slave troopers parted to allow a single Blood Angel to come forward. His armor was discolored by bloodstains, and there was a gouge in his chestplate. As Mephiston watched the Space Marine step past Archeo's retinue and remove his helmet, for the first time, he saw an expression on the pretender's face that wasn't anger or arrogance, but pure, raw shock. Refenn. End quote. Refenn had returned, and from there, it was shock after shock for the followers of the Deus Sanguinius, the false prophet of the blood. For Refenn requested, and then was granted, the chance to face his brother in battle. Despite the speed and power of Archeo, he had not the experience of his brother, and Refenn struck the false angel, drawing blood. And with that, everything changed, most especially for the priest, Sachiel. To quote, "No!" The word was small and plaintive, a childlike denial of something the eye saw but refused to believe. Sachiel's hand came to his face. It was only then that he realized the voice had been his. A great splash of crimson disfigured Archeo's immaculate golden armor, and the sight of this offense burned into the priest's vision like a brand. The sharp, tearing agony of the wound seemed to be instantly translated to every member of Archeo's retinue. The sheer shock of seeing their liege lord injured by a mere space marine hit them with a physical force. For a long second, all of them were stuck.
What time do you want to go and do? Good time to do peak tomorrow.
Living vitae was as distinct as a bouquet of a fine wine or the aroma of a delicate flower. Sachiel had known blood all through his service as an apothecary to the chapter. He had tasted 1,000 strains and touched 1,000 more in his duties. On battlefields, he had seen great lakes of it shed by enemy and ally alike. He had witnessed it gushing in red fountains from the arteries of men screaming for the Emperor's peace. Sachiel knew the scent of his own blood, and that of Sanguinius himself, as it lay captured and preserved in the red grail on Baal. The stench of what leaked from Archeo struck his senses like a mailed fist. He sensed corruption, black and ruinous, some foul seed of pollution swarming and rising inside the Blessed's blood. Sachiel's stomachs turned to rebel and throw their contents on the ground. It was impossible. The priest scrambled inside himself for some explanation and found none. His senses had never betrayed him before, and they did not betray him now. Sachiel turned away, blocking out the sight even though the smell was wrapped around him in invisible wreaths. His gaze fell on Stell. The Inquisitor growled some order at his hooded Psywitch. Stell caught his sight for a fractional instant, and Sachiel saw him start. "You," Sachiel managed, the word bubbling up from a deep hidden place. "You." Like breaking glass, the compulsion Stell had placed in Sachiel's psyche aboard the Belus suddenly shattered. Perhaps it was the shock of Archeo's injury, perhaps some last fragment of Sachiel's honorable self rising to the surface. But in that instant, the priest was freed of the Psyker's hold on his will. Sachiel's world, so perfect and so rationalized, so carefully assembled to serve his ego, came crashing down about him. Floodgates of denied, forgotten memories disintegrated, and the priest was knocked to his knees by the force of them, wailing. Every line he had crossed, every choice he had made in order to aggrandize himself. And Stell had been there to help him do it. Sachiel's gorge rose as the stink of mutation filled every pore of his skin, contaminating him and choking the air. "Oh, Lord," he wept, bitter tears falling from his face. "What have I done?" He looked up at Stell and saw the Inquisitor staring down at him, an expression of utter contempt on his cruel lips. "What have you done to me?" Stell knelt and whispered in his ear. "I gave you the tools to destroy yourself." End quote. Archeo fled, diving into the skies upon his wings, and his followers attacked the cluster of Mephiston's loyalist blood angels. Waves of the ragtag scum of the Blood Crusade hurled themselves at the Marines. Of course, the true sons of Sanguinius slaughtered them with efficiency and ease, but there were many. The Blood Angels of Archeo would become conflicted, but not yet. They too assailed the positions of the men under Mephiston. Blood Angel slew Blood Angel. For his part, Rafen demanded the right to follow Archeo and end the matter. With a jump pack now gained from a tech marine, Rafen took after Archeo. Pre-organized and aimed missile salvos then covered the area as more assailants entered the fray. Above the planet, a deadly duel of battle barges began as the Europae, Mephiston's flagship, and the Belus began their tussle. Alas, it was then that a Chaos vessel interrupted and made the battle what many would think a three-way. But the true crime was getting worse. As the captain of the Belus, the supporter of Archeo, would not even fire on the Chaos ship, despite it being the larger. An infamy beyond infamy. They actually worked with the Chaos ship at first, concentrating their fire on the Europae. Events on the ground erupted into a new level of rage, when bird-bearers assailed the forces of Mephiston as well. Some of the blood held, shocked that they would be asked to fight alongside these scum, and the Battle of the Brothers began anew. The confrontation between Archeo and Rafen is epic indeed. As Archeo mutated as the moments passed, with each blow struck by his brother he worsened. Archeo had now utterly fallen to chaos, and it showed on his face, his body, his wings. He claimed he had been elevated to godhood. He would take the stars or stuff them out if they resisted. He would be a new god, beholden to none above all others, both mortal and immortal. And Rafen steeled his soul, as he struck again and again at his foul brother. Archeo should have been the better in all things, for he was faster, stronger, armed with the spear of Telesto. Yet he was not touched by the true angel. That blessing was gifted to his brother, Refen. The spear, now sensing the evil within Archeo as he degenerated, resisted his commands. It fired Refen but once, yet he was of the blood, and it could not harm him thus. The spear would then refuse to do so again as the battle progressed, and later, as the corruption within Archeo was manifest, it twisted in his palms, fought against him, until it eventually turned to fire and heat and burned Archeo so badly his gauntlets melted. Archeo dropped it, as he had to, and Refen came back on the attack. With jump pack boosts, he had met his winged brother in the air time but again. Now the end was here. The two, armor smashed, met again. With fists and teeth and claws, Archeo bear hugged his brother, breaking him and casting him down into a dark pit. Yet, though Refen should have died, he was touched by the light of the true soul of Sanguinius, and he was energized. He came up again, bursting on wings of fire from the darkness of the pit he had been cast into, and the vampire of hate that was once his brother was blindsided, and Refen punched his combat blade into the very center of Archeo. Dying, Archeo fell, landing on the upright standing spear of Telesto. Justice had been done. But what came next was hard, for Refen landed and saw his brother, not Archeo the Blessed, not the Deus Sanguinius, not the Vampire of Chaos. In his last, Archeo returned to sanity. To quote, Refen's thruster pack ran dry when he was still 30 meters from the ground, and he tumbled and dropped as if he were made of lead. Slamming his balled fist into the release switch on his belt, he felt the dead weight of the pack detach, and freed of the burden, he turned into a spin, crashing through age-rotted beams to land with a bone-jarring crack of sound. A ring of water scattered away from him in a ripple. From his kneeling stance, Refen rose, his eyes narrowed against the biting winds. He scanned the interior of the church, afraid of what he would see, and there he saw it. Pinned to the stone as a gigantic collector might exhibit some rare moth or butterfly, Archeo lay with the spear of Telesto run through him. All about his sibling was a spreading aurora, the color of autumn, a most unearthly golden light. Favoring his injured leg, Refen jogged across the transept and came to Archeo's side. "Brother," Refen gasped in amazement. Despite so brutal an injury, Archeo still clung to life with fierce tenacity. His sibling's hands were clasped to the haft of the spear, the burning glow crisping away the flesh. Archeo seemed not to notice the pain. "Brother," Refen repeated, searching his sibling's face for the shroud of contamination. Archeo seemed as ruined as the shattered landscape of the city shrine about them, hollow inside. The black trains of poison boils still seethed beneath his marbled skin, but his eyes belonged to the Archeo that Refen remembered from their youth, the naive and bold soul that had given him strength and loyalty. There was pain there, of a kind Refen had only seen in the eyes of sinners and turncoats fallen to the law of the Inquisition. Before he had never questioned it, but now he saw it for what it was. Regret. So powerful and so heartbreaking that the emotion could barely be contained by human will. "What have I done?" Archeo rasped, holding his brother's gaze. "I have broken every compact and promise. I have turned my back on what I am and embraced the void." He shuddered and wailed, "O Lord Emperor, I have betrayed all I hold dear." His hate rage ebbing, Refen found only one answer in the echoing chasms of his heart. Yes. The humming of the spear gently rose and fell in the fading rhythm of Archeo's secondary heart. Each peak and trough grew longer as life ebbed from him into the stones and the rain. "I was weak," he managed. I thought I could protect myself from this. He gestured feebly, and his wings jerked in response. From falling from the path. My arrogance. I believed it. I am sorry, Archeo, Rafen said, silent tears falling from his eyes, drawing lines and dark smears of blood and soot on his cheeks. I am sorry I was not there to stand with you, turn you from this corruption. No, Archeo whispered. You share no burden with me, kinsman. I will bear this stigma. He shivered, a drool of blood escaping from his lips. My error. I was weak. Archeo, no. You were human. He forced a wan smile. Fear not, Rafen. This is our fate. Both of us saw it. Rafen gasped. You knew this would be by my hand. Yes. And so it was. His ruined fingers crossed Rafen's chest plate and touched his brother's cheek. You weep for me.
Oh. A couple of things I can do. For this. Looks told me. Yeah, I killed the friggin' video because I'm just about done. I'm just spiffing up. A little showcase. See, black base. Black around the whole bottom of it. That's what I was aiming for. 1. So, ultimately, finally making models the way. Mapping custom height. Bases, basings, lighting with take away from the model, but I want right. Black base. Oh. Yeah. 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 Sorry. Oh, pooping me. Right, that's another one with a full black base. I think it pulled together rather nicely. On and yeah. Another one. Have them for him. Now for the very last one that I painted. That it? That's it. Right. Chords everywhere. Right. Right. Figure out how to get them all in fucking view. Crunch them together without hiding everything. So you got what? Plasma pistol and power hammer. Bolt gun, chainsword. Power sword and melt a pistol. Power fist and like a plasma pistol, but it's like it's an inferno pistol, to be honest. Chain axe, a bolt pistol. They're all assault. So these are with these, which is what is unique to them for me. So the tabards on the waist I made out of sculpting clay. I made out of this shit. You can't see it. This clay. Sculpting clay for models. Yeah. Backstreet Boys is who they are. That'll be the squad name, is Backstreet Boys. So that's clay, and you have to hand work it. Fuck you then. You get there. I'm trying to make it look good on stream, you fucking models. Operate. Indian in the cabinet. Alright, there you go. This fine. Yeah, the clay is what I used to make the tabards. I had to hand make those. Super easy. Doesn't take no time at all. Then each of the legs are from technically 2 different sets of sanguinary guard, because one of them is from a different set. 4 of them are from the same one. I think. Might be 3. Minimum 3, maximum 4. You get the power sword, which is... What the fuck is that power sword? Oh, technically it's from a chaos unit. Power sword is actually from a chaos unit. Just like the chain axe is from a chaos unit. No? Axe. See it right now? That chain axe is from... It's right in the fucking way at all times. Here you go. Your beaky. Yeah, and then the multi-melta is from a Death Company set. The head is from Sanguinary Guard set. All the jump packs I ordered online. So they cost me like $15 for like maybe 10 of them. It's 10 of them. I used 5 and these are the last 5. No, I have like 3 more. Something like that. You have a plasma pistol and the guy with the hammer. Plasma pistol is from that one in particular. It's actually both of them. So him and from Primaris boxes. His hammer is from a Terminator set. Terminator power hammer. Have it electrified looking if I can. And the chainsword and the bolt pistol is just a basic flyer weapons. But it's the Blood Angel's sword, Blood Angel's chainsword, Blood Angel's pauldron. But it's a Death Company hand, I think, or Death Company arm? Maybe? Yeah. And then you have Power Fist, which is from Sanguinary Guard. There's ball on it. I know that it's from that. Pretty sure anyway. I might be wrong. Maybe it's just generic like Blood Angel's Power Fist. And all of them, except for the one with the chainsword, has Death Company pauldrons. Except for him, actually. He doesn't. No, he has a Blood Angel one, he has a Blood Angel one. They have Death Company pauldrons. Doesn't change if they're Death Company or not. Death Company is black and red. There you go. There's the new Death Company squad. Yeah. One squad. Another squad, which has a flame pistol and a power sword. a plasma pistol, and a chainsword. Thunderhammer, the two-handed one. He's got the Night Helm, too, the one I really want to get a bunch of. Power Fist and Plasma Pistol. Would normally be, what, the fucking Sergeant? And then a Flame Pistol and Chainsword. Kit Bash Squad. Yeah, 100% Kit Bash Squad. It's all from everything. And this other one is a 100% natural squad. Like, that's just what they come with. They come with a ton of parts. Like, if you ever want to get a set with a bunch of weapons, buy a fucking Death Company set. Because they have tons of weapons, tons of armors, 5 jetpacks. Like, it's worth it. Look at that fucking pauldron right there. Skulls and everything that's all on them. Yeah. Death Company. Who assault squads of 5. Fucking melee weapons like a motherfucker. Oh, too bad Space Marines suck. It's nice that these guys are fucking the Black Knight from Monty Python, though. So there's no way you're gonna end them, motherfucker. They're gonna come for you. They're gonna bite off your shins. Bite off your ankles.
It's time to play some Ram Ranch.
Yeah, sad. All painted and base. Motherfuckers. Look at the motherfuckers, huh? I mean to make a box just for my Death Company. Get like my own fucking sleeves for them. Because like kind of delicate. I don't mean for them to be delicate, but they are. Yeah, there you go. Death Company. And technically they're firstborn. They just have Primaris chest plates, but they are firstborns. Firstborn. The firstborn legs, bunch of firstborn weapons, firstborn jetpacks, whatever. Primaris chest plate. Some Primaris head, some not Primaris head. Everybody loves head, so, you know, don't fucking argue about the head. Oh. Pop off for now. Ow. That big army of mine. Imagine them just coming towards you. Go raid somebody new. Going from Warhammer to Warhammer. Game going on. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. I need to take a break. Guys off. We'll be back. I plan on painting more, playing games, one way or the other. Anybody's down to play Space Marine? Love to do that. And alright, a couple of dudes in their basement playing some Warhammer.
So these both hit on 3s.
Let's raid in, say hi, guys. Make some friends. Part of a Warhammer community. Let's fucking do this.
On your invul.
Go.
Good set.
On an invul.